Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Seeing scored out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome everyone to the penultimate day of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 League Finals. We're into our third day of 4. That's what penultimate means. And we're going to be finding out very, very shortly who's going to be taking home the $100,000 and obviously the title of being the best in the West. Honestly, cannot wait to see what teams are going to be able to show up today when they desperately need to, and what teams might be able to maintain their positions as well as we move closer to that patented final day. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and I have two lovely people to join me here yet again on the desk to help break down everything that's going on PUBG Mobile World League West related. We got Seven Worlds Gaming, we got Glitter Explosion, and first of all, Glitter, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Jason?
I'm doing fantastic. Seven, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Jason.
I can't wait.
You're doing great too.
I can't wait to hear about how everyone's doing today. But let's start things off by talking obviously about yesterday. We had a couple of teams start to show up. We obviously got to see some good signs out of some teams. We got to see Cloud9 step up again towards the very end. But I want to ask you guys, we'll start with you, Glitter, really quickly, of what team maybe surprised you, good or bad, yesterday, if you look at the results from what we had just in day 2?
I think on the good side of things, it was actually Nova. You know, we've been talking about them a lot, and they were able to continue to step up their gameplay. And it overall just had such a strong performance. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how that carries through into our last 2 final days of finals.
Okay, Simon, what about you, man? Good or bad?
Good or bad? For me, it was actually a good thing. It was Team Castle. They were able to carry on a good performance from day 1 to day 2 and continue to be consistent, and that's why I believe they're currently in the 4th place so far this league final. So I cannot wait to see maybe they can continue those performances for the next 2 days.
Yeah, well, let's obviously start to talk about the next 2 days, right? It's all about the points. It's getting yourself through into that #1 position. We have to see how players actually earn these points. As you can see here, each kill giving 1 point each, and of course the placement points as well, which I think is something we've all kind of agreed on here, Glitter, is that every team has really started to focus on these placement points, at least early on, and then go for kills later on.
Absolutely. We've seen tons of teams shift their gameplay from that more aggressive play style to the safer, more conservative placement, point-heavy play style, specifically just to ensure their spot in the overall leaderboards, because we are seeing in the likes of Loops, who we've seen be historically incredibly aggressive, start to fall off. That aggression isn't paying off for them anymore. However, the one team that has been able to really utilize that 1 point per kill system is Footballist. They haven't had wildly high placements. They did have some strong ones, but in general, if you look at their overall kills, they have been the type of Footballist type games that we've talked about a lot with that aggressive kill number.
It's looking more like American football with, with constant headbutting and attacking of each other. Let's take a look at what they're playing for, right? It's all about the money. There's $425,000 on the line here, but 7 first place in the finals. That's a lot of money that they could be spending to buy more awesome shirts like what you're wearing.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of money. That's one of your day rates right there. First place, $100,000. And don't forget, we're also going to have an MVP award with $10,000. Second place, big drop off there, $50,000. You get half of what first place gets, so I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be gunning for that one. And then as you go down, $20,000, $10,000, it is still a lot of money. And keep in mind, some of these teams have already made some money because they got a chance to qualify here. So a great opportunity that PUBG Mobile Esports is giving a lot of these players and a lot of these teams.
And there's a lot of money that you do gain once you get up to the top 4. We talked about this a lot yesterday, where teams are really gunning for those positions. 4th place, 10K. 3rd place, 20K. You already double your earnings there. 2nd place, 50. You over double it yet again, and then come into the final $100,000. That's a lot of money. And I mean, it hurts from some players. They're going to buy a new phone. I'm hoping Wildcard does well because they owe me a chunk of what they're going to be earning from this one, as we talked about in the interview with Slicky. But you know what? That's besides the point. Let's start to talk about a couple different teams here. And we did mention Queso earlier on today 7, but Glitter, I want you to kind of dive into this one because this is a team we have to really focus on.
Yeah, and I'm excited to talk about them a little bit. I know 7 is a fan of them, but Queso was actually one of the teams that we were looking out for coming into finals here. They were able to finally get their first win in finals yesterday, and this is coming off of the back of, I think, just generally a slower season for Queso. They were able to get 2 4th place finishes on day 1, but then struggled to do better than that or really break into the top 5 in any of their other matches. Then they started off a little bit slower again yesterday, but towards the end of the day, were actually able to finish out with both a 3rd place and then their 1st place finish, which had 11 kills. Now, coming out of league play, Queso was actually 10th overall, having kind of hovered in that middle position. And out of their 15 games in that final Super Weekend, they were actually only able to podium 3 times. So now granted, those 3 times were actually, they did include back-to-back 1st place finishes, but they weren't able to kind of do that type of performance consistently across the board. So now that we are into our league finals, it's starting to feel like Queso's figuring out how to continue that consistent gameplay. It feels like they're improving from the first day to the second day. And so if they can figure out a way to keep this up, they could potentially put themselves in a much better position than where they were finishing out league play and finishing off those super weekends. And as we see coming up on the screen here, these are going to be the stats comparison across the board for just finals day 1 and finals day 2. And while you see a very, very small fall off in their damage, you actually can see they have managed to lessen their heals, up their average kills, and up their average knockout 7.
Yeah, and I think for me with Team Queso, something I really enjoy out of them is just how well they're starting to do in their rotations. They're not getting caught off guard anymore, and if they do end up with some good locations in a zone, they take full advantage of it, and meaning that they're going to be able to put out more damage and necessarily don't get enough having to heal that much. That's why mostly their healing went down, and I love just that pretty much the aggressiveness that they're starting to show. It's not just one player. We're not just talking about Axel anymore. We're talking about Mixstick. We're talking about Ayala. We're talking about all the players in that team. And I think that's one of the main reasons why they're currently doing as great as they are.
Well, we've seen quite a few teams actually start to get more aggressive over these last few days as well. One team in particular that really stands out to me, of course, is Team Umbra, because we saw them put up, I think, 8 kills in the first game. I think they got 6 kills later on. They were starting to really pick up some steam, really starting to pick up kills where previously they would go for just placements alone. But 7, we needed to even talk about them a little bit deeper as well.
Oh, we definitely have to, because the performances that they have been putting up, and they're becoming that gatekeeper role that I used to have Alpha Legends as, and it's something that this team is just improving every single time. Every single time we saw them from the Super Weekends, their numbers would just keep on going up, and then besides that, every single time you would actually go ahead and see them now, especially in the league finals, they're starting to get the placement. They're starting to get the kills, and not only that, their aggressiveness. They don't really care which team you are, they're gonna go for you. Yesterday, I think one of the perfect examples, I think they ended up going up against Loops Esports. They were that aggressor team, and they were able to, in a way, surprise Loops Esports and ended up knocking them out. And that has happened now a couple of times, and even going back to towards the Super Weekend Finals, from what I can remember, Umber wasn't really doing that well. They used to be that 14 to 16 place team. We really didn't get a chance to talk about them. If they ended up getting more than 4 kills, then it was like a big surprise. I know back then at one point they ended up with 4th place and 14 kills. Well, guess what? 4th place finishes are now they're pretty much their stride. They have gotten 4 4th place finishes, 1 3rd place, and not only that, every single time it's with a good amount of kills. They're able to get 8 kills, they're able to get 6 kills, they're able to get 5 kills. So you can definitely see an improvement there with this team. Something I do want to go ahead and see out of them more is I want them to go ahead and get a chicken dinner, because that's just gonna go ahead and give them even more confidence. And this is a team that definitely needs that. This is a team that I think will feed off that kind of energy if they are able to get a win. And not only that, if they're able to get a win, they're going to be able to propel themselves at the leaderboard and get a little bit closer. They are currently sitting, I believe, 100 points behind Cloud9, so it might be a bit of a stretch unless it's just going to tear here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we definitely want to be watching out for Umber, because they are currently in that position where I'd mentioned yesterday, 9th place is where your money starts to go up in the payout, right? And they're sitting in 11th. So they're right on that cusp. And if they can continue this gameplay or even up it just a little bit more and start getting 1 or 2 placements higher, then they'll definitely be able to pull down some extra cash, as we are seeing their stats popping up here. And I know this is something that you were super excited to kind of see the comparison of, Seven, because look at the increase across the board in literally every single category.
Yeah, and the one that kind of surprises me a lot is just the damage. Remember, this is just one team that we were kind of used to seeing them get scared and not take on fights. Now they're taking those fights, and that's why their damage has gone up. Their healing has also gone up. Their average kills has gone up by a lot, and their average knocks has gone up by a lot as well. It's just a much more aggressive team. It's a game plan that's working perfectly for them, and I think this is one team that's just within striking distance of their first win as well.
See, I think that's something we kind of talked about yesterday, is that going into the finals, we felt like teams were not being as afraid anymore. Like, we saw Loops constantly being challenged out on, like Yala in the very first game of the finals took them out. It seems like teams finally got that confidence, or they kind of said to themselves, you know, screw it, let's just go for it, right? Where on the other hand, I think we've seen a couple of teams go the opposite way, where they started to play even more reserve. For me, B4 is one of those teams that really stands out in my mind, where we were seeing them be confident. They were in the top 8. They were the only team on the entire first page at the end of the overall standings, as you said before, Glitter, who had 0 chicken dinners. And yet here, they've not been able to perform. They're currently sitting in, what, like 13, 14 place, somewhere down there. They're looking like a former shade of themselves. And I really wonder what's going on within the team.
Yeah, I mean, I you know, maybe we'll be able to get some insight into them a little bit later on in the day as well, because they are definitely a team that we had started off by saying we wanted to look out for them, right? Because like you had mentioned earlier, during the entire overall for the Super Weekends, they managed to keep themselves in 7th place overall without having won a single chicken dinner. And so we had talked about that a lot, and I had said that if they could continue this performance, but then also figure out a way to start pulling down some wins, it would be scary, because they'd be catapulting themselves up the leaderboards with those additional placement points that they missed out on. The fact that they could have placed so high overall with the teams they're up against without those wins was impressive in and of itself. So now that, you know, we're looking here into finals, they haven't managed to place higher than a 3rd place finish yet. And I believe they've done that actually 3 times so far in finals, but they have still struggled with, you know, that closing out the game factor. And the biggest difference here for finals is that outside of those 3rd place finishes, they aren't showing us that same consistent gameplay that we saw them performing to when it came to the Super Weekends. It actually feels like you said they're falling off even more. So I mean, moving into our 3rd day here of finals, it's going to be really interesting, and we'll probably be talking about it a lot, but are they going to be changing up their gameplay? Because clearly something isn't working and something does need to change. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you think, Seven, but it's just not good enough right now.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad you guys mentioned there the Super Weekend, because I was looking at their Super Weekend from Week 3 stats, and it's very alike of what they're doing now. They did end up with some third place finishes, second place finishes, fourth place finishes, but they were also getting a lot of kills. They were also getting into a lot of fights. And now as we go here towards the league finals, they're averaging the same placement, but their kills are not there. And you can kind of see that here because their damage has gone down by almost 300. Their healing has definitely gone down, and that is because you're not going to be in the game that long. Guess what? You're not going to get a chance to heal. You're not going to be able to even win those gunfights. That's why the healing is going to go down as well. And what gets me is the average kills is just way low.
Yeah.
It's good to see that the average knocks is there. So what leads me to believe is that they maybe need to become a little bit more aggressive. They maybe need to bring back those skills that they used to get, because if you honestly go back and look at Week 3 Super Weekend and look at the stats from this league finals, it's pretty much the exact same placement points. The only difference was that B4 was getting a lot more kills in the last Super Weekend.
Well, we talked about Queso, we talked about Umbra, we talked about B4. Let's see where currently all the teams do stand, though, in our overall rankings from our first 2 plays here, or 2 days here of our finals. You can see Cloud9 still maintain the first place position with 193 points. However, Footballers is hot on their heels here, Glitter. 81 kills, the most by far. And I'm going to even count, you know, the 9 difference between them and Cloud9 as a pretty big margin here in the entire finals.
Oh, yeah. And this is something we were actually talking about before the broadcast even started. I was saying, you know, Footballist hasn't had any overwhelmingly massive performances. And then Cameron was like, well, you know, they haven't had crazy high average placements, but their kills are just, you know, completely off the charts. They're managing to go out in 7th or 6th, but they still have either, you know, right up close against it or double-digit kills. And you can see that reflected in the fact that they have so many more kill points than our current leader, but a huge disparity in those placement points. And I think that's something we definitely need to be focusing on moving forward through the next 2 days, because now we're looking at who's fighting for that $100,000 prize, Seven.
Oh, definitely. And I think here, as we go towards the second page, I want to see what some of these teams are going to be doing in regards to, are they going to be trying something new? Are they maybe going to be like, hey, you know what? We're not going to be able to make it towards those top 3. We're really not going to be able to advance in regards to the prize pool, because if you are in a certain place, you do end up getting the same amount of money. I think it's up to 10th place, if I'm not mistaken. So are these teams maybe going to go ahead and try to ruin somebody else's parade in a way? They're going to go ahead and just make a statement saying, hey, we're still here. I know we're currently towards the second page of the leaderboards, but we can still actually just destroy you if we wanted to. I want to see some of those teams. I know we always talk about Alpha Legends. They're currently, I believe, sitting all the way at the bottom with 24 points. I want to see Alpha Legends take the fight to some people. I want to kind of see them be a little bit more aggressive, get some highlight plays. This is stuff that we were telling people in the last Super Weekend. At this point, you're not going to be able to qualify. At this point, you're not going to be able to really up in regards to prize pool money. So go do something crazy. Make yourself stand out. Make people that are currently watching remember you in regards to something that happened here in the last couple of days.
Well, let's see actually what the match order will be, where they could potentially ruin the day here for some of the top teams. Again, we have 6 matches a day throughout the entirety of the finals. So 6 today, 6 tomorrow. We're starting things off on Erangel, heading over to Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and of course, like always, ending things off on Erangel once again. So 3 Erangels, 50% of the matches being played in total. If this is a map you're not confident on, then I do worry about you as a team here in our PMWL. But something else we kind of mentioned before, right? We talked about the prize money. We talked about that $10,000 MVP prize for the finals. Let's actually take a look at currently, if we ended today right now, we ended the entire finals, who would be winning that $10,000? And as you can see here, it's going to be Adder, but we have 3 players coming out of Footballs, 2 players out of Queso. We got 2 overall for Cloud9, and we even have AZ sneaking in there from Nova here, Glitter. So this thing can obviously still change. It's still a completely open book when it comes to when we turn that final page and find out who wins.
Yeah, absolutely, because everyone that's up here so far, we have seen, depending on the day, have some incredible standout performances. All of these players are very skilled and are up here for a reason. And then there's even some names not on here that we can expect to have some strong performances over the next 2 days. So like you said, this can change at any given time. And if you just look overall, a lot of these stats are still very, very close. Yep. And it's about kind of averaging them all out to see overall who's doing better. Adder has been very strong these past 2 days and is deservedly in that first place position, but there are players that are just below him that are positioned very comfortably if they continue doing what they've been doing these past 2 days to potentially overtake that spot.
And that would be a massive milestone in one of the players' careers, right? To win the MVP of PMWL Season 0 for West. There's also a milestone going on within the show as well for you guys at home to win. If we hit 300,000 concurrent viewers, there'll be 6 crates given away to everyone who plays PUBG Mobile. Doesn't matter if you're watching right now or not. And within those crates alone, you have a chance to get a permanent set. So if you're not, well, I mean, I'm assuming you're watching because you're obviously hearing me right now. I'll talk to you about it, but make sure you get your friends watching. Maybe you get your clan mates, whatever it might be. As Seven said, maybe your exes, maybe your previous teachers, your parents. Get everyone involved. We have Glitter's mom watching, even doing her own prediction game, which she's currently killing everyone on. But that's what's all that's going on. So make sure you guys do start to watch here and get your friends involved as well so we can hit that 300K mark. But the first match, it's right around the corner, guys. And we need to do what we always do here on the show. Is have our own little prediction game going on. And I did, when I came into the studio today, I said to myself, Jason, for the first game, I'm going to make the person who has the most bananas on their shirt go first. And clearly, it's going to be you, Seven. So, coincidence, right?
Right on, right on. Hey, you need to tell me the Lotto numbers for tonight. But I think I'm actually going to go with Cloud9. They've just been so consistent, man. Maybe yesterday wasn't like the best performance with an 8th place and 2 kills. But I think Cloud9 always tends to do really well on the first match. And as I mentioned, they've just been a very, very consistent team. I want to go ahead and continue to see Adder perform the way he has. And I think a lot of the credit has to do for his teammates, Beowulf, Uneven, Para. They have just been able to support him in such a huge way that I think Cloud9 at the moment is just, it'll be wrong of me not to pick him for the first game.
Okay, Glitter, going on over to you. Who do you got?
Well, I tried yesterday to go against the grain quite a few times, and it kind of bit me in the butt, so I learned my lesson a little bit. And I think for probably the first time in a long time, I'm actually starting off the day with a Cloud9 pick as well.
Oh, no.
Welcome to the dark side.
Oh, no, Seven, don't get your hopes up too early. Because you know what happens if we all pick the same team.
The same one?
Well, just like your shirt with bananas,
on.
banana splits are one of my favorite desserts, and they always put me on cloud 9 when I eat them, so I'm going them as well.
Ooh. That was smooth, Jason.
I know, right? Smooth.
Damn. Yo, what's your Instagram again? We gotta shout out your Instagram.
No, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get at Jay Kaplan, but the person with the inactive account isn't using it, so it's hard to take it. So you replace the L with a 1, and then you get me because I'm number 1. Anyways, I'm fired.
Okay.
But it's been a great little start of the show here. Obviously, we'll check with you guys though when we do finish off this first match and see how our Cloud9 picks went. Seven, don't eat your shirt, man. It looks delicious, but don't eat it.
Oh, great.
Thing is, he's home alone right now, right? So he could probably do that if he doesn't know how to cook for himself or order. You guys at home who are watching, though, we still have the lucky draw going on this entire time, and there's only 2 days left to get involved with this. You have to be watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and you can win yourself a limited time outfit. So make sure you're doing that here in the last 2 days. Also, you can get that over on the eShow as well if you watch them there. And you can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL to get involved in the prediction game yourself. Maybe Seven will even give you a shout out here during the show if you are correct. But it's time to get our first game underway. Before we do that, we obviously have to bring in our commentators to bring us the match. We have Enviram and Cameron Davis join us once again. I start things off. Enviram, how you doing today? How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I got not the best night's sleep, so hopefully these games can energize me this morning coming into the day. I figured I'd dress up a little bit more, a little fancy, because we're into the finals, like really into the finals now. I see Cameron's joint. We've all got like the patterns going on. I dig it.
I mean, at this rate, you're gonna be wearing a tuxedo tomorrow, right? Cameron, how you doing today? How you feeling?
I'm doing good. I had better sleep than Paul, and so if he's a little slack on the energy front, I can certainly bring it forward and bring it to the entire audience. Let's go.
Was that it? Was that all of your energy right there? Bring it to me right now.
My tank's
Right
empty
there.
now. Sorry.
Okay, so we talked about a couple of teams at the start of the show. We had Queso, we had Umbra in there, we had B4. I want to give you the dealer's choice, or player's choice, I guess I should say, of who you want to talk about here first. And I want to give you that chance to talk about one of these 3 teams, because these are the ones we're really starting to look at here when it comes to today.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, I guess we got to talk about B4 because they're a team that I picked really consistently over the course of like the last few weeks. They were a team that performed really well on both Erangel and Miramar. They seemed to thrive on those bigger maps when they could take some time to focus on their macro rotation. I always felt like they were a bit of like a foil to Loops in a lot of ways because they're the two teams from Brazil, but Loops was really, really aggressive and B4 was a little bit more calculated. But I feel like while Cloud9 has been able to rally and sort of own that more calculated style, I feel like B4 is falling off and not being able to deal with the general level of aggression that's been raised in the lobby. So I think they're going to need to rethink things, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They only have 2 days left.
That's true. 2 days left, and we obviously have Umber in there as well, who have been playing better, but will they play good enough? It's actually, I'm hearing time to go into predictions here. I'm sorry, Cameron. We'll save it for you to maybe talk about a team in the match when it comes to it, because we want to hear about our predictions. I'm gonna look at you too, and I'm feeling Cloud9 out of both of you as well. Am I right, Cameron?
Listen, when I was younger, when I was a teenager, I thought it would always be super cool to go against the grain and like rebel and be different, right? Because everyone else is just all like normal, and that's not good. I've grown up. There's sometimes things are popular because they're correct. It's game one, it's Erangel, it's Cloud9.
All right. I feel like you just like talked to my 16-year-old self and just slapped me in the face with that one in Viram. What about you?
Maybe a little bit.
Funny part is I was that kid who like went along with everything when I was in high school, but now I'm not. Apparently, we've gone and pulled a reversal. Nova. I'm actually going to go with Nova. I want to mix something up. I just have a gut feeling they won game number 1 last time around, and I'm kind of holding on to that C9 pick. We'll see.
I can respect that. I can respect that very much. They did have a victory before on this map, but we'll see how they can do here as well as Cloud9 when we take us into our first match of the day, guys. It's the second to last day. Let's do it some justice.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. 3 weeks. We're like on broadcasting number 19 or something ridiculous, or 20 now. It's absolutely wild
19.
Watching these teams grow and progress over the last few weeks to get to here and now, and really getting down to the point where every point matters. Every single placement matters. I mean, you were literally getting down to a single kill being the difference between victory and defeat, between winning or not winning $100,000.
Nah, we're not quite at that point just yet. Cloud9 do still have a little bit of a gap. However, that gap has shrunk by a significant margin from yesterday. And it's not because Cloud9 aren't playing as well. Yes, day one, you have to admit, they got a little bit of favor from the circle, but they played those circles so well to give them that lead. You're not going to have a 41-point lead just because of the circle, right? Like, we all know that that's the case.
Oh, yeah.
But yesterday, teams really started to step it up in terms of their own performance. Day one, it was all about who can go the fastest, who can be the most aggressive. And then yesterday, it was sort of tempering it, realizing, learning from day one how far they can actually take it and be successful. Because, you know, you don't just want to go all in, constantly hold forward, and then die like that, because that's not a good strategy. But today, we'll see if there's still going to be some development on that front, or if we're going to see similar to yesterday, which I think is fine. It's exciting games either way, and this circle, talk about exciting games, y'all.
Oh my goodness. Very likely going to be on the mainland here. I think very unlikely we're going to see it rotate into Military Island, but at the same time, a lot of teams are going to have to rotate in up from the north, and this area outside of George, outside of Razak, is going to get very, very chaotic. We'll see who's going to go down and take over, like what we see oftentimes on Vikendi. Are you going to go to the coast? Who's going to take Prim? That's my big question, because C9, this is one of the other areas they've been dropping in South George. South George is their first, positive positions where they like to go when they can. But Prim is the other one. I would be curious to see if Dream Eaters or Footballists or even Team Queso decide that they want to move into that area. But hang on a second. This is not the start that my predictions.
Yep. You're feeling a little bad about that one, aren't you?
A little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. Marco's actually not chasing it. It's giving Cat an opportunity. It's going to screw up his loot timing, but it's a good call by Marco there to not just tunnel vision onto it. It's just one kill. He has very little loot to speak of, and it's not like he's in the middle of a city where there's loot within like arm's distance of him. He is going to have to run around a little bit for that area. And this at the back of his mind, he's a little happy that he's going to at least screw over the loot rotation of another team member in terms of Nova. But this circle, I don't think anyone's going to Prim. That's a little bit ambitious for the first phase because Prim isn't really exactly center. I could see the hill north of Prim being a good spot for a team. I'm looking to Footballists to take a good position there. It's really very pure that Queso at least has one member in Mystic looting up that might be the real point of contention. I don't think it's going to be as aggressive as we saw on Vikendi day one on the coast, because that was something else. And I think a lot of that's what I'm talking about in terms of, okay, maybe let's not go that aggressive. All the teams in the lobby sort of agreeing. But the teams from the north, That's going to be some interesting rotations over there. I'm especially looking at Wildcard. We know that they can struggle a little bit when they have to come so far north. And Loops as well, they're not too far from the circle, but there are a number of teams around Georgia Pool with them. There's Cloud9 just to their west, and then there's Unique just to the north in North George. And so if they all try and come in from the same direction, it could be a little, I don't want to say complicated, but, you know, a little
chaotic, maybe. A little congested. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to keep referencing highways that most people have never driven on. It's like the 101 here in LA. It's just you hit it at 3 p.m. and it's just good luck to you. Not going anywhere. Actually, it's not been too bad lately, but, you know, my goodness. Back when the world wasn't so crazy, that road was crazy. And that's what it's going to feel like here in Erangel. Everybody just jostling for position. And we'll see if teams are going to want to take these early fights like we've been seeing before, or if they're going to play more in favor of just trying to post up in their respective spots. Like, that to me feels like the very old school PUBG Mobile. It's you get in, you stick to your compound, you know, you play from there, you don't really take fights on the road. But now I think because of sort of the pace that the lobby is being set to, and you've talked about it, footballists, I mean, again, Glitter touched on it. We were talking about it before the game started. Footballists is able to pull out like 10 kills in 7th place. Like, if a team is able, you saw it on the stats early on the screen, they have 2, 3, and 4 when it comes to the kill leaderboards. That is insane. If teams are able to consistently do that, you have to try and match them, or you're just going to lose.
Yep. That's the meta development of any battle royale. It's always safety first, and then when people start to get good at mechanics, start to get really much better at the game, then it starts to get more aggressive, such as this. Matic taking the hilltop preemptively for Dream Eaters, and it's good timing. I don't think he came up here because they knew Knights were here. I think it's just very fortunate on their end. The nades coming out from the Knights, though. Raven spots, or at least here's the UAZ, but Versid's going on the flank. Raven, good shot, good call.
Beautiful trigger discipline from Raven. He baited them right in. The trap was sprung, and that's Dream Eaters now down a player. And this is PK actually going to look to potentially go aggressive. Carnage, the one going forward for the squad. They need this, Cameron. They only got 9 kills yesterday. They are sitting down way at the bottom of the leaderboards. They are in second to last place. They're pretty much out of it in terms of the money, looking for that first place, but that doesn't mean they can't increase the prize pool that they get at the end of this. They need to turn it up here today. They've only got six games today, 12 games in total to change their fates.
Yeah, Dream Eaters there, you have to say, Versit went a little over-aggressive. I like the idea of going for the flank, but when the teammates on the low ground weren't able to assist you like they were hoping, then, well, you kind of just put yourself out. And it was a bit unfortunate. They didn't know exactly where everyone from the Knights were, but the Knights are taking full advantage of this. You saw how aggressive they all pushed forward, and it pulls the player on the hill, Matic, back down. Back fully away, and they've lost position. They're now forced to hide into the compound, which you think would be a good thing, but in the early game, you want at least a couple of feet around you so you can breathe and get some information from a high ground, and Knights took that away from them. They are going to back off, though. They don't want to commit fully because of the danger of getting shot from those buildings, but look at Loops sneaking up upon this position. They heard all those shots, they heard the fighting, and they could take advantage of this and potentially catch the Knights off guard.
I love it, Cameron, because this is the position that you pointed out. It's not in Primrose proper. It's the hill north of it, outside of Quarry, outside of Ferry Pier. All of these teams are looking for a spot here early. They're going in, they're posting up, but they're not putting themselves in a compound that's a very linear dynamic. It's, you know, we either go in or we're stationary. You're very static when you're sort of forced into that hard cover. Here up on the high ground, on these hills, they can rotate around. They can look for fights to the north. They can look for fights to the west. And that's what we're seeing these teams doing. They are playing the terrain well, and they're getting in early so that, like we mentioned before, when these circles start to shift in, they aren't going to get caught out on rotation. I think this is really heads-up play. We'll see what Loops can do with it, because they've got a bit of an uphill battle as well. They haven't had the start they've been looking for here to our finals.
No, not at all. But who has? Of course, Cloud9.
Oh, yeah.
We talk about them too much, but at the same time, we also don't talk about them enough because that's how good that they have been doing. They're taking an interesting position here. They're not going to try and bomb for center because they're coming in so late. They know that it's sort of not a fool's errand, but a very risky one. And so they're just going to take this position in the hill, the radio tower, and try and get some damage of teams around them, push UDR killers back. But you can see on the map, Unique and Wildcard both driving next to each other. That could be a bit of a scrappy fight. That Cloud9's position potentially has third-party angles on.
Does indeed, but we did also see in the kill feed there the big ol' snipe coming out onto one of the members of Dream Eaters. And speaking of that, Uneven's got one as well. Some bolt action here at the start of the game. We oftentimes see those get traded out as things go on, favoring more of the SMGs in these close-range fights like we're seeing right now. But PK, I love it, and that's exactly what we're talking about, finishing up the kill that they started earlier. And heck yes, if you are a fan of NA PUBG Mobile, if you are a fan of Pittsburgh Knights, this is the start you want to see to the day, able to pick up multiple kills and do it in a way that shows they're not afraid to take fights. But they need to be careful that they don't do what Dream Eaters did to them and overextend.
Carnage, I think he pulls back. I don't know if that's because his teammate yelled at him for driving so far forward, or he realized the risk that he was potentially about to take. Dream Eaters losing 2, and one of their players also really, really low. The circle shift, medium shift towards the northeast, but it's not going to put as many teams out because it's mostly just removing water from the west side of the circle. We are going to see unique wildcard and footballists have to push in from that angle. But for the most part, these teams on the south, on the coast, they're not going to have to move too much, and there is still a possibility, however small, of it going towards Sosnovka Island. So B4, Grenada Power with presence around the bridge could still consider that valuable.
And this is the scrappy fight I think you were talking about here, Cameron. The potential meet on the road, Mad Max style, coming in for both of these teams, Wildcard and Unique. Milky Way finding some nice shots onto Slicky. Slicky, of course, who's so known for hitting those long-range shots himself, but Acer's actually been able to close the gap. Milky Way is going to back out, reposition the vehicle, but the DP up on the high ground. If you can line that up for Acer, that could be a big deal. But Cameron, the thing we have to talk about with this fight is that neither of the teams are in the circle. They both have to move, so at some point, they either have to commit to the fight or they've got to back up and reset, and I think that's what we're seeing from Unique right now.
You tried to reset, but Wildcard, they very much want this fight. They're so split up, trying to get all the angles that they can, and it's so open that they should all be able to assist each other, but Unique trying to retreat, using that mountain on the west coast to pull away. A little bit of damage that we saw, but over here, Tempo Storm getting approached by Footballists. Footballists are committing. We saw them just moments ago, right above Primorsk, and they're just trying to push dead center.
Oh, that was huge. I think they got an initial knock onto one of the members of Tempo Storm, and then they just full sent it in. I love the fact they're running with 3-1 right now, and they're going to be able to continue to find these shots. Potenza is here on the flank, but I believe, yes, there is another member. It's Raum. That's the player I was talking about who's also playing in the 3-1. They're matching what Tempo is doing. This is subconscious, too. They didn't even know that Tensa was here, but now Raum has to beat him. You can hear the footsteps. They both know where they are, but Tensa gets the shot. Beautifully done from Tensa. Big Daddy Tensa stepping up. That's 3 down. Hang on a second. Tempo Storm is still in this. Lutz is priming the grenade. He's going to try and throw it out there, but can Tensa find the shot? No! Oh! A best
good grenade.
fragger in, and I mean with frag grenades in the server. It's Lutz from Footballists, and he shows it right there. Right there.
The Knights are pushing up onto this. They're taking advantage of it. They're full sending it in. Lutz isn't even able to get a single revive off before he might be taken down. I can't believe he's still alive. I thought he was going to be over in a second, and there it goes. Football is such a well-won fight, but when you fight like that in the dead center of the circle, you know that someone is going to be charging it onto your position, and the Knights have 5 kills. We're only just above 10 minutes in the game, and the Knights are playing aggressive. They're chasing after those points.
Here's the thing. At the start of the day, we came in and Jason was like, who do you want to talk about? But then he's like, oh, you talked about one of these teams we mentioned before. I'm like, okay, yeah, we'll talk about that. But the team I actually wanted to talk about was Pittsburgh Knights. The team I actually wanted to talk about was PK. Because I was like, man, I was reviewing the stats, looking at the numbers. They only had 9 kills yesterday. They are on track to get more kills in this game than they did in 6 games yesterday. That is absolutely silly. They only have 22 kill points total this weekend. So this is a big start for them, and I love this newfound confidence. I love this newfound aggression. And Tempo Storm Footballists, 2 of the top teams, top 5 teams in the server, they're gone. They're gone, Cameron. This game is wide open.
And their position is actually a really good one to get a whole bunch of kills if they can manage it, assuming assuming phase 3 is relatively friendly towards it. Seeing a number of teams on the west side, and the shift does favor it. And this is really good for Knights if they can manage their fights. Because if they just run along this hill that they're already positioned up in, they can deal so much damage to a bunch of these teams that have no option but to come in from the east side. Because not that many teams are going to be able to fit on the hill that Loops are controlling, and everything else on the north is a big, wide open field.
It is. I mean, that's what we're seeing. Cloud9 rotating in. Unique's going to rotate in. Wildcard did this really interesting loop all the way down towards the south. So they're actually not in a bad spot. But heck, if we get another near Corey finish, I remember the last time we had a Corey finish here, Cameron, Footballists and Wildcard, all these teams going toe-to-toe. But now the only players going toe-to-toe are when there's a vehicle involved, and that is an unsuspecting position there from UDR Killers. Ulysses able to pick that one up with ease. And that's the second time so far we've just had somebody roll up completely unaware and get caught out. That's surprising on day 3 of our grand finals.
I mean, the scout found the enemy.
He did.
I guess he did his job.
Yeah, yep.
But yeah,
They're
it's
there,
really
guys.
good. It's really good. UDR Killers actually using this. It's one of my favorite positions on Quarry for this exact reason. Depending on where exactly the phase goes, and Ulysses, he's just trying to deal as much damage to Umbra as possible. That's another one down. PRZ, not knocked just yet, but very, very low. But Prolor on the high ground. I was waiting to see when he would strike and try and deal damage back. But is he going to get overrun?
That's the question. Pocus does have a potential angle here, but he's tracking. So we can see him obviously because we have this perfect vision. We have the X-ray, but Prolord is doing this strictly with audio cues. So he's going to put himself in a position, allowing PRZ. He's buying time right now, but this is giving the opportunity for UDR Killers to get Ulysses up. But they're going to try and do a collapse. Prolord's going to heal up and then try and take this fight. In theory, he should have the advantage here with the high ground. But however, Nano, if he can hit these shots, we'll see. It's going to come down to who can get it done clutch in the moment, but that's the collapse coming in, and Nano, with his back turned, gets it done, and that is Team Umbra eliminated. UDR Killers play that so well. Their collapse, that timing, Cameron, you can't shoot 2 players at once. That was a beautiful double peek.
Yeah, Prolord tried his best there, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 and then a 1 versus 4 and they have multiple angles onto you, you got to hit some nasty shots to get out of that one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do it. Cloud9 pushing in from the north. Let's see how successful they can be because Nova are also coming in from a very, very similar position. And they can't move too much further south because then it's going wide open into a field. In fact, Cat is taking a bit of damage trying to group up with HZL. Nova don't want to commit to this because it's such a weak position.
Unfortunately, they don't have a whole lot of other places they can go because they rotated in so late. I think that we saw Cat at the start, and I think they just didn't go quite as well as Nova wanted off the bat here. I think a lot of their loot spots were contested. They didn't have the time, so they spent so long looting. They're just now rotating into the circle, and both these teams are going to have to move. PK, Loops, they are in prime position. And they got to be feeling good about this one. But now the problem arises because it's fields, Cameron. You can see it. It's fields. Like, where are you going to go?
Out the open like this, Nova are trying to make a send for it. And if you're going to send in a circle like this, you need to go immediately. Cloud9, even just moderately delayed, they might not be nearly as successful as Nova, and Nova aren't even in a safe position themselves. There's a number of teams going for the same compound, it looks like, but over here on the Quarry, Yala, 0 kills for them so far, trying to deal some damage to UDR Killers. In fact, Nano does get dropped, but already you can see UDR trying to disengage from this position because, as well, it's not in the circle. It's not a strong spot, but where can you go east from Quarry? It's going to be the compound that Nova just took out from under you, sharing it with Loops.
I can't believe that we actually saw and that's one of the things that we compliment Cloud9 on all the time, is the second there is an ability for them to rotate, they're on it. Like Bayo's calls on this, that's their macro rotations. That's like that's the C9 special. That's what they're all about. But Nova was moving first. I think it's because they knew Nova's like, well, we're just in our terrible position no matter what. So they're already ready to go. C9 was like, because they were the ones playing aggressor on that actually slowed them down a little bit and ended up working out better for Nova in the long run. But again, now they're facing up. There's a compound with Nova Esports, Loose Esports, and Wildcard all getting involved. Which side did Wildcard decide to crash into? Well, it was Loops, and Loops just got every single kill right there. They just mauled him. Oh my goodness, Wildcard went down. Actually, Slicky was going down to Adder as well. That was a disaster for Wildcard. Yeah. Oh my goodness, they just got slaughtered.
Loops actually didn't get many of those kills. They have 1 kill so far.
Wow.
So I don't know who picked all of those up, but it sure wasn't Loops. But when you make a send like that in a circle like this, there are so many open angles that teams are going to be able to shoot at you. They were getting shot at by, I'm assuming, 3 or 4 teams. Just looking at other positions on this map. The Knights, potentially. Cloud9, most certainly. And then potentially even Yala, though I think they're still on their own rotation, just landing in. But Alpha Legends coming from the east side, rubbing shoulders with Konina Power. Both teams have been quiet so far. But the time now is here to fight.
This would be a big moral victory for Alpha Legends, taking down Konina Power. Alpha Legends coming into this in 16th place. but Tixie is able to find the shots. Of course, Tixie, one of the all-star players for this team, has looked so good at the start of this, the PMWL West. But the rest of his team, I feel like, has stepped up to match him. He has pushed them further, but can Old Man respond? Can he retaliate? They're getting caught out from all angles, and Alpha Legends is just getting torn apart. Konina Power is this inexorable advance. I love the way they're pushing forward, but also flanking, also spreading. Look at this 3-1. You can see it right now with Rubdini out on the other side, collapsing onto Old Man. This is such textbook play from Konina Power, and they're executing it so well, but PK could look to get involved.
You just see them spread out like they're a search party.
Yep.
Just pushing forward, like a death march, but it's actually Alpha Legends' own death that they're chasing for. But nades coming out from the Knights. They heard this, and they know they have the high ground. They know they can isolate Konina Power against this corner. Konina just barely made their way into the zone before the blue shuts in behind them, but they still need to move forward. This is still a very, very weak position. Crawling up or pushing up this hill to Pittsburgh Knights could be very, very dangerous. And they push too far south to try and wrap below them. They're only going to open themselves up to Queso or B4. But the shift somewhat towards the northeast. But the Knights at least have Jagger inside to hang out. I don't know who's going to have a strong position in the next couple of minutes.
I think Loops is one of the best ones right now, or C9, who are kind of up on the hill, who could play spoiler to a team like PK. But now we're jumping back on board with B4 and TQ. Team Queso, of course, who were able to get themselves a nice little win yesterday. But the nades are coming in. Mystic does drop, but they trade out 1-for-1 for Pedro. But hang on a second, another down for Levi. This is the opportunity. This is the opening they need. I mean, Levi's just going to try and reset. This is giving an option for Team Queso. And honestly, I think if you're down in this position, they have 4 members, you only have 2. I almost think you push that because you're just going to lose either way. Giving them a reset is only going to help Team Queso more because they have more potential bodies that they could throw at the problem. And now they're all back up. They're all in this. And now they're deciding to push. This ain't the play at all. Pedro spraying and praying. Isn't going to get down too, though, however. But no, that's just going to be it. The collapse coming in from Team Queso. There was a second there, Cameron. I was worried, but like a 2v4 is so much harder than a 1v2. So much harder than a 1v2. And I kind of wish that B4 had played that a little bit more aggressive, but in any case, great job to Team Queso.
It was a rough position either way. So it's more of a 50-50 coin flip one decision you want to make from that point. I think with the second that the circle shifted away from them, both teams knew that they're in a lot of trouble. But over here back on the southeast, Konina Power, they're still alive, and Knights still want to deal with them, specifically foregoing position in the circle right now. But now on the west side, Nova are also trying to send it in onto Loops, and they're having a lot more successful of a time than Wildcard did.
That is for sure. Carrillo, hang on a second. He's down, just hiding behind a wall. They did lose Cat on the push, though. Whoa! Carrillo's just going in and dismantling Loops single-handedly? What? No, it was Nadim with the grenade. It was the grenade that came in from the outside, and that was the push I was so worried about for Nova Esports, and they just get absolutely wrecked. They had to push in. They had no choice, and now I think maybe they have 1 player left, if any, or maybe that's just Nova out. That was just, no, G-Fan is still alive.
But that's still up.
He just watched his team get absolutely smacked.
Yeah, but you know who is out? The Knights. We blinked, and Konina Power deleted them. Konina Power up to 8 kills. First Alpha Legends, now the Knights, and now it's Queso's turn to feel the wrath of the horse.
Oh my goodness, right out of the gate swinging, game number 1. Why am I surprised for Konina Power? They do so well in Erangel. They do so well in game number 1. There's a reason I've picked them for this game in the past. They are solid on this map, and they tend to have this momentum that you can't shake from the outside. The questions for them is they can't keep it up over the course of the day, but they always do start off strong. Let's see if they can keep this pressure up. Let's see if they can take it to Team Queso, as we're seeing Dream Eaters go out. Nova Esports is going to go out. Loops decided they wanted to get the full 4 on that one. But now we're seeing C9 getting involved as well. This is actually a pinch onto Team Queso, but neither of them are in the circle.
No one's really in the circle. No one's really in the circle except for Unique, because it shifted towards the fields. And so all these teams on the hill know that they need to clear each other out first before they can even hope to escape the blue and get inside the safe zone. Nades coming out, defensive grenades coming out from Cloud9. They're putting pressure onto Dream Eaters moments before removing them from the server, taking them out. And now they need to focus on Queso, but Adder pops into the vehicle, trying to rotate away, either using the vehicle for a little bit of defensive cover, setting up a crossfire under 2-2. But Axel has the spray, doesn't find a knock just yet.
Finds almost no damage with that. That is so strange. Axel's normally so solid in those positions. He's got that spray on lock. but he's not able to get a single down here. Multiple clips, so many rounds just being thrown at C9, but it's the throwables that are getting it done. Finally, the down is on to Uneven, and this is the charge coming in from Team Queso. Bayo is backed into a corner, and this is the send from Team Queso. The crew from South America pushing on in, saying, Eddie, get out of my server, as C9 is just getting absolutely demolished. Adder just has to send it in, and somehow, some way, he makes it into the center of the circle. Find a bush, buddy, because you are in a terrible position, and Team Queso might just run him over.
Oh, they're sending it back. They want to go for the they want to go for the shack that Unique are holding. I don't know if Unique were expecting this, and I don't know who's coming out on top. It's yellow on yellow violence.
Oh my goodness, and Elise is still up trying to get the revive inside of the shack. What? But here comes the push. That's just it. Marco with the execution. And Team Queso with a wild send. That cheese was on a roll right on through the circle, right past Adder, and right to the only defensible position in this circle. No tunnel vision from Team Queso. Only kills, only execution.
Look at Loops. They have the widest spread of any team in the circle right now. And we've seen them be successful in a very, very similar position previously, but the Knights also, 2 teams with 4 up and a car fort to their name. It's not much, but we know how both these teams can land their shots. Shooting through the smoke at each other. No knock either way just yet, and while this is happening, Adder is shaking in the center of the circle.
I mean, they must know somebody must have seen him go in, right? Like, there's no way. Oh, but wait, Federal. He's got the big gun. He's got the big gun at the back. If there's any single player in the server right now that I want to have, the big ol' M24, you know it's got to be Federal. This guy hits these. You can just see the damage ticking and ticking and ticking away. As Dadine is going to have to be revived. Dadine has actually been going nuts with the grenades so far, as teams are just trying to shoot as best they can. Everybody is taking pot shots. Everybody is trying to go for that clutch down, and we can see it right there. Marco is the one to find it onto 2 members of Loops. That was absolutely huge. He got the beat on them, Cameron. This could be disastrous for Loops Esports, because them having all 4 members alive, that was their big win condition here in this final few circles.
No one is in the circle except for Adder, and that's a problem. Cornino trying to push forward, and Loops, with those 2 players knocked, I don't know how successful they're going to be. Adder is spotted out by Marco, so Queso in the end do get all 4 members of Cloud9 down, and this could be a little bit of an opening for them to move in, and smokes are flooding the entire field. And Loops, those smokes give them an opportunity to reset, but how long are they going to have, because the blue is pushing in?
They are going to have to move, but you talked about it, Cameron. The utility is there, but 1 member already down. Loops has been able to reset a little bit, but this is just giving opportunities for Cornina Power to reposition, because they did not have a single member drop. Though Robdini no, he doesn't. He's actually able to just weasel his way in. The blue is still so close behind. He's going to have to be aware of it. He is going to get the first aid off. He is going to be able to push, but we'll see if anybody spots him out. That is the question, as Marco and team are able to snake their way in. I cannot believe this circle, Cameron. There is no cover to be had.
Except for the vehicles. And for some reason, Cornina Power are able to keep their vehicles alive just long enough to move it into the next circle. Marco does go down to Cornina Power, so that's 12 kills for Cornina, and they're in a top 2 position. But Loops, they reset. They reset all 4 members, and they're trying to crawl forward just the same that Cornina has. But Cornina, they're already in the circle. They don't have to move any further at all, and so instead they're putting all their efforts, all their energy into throwing grenades out, trying to flood. And actually, grenades, they're not doing the tricks. They're just going to rush forward with their guns.
They have the smoke. They have this little bit of cover they've been able to set back. Gonzo is going to play Scout here at the back. He's going to be anchor for this team. He's going to be able to try and give information as much as possible. But Kayowski? Oh, no, he's just going to drop. Great headshot from Rodini. There's another one onto Dadine. Cornina Power feeling it in this game. Loops can do nothing against the overwhelming firepower, but Carrillo has full HP. Vest and helmet are in shambles, but can he find the shots? That's the big question. Gonzo spraying through the smoke, trying to find anything onto the 2 remaining members. There's Carrillo down, and this is now their game to win. This is Cornina Power in game number 1. An incredible finish to them. So many kills. I cannot believe 17 kills, 16 kills. That was insane.
A huge amount of kills. We saw a 16-kill game yesterday, but they are still very, very rare, especially considering how aggressive these games have been turned up during the grand finals. Loops reset, but that just the amount of time it took them to reset after the third party from Team Queso, that I think was the thing that Cornina Power needed. not needed, but absolutely abused to get that win.
I think what was so cool is the way they set up their smokes. They had these channels where they could pop back inside for cover as they needed to, but they were leaving sight lines for Gonzo at the back to be able to relay information and help them find the shots so that when they did push up, they felt confident. They were eliminating, so they're only really trying to deal with one Loops player at a time. And again, they didn't even have the perfect intel either. That's just how they were setting it up. But I also have to give props. Before we throw it to our analysts, every single one of the teams that made it into the top 3 had like 10 plus kills. Nobody snuck their way in. Everybody fought for it. Everybody deserved it. It was a bloody start on Erangel to the day, and that gives me high hopes for the rest of our games. Let's send it back over to our analysts, though, to break down the chaos that was game number 1.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
That's all I gotta say is just like a shrug. Like what just happened? We saw 30 kills, well 37 kills between 3 teams at the very end there. A Kanina Power Team K. So everyone was showing what they had here come into the the third day, or second to last day overall. Let's take a look at the map stands and then start to talk about it here off the bat, because this has been a ridiculous first game. Look at this, Glitter. 16, 10, 13, 39 kills in total. Ridiculous.
I mean, day 3, the teams came out swinging. I feel like, we've talked about it. We said it was potentially going to happen, but game 1, day 3, aggressive gameplay, 16 kills coming out of Kanina Power. Loops finally, doing something, giving us a 10-kill game. Queso, though, we just talked about them, 13 kills. And surprisingly enough, look at 4th place. That's UDR Killers with 7 kills to their name as well. These teams are trying to start shaking up these standings right now, and it is going well for some of them. I don't even know what to say about this. This is probably one of the best starts I think we've had yet in finals.
This is what I wanted to see, and I totally agree with what Paul said there towards the end. Miramar, he said this was a bloody first game, and it was. I'd love to see that, especially for teams that needed to have this kind of games. With Kanina Power, remember, I believe they were top 6. They were within striking distance there. They want to go ahead and position themselves in a good spot, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit as we go here towards the second page. In regards to Ballers, remember, this was a team that was in second place. We talked about how they were able to get kills. They got unlucky. Pittsburgh Knights did come in and third-party them after they were done with the fight. But lucky for them, they were able to at least get 3 points right there in regards to kill points. Tempo Storm only ended up with 1 kill. B4 not performing that well. And then Team Umbra not performing that well either. But I think Kanina Power is one of those teams that we know they're capable of this. This is not something new. We just haven't seen it in a while. We haven't seen it, I think, thinking back of week 3. Remember, they switched the whole strategy to just focus on placement points, and they started adding that fragging power. And this is what I was scared about. If Kanina Power is able to be in the top 5, they're going to go ahead and put out this performances right here. 2,600 damage? Damn, son.
I mean, on that note about the third Super Weekend, they broke 2 records that day, or in that weekend, which broke the record of the lowest kills in a chicken dinner with 3.
Yup.
And then they broke it again with 2. So completely off what you were saying, they completely changed up their style, just playing passive, play for points. They weren't feeling confident in getting those kills. And then we go into the finals, and then this is the team we saw in the second day of the opening weekend, right? We talked about like the second day, maybe it was the second week. Well, maybe it was the second day here of the finals, what they're really holding out for, because they played so well here. Let's take a look, though, at our the do moments from that last match. Start to talk about a couple of these different kills that did obviously come in through this one, because that was a bloodbath. That really was, right? We had Queso chasing kills. We had Pittsburgh Ice chasing kills at the beginning. We had everyone looking for those frags to make sure they can get those kill points on the board.
Yeah, and I think something that impressed me was just how aggressive those teams were. And I think it goes to show why they were able to get that many kills, because they were just so aggressive. At one point we saw, I believe it was Team Queso being super aggressive towards Cloud9, and that aggressiveness is what we expected out of Team Queso. Remember, Team Queso coming into this tournament, they're one of the favorite ones from South America. They're one of the favorite ones from America because of all the experience they have. So for them to perform that way, I love to see it. I love to see the boys from Team Queso performing like this. And then you got other teams that kind of needed to wake up in a way here, Glitter. Loops Esports, we talked about how they were in 7th place, how they're not getting the kills that we're used to seeing them get. Guess what? They came today and they kind of shut that argument down. They're saying, hey, we notice where we are right now. We need to step it up, and we're going to go ahead and do it right off the bat.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge for Loops because they came into today in 7th place, and being the team that won the overall for the league play portion of PMWL West, you did not, I don't think any of us expected to see them in 7th with such low kills. You know, we talked about how poor their placements had been on day 1, and you know, this is what they needed. I think this will potentially snowball them for the rest of the day. You know, maybe they were saving their energy. I don't know what their plan was. However, this is way more on track with the Loops that we are used to seeing. And as far as that aggression goes, right? And kind of hoping that these players can show us some of the performances we've been looking for out of them in the likes, you know, of Carrillo, because when looking at that MVP standings at the beginning of today, he wasn't on it.
Yep, that's true. And then some of the other teams that did surprise me a lot was UDR Killers. They ended up with 7 kills themselves, and you kind of saw them taking away some players from Umbra, just in a way getting luckier and being sneaky. One of the players from Umbra, I think he ended up crashing his buggy, and then one of the other players from UDR Killers was able to finish off those kills. So it's great to see these kind of teams that are currently towards that 10th place, 11th place, also fighting to get some more points under themselves, also fighting to get up higher in the leaderboards to get more prize pool money, because that's going to make it hard for some of the other teams that are also high above. So it is going to be just an interesting day, I feel like, especially with this star. What a star. And for Loops Esports, I think they had a great gameplay. They ended up squad wiping Wildcard when they try to rush into their compound, and they were able to kind of hold that off. So for Loops, this is also a great start. And keep in mind, the next game is going to be Vikendi, and they usually tend to do good there too.
So is this the comeback of Konina Power, of Loops, of Queso, if football is getting in the mix there? I feel like these maps are going to become extremely bloody, extremely quickly. When you go into Vikendi with the white snow, it won't be white for long. Let's take a look, though, at our top 4 players from that last match. And let's kind of maybe predict who we think is going to be the #1 or the MVP of this one. We got Ayala, we got Carrillo, Axer, Robdini in there. I mean, I don't think it's going to be Carrillo.
It's good. I was going to say, it's good to see him back there, though. We kind of missed him. It's been a while, and it goes to show whenever the team does well, he's able to actually perform well. But I think for MVP, it might be Axer. This is one player.
Axer too.
Yeah, it's one player that we know he has the potential to be up there with the MVP.
Ooh.
Hey, we got a ride, baby.
We were wrong with the Cloud9 pick. We're at least right in the MVP pick, right? But yeah, I mean, obviously, like, having these guys come up big too, like Ayala, who's able to do this yesterday. Carrillo, as you mentioned, 7, he's been extremely quiet. But the thing is, being an MVP, it's really not like something you do by yourself. To be an MVP, you have to have the support from your teammates. So I'm not saying I'm knocking Carrillo, I'm not knocking anyone else on Loops, but to be a standout player, you have to have a good team behind you that can support you. And we've seen Loops struggle, not just Carrillo in particular, but for Axer, I mean, they have just woken up. I don't know what it is, what steroids were injected into this horse or whatever it might be, because they are galloping and running away with this now. And I really wonder, Glitter, if we look at, obviously the stats we see breaking down from them, how far does this push them up the rankings as well?
I am definitely excited to see that, because they started off the day, as we saw, in that 6th place position. So this could be huge for them. However, we do need to keep in mind that some of the teams above them, or one of the teams, was Queso. And we see Ayala here up on our top players, and we saw Queso just pull down, 13 kills. So they while Konina Power had an incredibly strong game, if the teams above them are having equally as good games, it's definitely going to be difficult for them to kind of leapfrog in those standings.
So if these 3 teams alone take out at least half of the lobby, I really am curious to see how the damage is going to look as well when we take a look at everyone else compared to them, because I think it's just going to be these 3 teams up here up high and everyone else down here extremely low. And we'll see a couple of anomalies here. PR Killers and Pittsburgh Knights, but still, that's a heavy amount of damage. 2K plus for those 3 teams.
It is. Calm down there, Finding Nemo. But as we do see Konina Power there, 2,600 damage. Yo, it's been a while since we've seen it, and it's been a while since we've seen a couple of teams, 3 teams now, being able to pass that 2,000 damage right there. With Loops Esports, a long time since we've seen them there. Same with Team Queso. But it's good to see those performances. And then you also have UDR Killers there with 1,500 damage. And then Pittsburgh Knights. I think for them, being able to get 5 kills, being able to put this damage as well, we know that's one team. Remember, before they ended up losing 6-less, this was one team that was towards the top in regards to league play rankings. So could this be, in a way, their comeback? Could they be trying to go ahead and push up the leaderboard? There's just so many teams that if they start performing well, it can start hurting some of the teams towards the top, and it can work vice versa. Teams that start performing really well towards the top can take advantage of those other teams that might not be doing so well, like Alpha Legends and some of the other ones that are currently towards the bottom.
Or even Tempo, who was at the bottom in this one. We had Umbra with no kills, a team we talked about before. B4 as well. I had some decent damage, but no kills, unfortunately, for them. But that's besides the point anyways. That's only one match. We still have more to come up next. And before we even get to that, we need to take a look at how our predictions worked out for us. We did have quite a few Cloud9s. We did have a Nova in there, and 11 points. Not terrible. It could have been worse.
Not great.
I mean, I think
it's not bad. It's not bad, right?
But I think 11 points is more than you got in like 4 of your picks combined yesterday. So, just kidding. Don't hate me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're starting off aggressive.
It's the one way I can get your mom to include me in the show when she talks about it, because otherwise she forgets about me. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe she forgets about me because I say stuff like that. But yeah, obviously in varying with the Nova pick, had a rough time. They were looking good. Had 4 players alive. I think they met up against Cloud9 a little bit, but eventually did part ways. Let's see though how the overall rankings have changed. With Konina Power getting that victory, have they risen up the ranks even further? Queso, are they going to maintain their position they had as well? We're going to find out here right now in just a second, because it's all about this, right? It's all about what you can place at. And Konina Power have technically gone from what, 10,000 in 4th place to 20,000. They double their earnings off of one game, albeit only a 6-point lead over Nova at the moment here, 7.
Yeah, but what happens here is that most of those teams that were in the top 7 situation ended up doing so well. Konina Power obviously go ahead and launch themselves, getting a little bit closer there to football, is getting a little bit closer to Cloud9. But then look at Loops Esports. They're finally starting to wake up as well. They're going to go ahead and pass Temple Storm. They're going to get a little bit closer there to Team Queso, Nova Esports. So it's going to put them with the striking distance, and it's something that I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at, especially going for tomorrow, the last day, where they're only going to have 6 matches left, is being able towards if you're able to get maybe 2 chicken dinners, you're at least within 5 points of that 1st place. And I think a lot of those teams are going to be looking at that as we do go down the list here. UDR Killers as well, with the great performance. Guess what? They're going to go ahead and launch themselves up to 9th place, and that's actually going to go ahead and increase. That's going to just get a chance to increase their chances at a prize pool, because if they get to 8th place, it will actually increase by $1,000. And I cannot wait to see here what we're going to be having towards the 2nd page, because some of these teams need to wake up. They need to go ahead and change their strategy. They need to start being more aggressive here, Glitter.
100%. And I'm waiting to see when that moment is that some of these teams kind of decide to flip that switch, where that safe play style is just completely out the window, and they just say, you know what, YOLO, let's figure out what we can do. Because as we see here, the only standing that does change is the fact that Pittsburgh Knights, with those 5 kills, will jump themselves up just above Yala Esports. 1 point ahead of them, 2 points ahead of the team above them. All of those squads that are on that 2nd page really need to kick it into high gear.
And what worries me is that Alpha Legends, they were around, what, like 11th place at the end of the 2nd Super Weekend? because they sat there for quite a long time when they didn't re-qualify through to the third Super Weekend, but now they're like 40 points behind the team above them, which is like double their points. I don't know what happened since then, but they've been on a downward trend, and definitely something needs to change like you guys are saying. But let's take a look at a change we're having here on the show, because we're switching up things from Erangel and heading over to Vikendi now as our second match, then going back to Erangel a little bit later on today, and of course you can see the rest there on your screen as well. But something's got to change. My question is, what's up? What's up, Seven? What's so funny?
Nothing. I was getting a little bit chilly here just thinking about Vikendi.
Vikendi or maybe a cotton candy ice cream you're going to have later on today. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I probably just made everyone out there really hungry. It's early in the morning. You can't have ice cream at like noon, okay? It's not allowed. I will act as your dad here, and you can't do it. So predictions, though. We're going to be moving ahead into this one. Vikendi. I mean, I'll start things off. I'm going to be very critical with my picks all day long, especially what we just saw in that first game alone that really opened my eyes to Queso, and maybe they're back. I don't want my heart broken again by them, though. Kanina power. They're starting to really power their way through this with kills. But Loops played well. And Loops always seems to do well when it comes to Vikendi. So I'm going to stick with Loops.
I was wondering where you were going with that. For a second there, I thought you were actually going to go with Team Queso. I was thinking about it, but I'm also going to go with Loops Esports. They just perform they perform too well here. Yeah, it's yellow, but it's bananas. It's not Queso. Yo, Team Queso, send me a jersey. Maybe in the future I'll be able to wear it here on the broadcast. Who knows? I mean, maybe for the next PMCO and PMPL and all that stuff.
I look at your shirt and I think banana split. I look at Glitter's shirt and I think s'mores. So I think I'm just really hungry.
Ooh. I'll take s'mores.
Yeah. Oh, well, who will you take for your prediction, though, Glitter?
You know what? I'm still not 100% on stepping outside of the box yet. I think I'm going to feel more comfortable with that moving into probably our third match. So I am, doing the same thing as you guys again this time around. And I'm with Loops.
Literally yell at us in that last game saying, why did you guys convince me to pick Cloud9? And now you're picking Loops with us?
Bro, what? Yo, hold up. She's about to jinx our pick.
No. Don't do that.
Hey, to be fair though, we did end up getting more points than anybody on Twitch and on YouTube, because I asked them both, who do you guys think is going to win? And not a single person told me who was actually going to win. So Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, be ready, because I'm going to be asking you, and if you get it right, I will give you a shout out in the next segment.
Did you check Twitter? Because people were tweeting to Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL of who they thought would win. Did you check Twitter?
I'm going to in the next one, so make sure you send your tweets.
And maybe he's going to retweet you as well, favorite you, and maybe even follow you, because I think we've all been trying to get on his follower list forever. It just doesn't seem to happen for us. But something we obviously like to talk about is, what are the chances for our predictions going into these games? All three of us pick Loops, so we're obviously going to see Loops in this one. But I'm curious to see what their teams will be joining them, as we have Cloud9 in there, and we have Footballists as well. But look at this. I mean, Loops, 5 chicken dinners. They have had 18 matches played, and they've got more damage than Footballists, which is definitely a team that has come into their own here when it's come to PUBG Mobile, or the PUBG Mobile World League here, Glitter.
I 100% they have, but I'm just kind of looking at this, and like, you see the fact that Footballists only has 1 chicken dinner compared to Loops 5 and Cloud9's 4. However, they have way more kills than Cloud9 and almost as many kills as Loops, which is just kind of going back to the discussion that we had said at the top of the show. Footballists haven't been pulling down consistent wins, but they have so many freaking kills to their name that they're keeping up with some of these other squads who are either more consistent with their placement points or equally as aggressive.
Yeah, and we even saw Loops
gonna win.
We had Loops and Cloud9. Remember on day 1-7, they went head-to-head. It was a 4-on-3 on Vikendi. Beowulf was unfortunately down for Cloud9, and Loops used that snake of smokes, or that line of smokes, whatever you want to call it, to get in towards them. I don't know what's going to happen here, but what I do know is that I really want to see Kanina Power, Queso, Cloud9, Footballists, and Loops all fighting head-to-head. Imagine they're the final 5 teams in the zone. 4 players left alive. I feel like that's going to get extremely bloody, but so entertaining to see.
Yes.
I totally agree with you. I want to see all the 6 teams towards the end with at least 5 or more kills, because that's just going to make it very, very interesting for all of us currently watching. especially going into tomorrow, how close they're going to be in points. Because I know I was watching the East, and the East, the top 5, it's super, super close. They're all within like 1 win away to get into first place and catching up to BTR. So I kind of want the same thing here for West as well.
All right, well, we'll check in with you guys when this match is finished. We'll see how our predictions do, and we'll obviously enjoy watching this because you know it's going to be a damn good match. You guys at home who are watching, you can still be collecting points, though, the entire time here. If you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can be earning points, and the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves some exclusive rewards. So make sure you guys are watching there. Make sure you guys are tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL, and let Seven know your predictions, as maybe he'll retweet you, maybe he'll follow you, maybe he'll give you a shout out on air. I think that one's more likely of the 3 choices. We have to bring our commentators in yet again as we're getting underway with our second match. And in Viram and Cameron, I'm sorry the break wasn't that long. Obviously, the amount of energy you guys expended into that last match must have been ridiculous. Pretty much using everything you had left in the reserve. So hopefully you got your coffees and you're ready to go for a second match, because it's just going to be just as exciting. And Viram, did you get your coffee today?
Oh, absolutely. Still some left, actually. Hey, no, look, there are some games that you cast and they're like, I'm exhausted after that. That was like no, that was the kind of game that hypes you up. It goes the other way. You finish that game, you're like, I want more of that action, because the teams, the amount of aggression we saw was just fantastic to watch. As a fan, it was fantastic to watch.
I feel like everyone's
the problem was keeping that energy ready for this match during that break, so.
I got it. We're good.
I mean, I know Viram was probably just sitting there dancing after the last match because how exciting it was. But then let's start to maybe focus in yet again, right? You're on a rocket ship to the moon right now, I feel like. Or on a roller coaster, as we were talking about the other day. Kanina Power, 16 kills. We haven't seen him have this kind of performance since I feel like the second day of the opening weekend. But give me the realistic answer here. Obviously, you can give me a professional answer. You can give me your own personal answer. But the realistic answer, do you legitimately think that this is a pace they're going to be able to keep going all day here, Cameron? Or do you think they're going to run a little bit short eventually?
I do think it is. There is always a possibility of them sort of falling back towards the end of the event, but compared to their league play, this level of performance, though they haven't gotten first place every single game, it's been a lot more consistent. During the league play, it was like a spike and then a fall back down, and then a spike and then a fall back down for a couple of games. This feels a lot more like it's their norm going into the rest of this weekend.
Well, we talk about peaking in tournaments, right? Some teams peak a little early, some teams peak at the right time, and maybe it is the right time for not only them, but also the Argentinians, Team Queso and Viram. They as well, yesterday finished things off well, coming into today, starting off things extremely well as well. Do you think this is the team that's finally come to play here when it matters for that 100 grand?
And here's the thing, too, is like, Team Queso has been playing well. You know what I mean? They have consistently been playing them. If you look at the statistics, you know, where they're sitting and things overall, like they're in like the top 5 going into this, you know what I mean? Like they're a solid team, but I feel like their performances aren't kind of as flashy as much. So we don't hype them up as much. But I think just being able to take a fight to Cloud9 and then just trouncing them in terms of like confidence to start the day, that's gotta feel good. I mean, Adder ran tail between his legs. You know, he wasn't the snake in the grass. You know what I mean? He was the little rat just kind of getting out of there, just trying to like, nah, leave. Team Queso was looking solid. I am very, very happy to see this with game 1. If this is like game 4 or 5 today, be like, I don't know, maybe it's too late, but they still have like 11 more games. That's good.
Well, also 2 other teams I'm looking at. Wildcard started off day 1 well, started off extremely well. Loops, the other end of that spectrum, started off extremely, well, not terribly. I mean, obviously they got knocked out first in the very first match of the finals, then they went on to win the second game, but they haven't been, I mean, when I say they're playing bad, I mean they're not playing like the Loops we saw
in terms of Loops
in League.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
actually.
They're still better than most teams out there when they're playing bad, but we haven't seen them come to life like we just saw in this first match. So maybe, Cameron, we can talk about, you know, maybe the difference of these 2 teams at the moment, because Wildcard definitely in these last couple of matches have been underperforming from what we've seen they can do.
Wildcard Situations is a new one because compared to Loops, this play style that they're employing is a new one for them to develop. And so, of course, you are going to still see some bumps in the road, but I do think that Wildcard are going to continue to perform more like they were earlier, not so much last game.
Okay. Well, I hope so, for their sake, obviously, and for my partial interest in their earnings, since I'm getting a cut of that one. No, let's talk about predictions, though. I'm just kidding. I'm not getting any money from them. Let's talk about predictions. Cameron, let's start off with you. We had 3 Loops on the desk with the analysts. What's your choice?
Listen, take a wild guess. I already made my position known.
He's going UDR Killers. All right. So in Viram. Loops, probably, right?
don't debate our production crew. He's going loops. I'm going loops. We're all going loops. We're loopy for loops. All right, it's Vikendi. They play so well. They just had second place in that last game. I always feel bad when a team wins and then I have the pick for the next one. I always go, oh, they're never going to win again. But when they come in second, then I'm like, ooh, then we got a chance still. We got a chance for that.
All right, we'll see if all
It's not even that deep.
Come on. Let's see if all 5 of us have a chance, though, to get a chicken dinner here today. It would be phenomenal for all of us as we're going a little bit hungry right now. But let's kick off the second match of the day. Let's get on to Vikendi.
Thank you so much, Jason. Chicken dinners for breakfast here on the west coast of the U.S. I mean, there are definitely more uncommon things. I've seen Carnival eats. I know what you guys eat here. Anyway, let's get into our second game. Let's get into Vikendi.
You guys.
You
mean Americans?
Yes. Anyway.
I will have you know, Carnival Eats are very specific down to the south. They're in the Texas, Texas Rodeo, Texas Festival, Texas Carnival, and it's delicious, and it's one of the things that I miss the most from living down south.
Look, they look delicious, okay? When I watch that show, I feel very, very hungry all the time. Hungry for, like these players are right now, for points, for kills, for placements, because there's $100,000 for first place on the line, Cameron, and a lot of these teams are legitimately within striking distance. I'm looking at Footballists. I'm looking at Konina Power. They are now less than 50 points off of first place. If they continue the momentum like they already started off today, if they can keep putting up, kill games like that with 16 or more, C9 needs to be careful, but a lot of teams will need to be careful on this circle because, oh my goodness, it's another north one, and everyone's going to have to rotate.
I don't recall when we've seen a circle like this.
I don't think we have.
So I don't really know what to expect from these teams. My eye, of course, is going to go immediately to Coal Mine being dead center, being on a little bit of high ground around it, but it's Vikendi. Honestly, the first couple of phases don't really impact that much because the ability to find hard cover is always, for the most part, excluding east of Dobro, is generally going to be relatively free. It's only once you hit phase 4 that's when the game really starts. Vikendi doesn't give you the opportunities for that sort of poke battle and the chessboard maneuvers that, say, Erangel or Miramar do.
Yeah, and I think phase 1 on Vikendi, when we have these hard shift circles, phase 1 is chaos. And then, yeah, you're right. 2, 3, and 4 are really chill, and then things start to ramp up in a big way, like you mentioned. But yeah, I think with this circle, we're probably going to see a little bit of early game action, but I think it's going to be fairly passive from a lot of these teams. There are a lot of compounds. I mean, a lot of compounds to fight over here, but also because of that, you don't necessarily have to fight over them. So we'll definitely be aware of that as teams are going to decide to rotate. And speaking of decisions, and speaking of things that, I don't know, maybe you could do at home if you want to participate and get involved. You saw it flash up on the screen right there. The opportunity for you to win a bunch of free crates, 6 free crates, in fact, if we hit the 300,000 concurrent viewer goal here for the PUBG Mobile World League West. This is insane. It's season 0. It is the first time we are doing this in this format, on this scale. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are up for grabs for these teams. Tell your friends about it. Get involved. Get on your voice chat of choice. Tune into the Twitch chat on YouTube, wherever you have to watch it. Of course, watch in the game as well, and make sure that you are eligible to enter and win all that good stuff. As we see Tempo Storm on the screen right now. Tensa. Oh, good. I'm glad they showed us Tensa because I wanted to give him more props in that last game, Cameron, but so much action was happening. We got back and forth, but he almost legitimately 1v3'd that fight, or 1v4'd that fight. Like, Lutz, like that grenade he threw, that saving grenade grace that he's so known for, was the only difference maker there because he legitimately almost single-handedly dismantled that team.
But I feel like that's sort of definitive of Tempo Storm more than they would like it to be. Is so often it's they almost clutched that out. They almost won this fight. And we know how strong they can be, how strong they are in close quarter fights. Any sort of 1v1 matchup, I think realistically they'd come out faster than anyone else. But it just feels like too often they're not able to really stack up in the way that they want to. And most of the time that comes in through getting punished on their macro, coming in super late into a circle. But even in a fight like that, when it's a team like Footballists, they're not 100%. They're not the heavyweight champions. They're not going to win it every single time.
For sure. I mean, again, you can place bets, make predictions, 60-40, 70-30, whatever it might have you be. But at the end of the day, every fight is its own scenario. It exists as much as it can in a bubble, how the players are doing on that day, what other factors are going on. So we can try and make these predictions till the cows come home. But at the end of the day, if the players are feeling it, if the shot is on, if they're warmed up, they're feeling confident. That's what really makes the difference in the end. But PRZ, that's a ground card from Wildcard. Yeah, that could have gone really badly if they'd gone any closer, if there'd been another member there taking shots from that team.
Wow. You said, I was like, surely they're at least separated into 2 vehicles, but no, that's the definition of a Clown Card. Wildcard coming in from the bottom part of the map, reversed from the previous game where they came from the north down to the south.
Yep.
They only have 1 vehicle. I don't know if Cornita Power took the rest of it, but Wildcard want to move so much faster than we've seen them move previously. They are the fastest moving team in the zone right now. And we got multiple rotations coming out, but they're already dead center coming all the way from Vonova.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about. This first circle, things can get a little bit dicey for these teams. It's going to settle down a little bit once teams find their own compounds. Like I said, there are so many of them. But it's this mass exodus right now from the south up to the north. It's like the opposite. They're an anti-snowbird. You know, they're going north for the winter. And this time hanging out on Vikendi. But Alpha Legends taking shots over towards Dream Eater. Alpha Legends, again, another one of these teams that I feel like, oh, maybe, just maybe it's this time they're gonna win this fight or go forward. But they just haven't quite been able to put it together. Obviously, even making it to the finals, I think, was, a pretty good accomplishment for them, because there was a moment there where we weren't sure.
I like this rotation, taking this compound for the angle. Rayman drops out just a bit too early. Could have gotten taken out by that northern duo from Dream Eaters, but they had this compound. They want to punish these 2 players from Dream Eaters down on the coast. They don't want to let them any opportunity to fully reset. And they can cross this river, if you want to call it that, because it's all frozen. But out in the open like that, Shassler has a great angle.
Does indeed. I don't want to give props. Look at the light reflecting off the ice and
like
everything.
A disco ball.
Seriously, it's beautiful. But you know what else is beautiful? These shots coming in from Rayman, almost able to take down Matic there. Matic, of course, one of the linchpins for this team. We always talk about Matic and Meku, the 2 M's. If those 2 are up and alive, the dreams of Dream Eaters are still alive. Toffees is always consistent, always in the back. And then, of course, Versat's always playing out on these flanks, always looking for that additional angle. But we'll see if they're going to be able to do it this time. That was a beautiful retreat, utilizing the utility, the smokes from Dream Eaters, making sure they did not get caught out.
Yeah, they didn't want to commit onto this fight, but it looks like footballers are definitely committing onto this one. Already 1 player dead, another one knocked for a unique. It's all on Memphis right now, but Lutz is making it difficult. He's making it impossible, actually. Yep. Football is just winning these close range fights with ease. The Vason, a lot of damage coming out from not unique.
Where's that from?
UDR Killers. They're third partying this.
Wait a second. Yep, UDR Killers is coming in, and there's another team, I think it's who is getting involved? B4 potentially as well. Realm is coming in, but it is Ulysses. The angle is there. The perfect pinch from UDR Killers. They want these points. Give them to me, says Ulysses, as he is just raining the pain on a footballist, taking those kills right out from underneath Team Unique, who are also eliminated. They're getting all the points, Cameron. What?
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a fight like that, you better hope that there's no one around you to take advantage of it. Both teams were so wounded, it was an easy cleanup from UDR Killers. Football still have 1 player alive, out by himself in the wilderness. Leonardo DiCaprio style. But over here, another little standoff. Alpha Legends, they pulled back from the Dream Eaters fight, but now they're facing off against Wildcard. And actually, I'm not going to take any guesses. I don't know why exactly Alpha Legends pulled off. It could have been because the other pair were already here stuck by Wildcard and they wanted to give full assistance to the team and keep it a 4 versus 4. Got to look back on the VOD to make extra sure about that. But look at Acer's flank. He is crawling around with his purple pants. Getting them all dirty.
The pants are great. I was going to call, if you didn't, I was
yeah.
going to call. Those are some nice pants. I'm just being honest.
That's what you call fashion.
Yes, that is fashion. Absolutely. Had like a little houndstooth kind of action going on. I was like, I'm all about this. I'm all about this. But I'm also all about the performance that Team Queso put on in game number 1.
What a transition.
Segues are weird. Anyway, seriously, Team Queso looked really solid there. Axel, there was a couple of moments there. I'm like, I don't know. And then it clicked. And he lined up his shots and he was able to take it to Cloud9, take it over, and get them a really high placement, really solid performance in that last one. But up against Umbra, another one of the teams. We highlighted them at the start of the show. They are a squad, Cameron, with so much potential.
Unfortunately, we didn't really see that potential last game. Coming in from the low ground on a quarry, get deleted by UDR Killers. It's a rough position. But if they can just forget about that and come and remember the games that they had yesterday, maybe they can perform to a better level, to one that we hope they can keep up on a more regular basis. Because it's true, they almost, I don't want to say just barely, but they weren't comfortably qualified for the grand finals. And if they can level out their performance, I don't think they're really in a position to win this time, but next league, next season, they just continue to grow, continue to develop. We might be seeing a completely different result.
100%. And again, you're playing in the long game here. Like the commitment to PUBG Mobile Esports as a whole has been so amazing to see. Like, there's going to be more opportunities moving forward to continue to hone your skills. Yeah, Acer waiting for it. And there are the shots. Oh, look at the way he does that. He starts the head, works his way down, looking for that initial headshot for that burst of damage, and then making sure he gets his spray under control so that the bullets just keep going. That is just perfect. Not able to obviously finish things up, but this is giving a huge opportunity for the rest of Wildcard, because now smokes are going to have to be utilized, utilities going to have to be utilized, but it's also giving more opportunities to Wildcard, and you can see that it's coming out right now.
Watch the immediate retreat from Acer. He doesn't want to get caught off because he was in a vulnerable position. It was the surprise that allowed him to get that knock. The smoke is coming out, and Slicky is here for the follow-up. Acer with the setup, Slicky with the potential slam dunk if he can land the shots from his angle. He's keeping the camera fixed on Alpha's position. It doesn't matter. Acer has the shots himself. He doesn't need Slicky's help, but Slicky is still watching over the rest of Alpha Legends to give the information, give the call-outs. And this is it's Alpha Legends. They can't do anything. It's actually Acer finds the second when he finds the third.
Oh my goodness, Acer is going off, single-handedly dismantling Alpha Legends. What is a legend to a god, says Acer, as he is just pushing in. Uzis are out. Oh me, oh my. He is going to take this game over single-handedly. He's going to try and give him the ace. Come on, just give him the ace. Give it to him. No, he does end up going down, but Wildcard reigns supreme.
And what a well-timed push as well. Got there just in time to stop the revive and keep it in a 2 versus 1. And when you have a teammate with you, buddy system, you got to double peek them. Even if one of you gets knocked, the other one there for the follow-up. Unless you absolutely fumble those shots, the other person does not have a single chance in this.
Oh,
Ridge,
my goodness.
on the east side, Tempo Storm, trying to control it. The shift, the center enough. It went a little south in phase 2, but it mostly just pulled away water. So for our concerns, it's center.
Yeah, what's interesting here too is all these teams are sort of clustering towards the southern end of the circle. Loops went all the way up and around. All the way. They're the only team in the north right now. So they're going to be able to work their way in, play around this wide open area west of Cosmodrome, but an area that is not wide open. Like I said, it's here in the south. Tempo trying to control this as best they can. I feel like Dream Eaters has gone from one weird fight to another to another. Yeah. They have not had a moment to rest. They have constantly been on the move, constantly pressured by other teams, which is weird because this is a tactic, especially on Miramar, that we see Dream Eaters do to other teams. Oh, Cat, no, not again. Oh,
yeah. Another really bad position for Nova. And they actually lost 2 members already before we saw just that, so it's just GFen left. Again, the last member remaining, gonna have to try and snake this out the best that he can, and it's not even 15 minutes in, it's not even phase 3 yet. That's not a good look for Nova so far. And for a team that we've complimented of looking just better and better over the course of the season, but what's not looking better, of course, unfortunately, is Sam's life bar. As Acer, they were, well, not Acer, Wildcard, but mostly Acer was able to take out Alpha Legends. Queso came in on this. They heard the fight, and they were trying to take position and potentially call Wildcard out, which is why we see Sam bleeding and crawling around.
And you're going to see Mystic trying to mask those footsteps as much as possible. Moving in to confirm the kill onto Sam. He's going to bleed out regardless. Wildcard is not going to put themselves too far in a position to try and go for this res. I'm actually, as I say that though, I mean, Acer is moving, but it's too late. Mystic is there. This is a bad position for Acer to be in. He needs to completely reset. That's the play. Luckily for both these teams, they are still in this next circle, though this is definitely not the ideal situation for them to be in. But looking at this, like, this is such a weird compound to play around because you could just go back down your own side of the mountain. But other than that, like, you are so exposed. As we're kind of seeing right now with Spring and Spring shots. Yeah.
Look at Spring's position. I was looking around. I'm like, Wildcard don't have a dead member, but I only see 3 on the screen, and that's because Spring was wrapping around and trying to get that flank. He needs to be worried though, because I am seeing on the map another team get a little antsy, get a little curious about those shots that they heard. But what are Acer and Slicky going to do? They know they have a knock against Queso, but they don't want to push too aggressively because it still would mean a 3 or a 2v3 push if Spring doesn't have the angle. And with those rocks in the way, it's easy for Queso to isolate the potential push from the east quadrant or the northern quadrant of Wildcard.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, Umbra is a potential squad that could come in and get involved, but Spring up on the high ground is forcing Team Queso to completely rethink this. They could actually go here underneath the bridge, underneath the outcrop if they want to, and they're laying down some grenades. Not sure if those are grenades or smokes. We'll see as we jump back on board with that replay, seeing the shots from Acer that started the preamble to this entire fight. Oh my goodness, like a laser beam. One and then the other, the re-ADS, and he's still flawless? Oh my.
Sick.
So sick.
Doesn't get the ace, unfortunately. He gets a little too aggressive for it, but here it is.
I love this.
Here's the south wrap. Here's the lower ground mountain wrap. And this means that Slicky's angle isn't very strong, and Acer already on fire. There is another knock against Queso, but now it is just Slicky. Sorry, it's Spring on the off angle. Slicky here trying to put his energy drinks up because he's in a 1 versus 3 if the teammate Overwatch isn't there.
Yeah, and Axial's trying to find the shots, is going to be able to do it. And that was the beautiful, beautiful play from Team Queso there. That was just so solid. I mean, they knew, like, look, they've got a guy up on this rock over here. Here's a huge piece of cover we can put between us and them. Let's just push as 4. It's simple, it's succinct, it's to the point, and it was beautifully executed.
Yeah, you got to wonder why Wildcard weren't really making any moves of their own because that was such a vulnerability. But over here, G-Fan trying to stay alive for Nova, and Yale are taking this compound. Luckily, the building that he's in is a little separated, and that might deter them from trying to take it, and especially if the circle shifts away from them. But the blue is closing in at a very, very slow pace because this is the small side, and they want the loot. They have no clue that he's here. They know that items are.
Well,
Hello?
Hello?
Wait, Zero spotted something.
Zero spotted him. All right. Nah, you weren't going to get away with that. You weren't going to get away with that. Are you going to get away with that? G-Fan, he's just, he finally gets cleaned up. But he's just too good in those situations. They knew he was there too. And that's actually a disaster for Yala Esports. They had the bodies. That should have been an easy 2v1. They just had to collapse on him. And he was doing that with an AK. Like, what?
Listen, I know it's not as good close range as an SMG, but those 7.62 rounds still pack a major punch.
Oh man, that's unfortunate because Yala, again, another one of I call these, these potential teams. We've seen so many moments of brilliance from them. It's just their inability to string it together into a really meaningful way to chain the points. And coming into today in 15th place, they would have really liked to have been able to clean them up there without losing a casualty, get themselves a top 5, a top 4 finish. That could have been going a long way to moving them up, not only in terms of prize money, but in terms of confidence. Again, not impossible with only 3 members, but definitely a lot harder.
Circle shift swings down south. Only a couple of teams are still out of the circle, one of which, hilariously enough, is Kunina Power. I feel like they're never inside the first circle. Always like to play in from the edge, but we can't really harp on them too much because they're successful at it. But over here, B4 and Cloud9 on the northwest side, hanging around Coal Mine. That's the high ground position that I pointed out in the very beginning. And they're going to try and use that to their own advantage. But here, Kunina Power pushing in. It's safe in their immediate area, but they have to push up this giant hill that Kunina took from Wildcard, stole right out from under them. They don't need to move too fast. They can just play it slow and play for the late game, which in a position like this might just be the strategy that you'd want to employ. But that doesn't mean that you don't want to at least take some ground where you can. Move slowly further up the hill until anyone peeks you.
Yeah, and then again, keeping eyes on those lines of sight, wanting to make sure that you're, like, I'm knowing I'm taking this fight. The worst thing ever is, poking your head out, peeking in there and going, oh, wait, no, I didn't know. I didn't know he was there and they get shot. We saw it a lot in this last game, and it doesn't happen quite as much on Vikendi, just because things tend to be a lot more condensed. But still, yeah, that's a rough situation, those ideas of forced and unforced errors. But hey, I think this is the first time we've seen Loops so far today, Cameron. They've been very, very quiet so far in this game, which is kind of strange for them. And they lost at Dean along the way.
Yeah, interesting.
This is strange. I totally missed this. But Loops coming in here, that's part of the reason they're so quiet. They only have 3 members.
In Loop's defense, they're not like football that's just sort of, we're going to smash your teeth in from the beginning of the game to the very end. There have been a couple of other examples where they do come in, I don't want to say late, but they want to give the first couple of phases to get in their position, get their loot up, and then when the mid-game starts, they go loud, and this is the perfect position, this is the perfect circle shift for them to do so. Them and the Knights. Knights once again holding center, but can they have better success than they did on the game number 1? I wouldn't be so confident because there's going to be a lot of teams coming in from the west side. Luckily, they have hard cover in comparison to the hilltop they're holding last game on Erangel. But it's still going to be a lot of teams jonesing for that hard cover.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, Pittsburgh Knights pulled up 5 kills in that last game, almost as much as their entire total from day number 2. Let's see if they can continue that trend here, rack up some more kills, rack up some more placement points, because they end up getting knocked out in 9th, despite a stellar opening from them. So we'll see. They are in, like you said, one of these prime positions, but Konina Power, Tempo Storm here on the flank. Team Queso could also potentially get involved. You can see Marco there up on the high ground. We're about to witness some fights now, Cameron. This has been a fairly quiet game. It's about to get real loud.
About to get loud on the northwest and the south especially. And over here, Queso sort of losing their position to a couple of different teams. And they're going to have to leave their high ground if they want to push into Tempo Storm. But let's see if they can't use that high ground for a little bit of a bonus activity, bonus utility until it pops off. But what is popping off? UDR Killers. B4 able to secure 1 kill there, but they are not in a good spot. 1 member is down. As we are seeing the 3 remaining members trying to make something happen, but they've got to push him. This is a very awkward angle because Mixera's on the... nobody saw that. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. Because Levi's there. He's got the shots. It's just Pocus now, who's got to do some work. Sandro is here as well. But oh no, they are not in a great position to potentially help each other out. But there's also another team that might look to third party this. As Mixera is just trying to throw in every piece of utility that he has, trying to burn them on out of there. They're in their hidey hole, but the blue is pushing in, and the blue is basically the third party in this fight. It is a constant pressure at your back. Can Mixera find the shots? The answer is absolutely yes, but Sandro is opting to just send it with the vehicle instead. He says, look, we can't take this fight. This is not one we are going to win. We have to rethink. We have to reposition. That is a heads-up play from UDR Killers. And it's a good play, but the problem is they have no information of what's free or not, so they're just crossing their fingers as they send it into the center of the circle. Surprisingly enough, this compound is wide open. No one else has tried to challenge Knights for it. But over here, Tempo Storm being challenged by Queso. A little bit of damage while they push down the hill, and they do lose Ayala. But now it's Mystic going down, not to Tempo, but it's to Tixie. Konina Power, they're just coming in and trying to take little bites and pieces of the fight that Tempo Storm have yet to really take full control of. Look how many teams there are surrounding their compound.
I mean, Tempo Storm is just in a world of hurt, whether it be Queso, whether it be Konina Power, TQ, KP, Team Umbra, it doesn't matter. Everybody is getting involved. And, stuck in the middle with you is certainly coming to mind. That's what Tempo Storm's got to be singing right now. But at least they still have all 4 members alive.
Ooh, and a little bit of an angle on the Konina Power. They're still worried about the Queso, what remains of them. And here comes Spring rushing in from the blue. Yeah. No, that knock, that was from Umbra. That was from Umbra onto Spec. Maybe a little bit of an overextension or a loose push out there. But let's see how far so Spring can push.
That was so bold. I cannot believe it. I mean, Spring, oh my goodness, he's going to wander into Team Queso. The team that gave him so much trouble to start, and that's just wild card out. Axel to finish the job with the Groza of all things. Oh my goodness, Cameron, this is just bedlam. And I mean, Umbra's trying to retreat, but Pittsburgh Knights is there too. There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go, and Umbra trying to send it. Instead, they're just going to steal it from the Knights, or at least do their best attempt to do so. 2 members of Umbra in the bottom floor. Oh. A jump down from the stairwell, catching the reload off guard, and that is Umbra removed.
Flawless timing from Jagger. He baited that he was going to run down. The pre-fire came out, and then right as the pre-fire stopped, he jumped down around the angle. And now 6 kills. They're already past their total from the last 2 days. But another team that's going to try and up that kill total, of course, it is Tempo Storm. Beautiful work from our observers to show exactly what this fight looks like. And we are seeing Matic in a world of hurt and the rest of Dream Eaters in full retreat. B4 gets eliminated as well. And Loops is also getting interested and involved. I can't believe Tempo Storm got out of that. Every team had to send it. But Tempo Storm, being the last one, was able to see where they all went and was able to catch them off guard.
I'm surprised that compound was free. Dream Eater's putting too much emphasis on the coast. And now they got to pay the price for it, because here comes Konina Power, and if they peek out too far, Tempo Storm are going to have an angle onto them as well. And they're wounded. They're limping around onto this. It's just Versit remaining. He's getting shot out from multiple angles, multiple sides. The smoke is the only thing keeping him from death from Konina Power, and here comes the final peek. Versit with the spray gets a knock, but wasn't able to get the first aid off, and there it goes. That is it.
Oh my goodness, Dream Eaters from start to finish, this game has been so intense. But speaking of intensity, Cloud9 gets eliminated as well. A perfect wipe from Pittsburgh Knights. There's too much action to catch it all. I cannot believe it. C9 is just down and out by the team coming into this in, what, 13th place? That is insane. I cannot believe it. And oh my goodness, Pittsburgh Knights. I don't know what happened between yesterday and today, but whatever pep talk they had this morning, I mean, they must have got Idris Elba in to do like the speech from, Pacific Rim or something. They're canceling their own apocalypse. That'll do it. That would do it for me, I know for sure, but it didn't do it for Cloud9. That's for sure, because they are down and out in what, 6th or 7th place? Oh my goodness.
Now where can Kunita Power go? They stole this, I don't even really want to call it a position because it's garbage from Dream Eaters, and they're having to deploy all these smokes to have a chance to push up that hill. But this is giving me flashbacks to a very, very much talked about war. It's gonna be chaos, and I don't even know if they're expecting Axial here. They were focused so much on Tempo Storm, able to get an immediate trade, and that gives an opportunity to reset, but how long is the smoke going to last? Tixie is running away, trying to keep line of sight broken, but if it's not Tempo Storm they're going to run into, it's going to be Loops.
One of these teams, they don't have, Loops is down here all on the coast. They've got 2 teams up on the high ground. They have not a whole lot of options. But you know what? Jason asked us on the break, going into this, do you think Kunita Power can keep the momentum? Well, if Gonza keeps shooting like this, if they keep playing like this, then the answer is absolutely yes. They have shown up today in a big way. But Tensa from Tempo Storm certainly has something to say about it.
The knock against Tempo does give Kunita Power at least a small moment to push ever forward while the reset from Tempo comes out. And they're so close to the circle that they can taste it. Trades going back and forth between both sides. But the blue, of course, gives heavy advantage to Tempo Storm to continue to hold down this compound, to hold down this satellite, and Loops, they want in as well. Tixie gonna be stolen by Carrillo, or just barely surviving away from that. And that means Tempo Storm has the final point, has all of the kills against Kunita Power.
Oh my goodness, but Carrillo is doing work through all this as well. Carnage getting in on it too. Both of these teams have put the focus in, and here comes the send. PK might be able to get the shots out from range, but Loops want to deal with Tempo Storm right here, right now. Pittsburgh Knights is going to act as third party. How much damage can they do on the flank? Freddy taking a lot of hurt as they're pushing on in, but Tempo Storm able to get out the revives. They're going in now. Loops, a critical error, not knowing just how much damage Pittsburgh Knights could do. Federa was able to get off the med kit. He's back to full HP. Hang on a second, friend. Those are the shots. Not knowing he's right there, pushing in the pre-fire from Federa in close range. He's got to find the shots. He cannot do it. Tensa is just too good. He keeps his team alive for just a little bit longer, but Spec is bleeding out. He barely gets off the revive. Oh my goodness, Cameron, what chaos.
Tempo may have held there, but it was a very, very flimsy one, and if it weren't for Knights with the angle onto Loops, I do think Loops would be able to clutch that one out. But during all that chaos and the circle shift goes in their direction, it might be on an open road, but Knights have full control, and Carnage with the angle onto Tempo Storm wipes them out, so Loops are at least able to secure a second place with Kayowski's hiding behind the rock. I don't want to call it anything other than what it is, trying to go for the fight that he can, but there's not much.
And that's just going to be it. That's just going to be it. Pittsburgh Knights step up once again, putting up an incredible performance. A 15-kill game, 16 kills, 15 kills. What is with these teams today, Cameron? It's like they know we're in the finals. It's like they know there's $100,000 up for grabs for first place.
Maybe.
In every single one of these teams. Look, if you can keep playing like that, I don't care. Start from the bottom. You can end, well, right up near the top. You just have to keep putting up performances like that, and whether it be Kunita Power, whether it be Tempo Storm, whether it be Pittsburgh Knights, any single one of these teams. Look, C9 is up there, but they may not be up there for long.
Yeah.
Well, 7, you were talking about how the teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard need to step up and do something now, and it looks like Pittsburgh Knights have heard your calling here as they pick themselves up a chicken dinner with a massive amount of kills behind it. Let's take a look at how many points they did accumulate, as well as the other teams as well here. As we can see, Tempo did get second place, but 15 kills. Chicken dinner, Pittsburgh Knights, 35 points on this game. I feel like they've almost doubled their points alone from that match, 7.
I'm telling y'all, go back. Watch that segment after the previous match. I said this team, we know they're capable of stuff like this. And guess what? They proved me right once again. Yo, looks like we know what we're doing here in this desk. With Pittsburgh Knights being able to get 15 kills, that's good for them, man. That's gonna go ahead and hopefully push them up the rankings. Is gonna hopefully also get them closer to some change in money. If they get to that 9th place, they go to 8th place, they'll be able to kind of up their price pool by $1,000. So that's good. And then you got other teams. Temple Storm, remember, they didn't have one of the best matches in the previous match. I think they ended up in 16th place with just 1 kill. This is a good comeback for them. Loops Esports, a team that we kind of wanted to see more out of. They didn't necessarily get the win. They didn't really get the kills that we're used to. But guess what? They got placement points. And right now, what they need is placement points. As we go down the list, you see Karina Power there still being consistent. Team Queso. And then going towards the second pitch, you see something that we're kind of not used to here, Glitter. You see Cloud9 and Footballers.
Yeah, Cloud9 and Footballers definitely having a little bit slower start to the day. Another thing that we're not used to seeing actually here on the second page is the fact that B4 is not on it. They are on the first page, able to get themselves a couple points, which is going to be good for them. Hopefully it'll give them a little bit of a boost. We did see Nova struggling early on as well, and we haven't seen a whole lot yet out of Unique, Yala, and Umbra. And Umbra was one of those teams that we called out at the start of today, hoping that they could continue some of their performances from the past couple days, and we haven't seen it yet.
Well, let's see if PK can continue their performances themselves here over these next matches. If we look at their stats, and you can see, I mean, 1,600 damage, 15 kills, but more importantly, you can see the difference between the kills and the knockouts. They were definitely stealing some things away here, 7.
It happens, and when you get a chance for it, go for it, because that's going to be an extra point added to your tally. Love to see that out of them. And just also look at the healing. And that's out. Anytime we see less than 300 filling, we see like a 200 right there, 296, that's good for them. That is not bad for them, and I love to see this. Hopefully they wake up. I know Carnage being one of the veteran players in that team, I know they kind of feed off that energy of being able to perform well, and hopefully this is that confident booster for Jagger, J7, and also Raven.
Well, let's see if any of them made it into the top 4 players. I'm assuming we're going to see a couple of them, though. And we do have Jagger. Yeah, there you go. And you have Raven as well. Axel going to make it into here. Another case member making it into the top 4, but so is Carrillo. Again, we talked about him as not being in the top 10 when it comes to the MVP, but is able to back-to-back games get into the top 4. So I'm going to ask you, 7, since you said PK could do it, who's going to be the MVP?
For me, he's going to go ahead and be Raven. Raven's usually the one that I expect him to go ahead and perform well, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is Raven. And to note, it's actually impressive that Carrillo was able to get in here, because Loops Esports only ended with 2 kills, so I cannot wait to see his stats as well.
I'm just staring at his card. I'm waiting to see it flip over. To see if
I know,
right.
me too. Flip it.
Jagger.
Flip it over.
Jagger.
Flip it over.
Jagger.
It's Axel, I bet.
Hold up. Who's it going to be?
Oh, it is Axel.
What?
He did really, really well.
I love when you guys have a
let me
delay and I can say things, I can do things like that, or I see it flip on my side before you guys even notice it. But yeah, he's actually gonna get the MVP here. So Team Queso again coming up big, the 675 damage, the 4 kills, and of course the 23.5 minutes of survival time.
Yeah, I think that's good for him. And then something I also wanted to note, Carrillo, 480 damage. This is good for that team. Loops Esports, remember, is one of those teams that just hasn't performed well. It's good for their MVP in a way to start performing well as well, getting back-to-back top players. And then you also have Raven, 465 damage, 6 kills. I wonder how many of those skills were actually stolen.
A lot. It had to be a lot of them,
usually.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
As usually we see like a huge discrepancy. And then Jagger, remember, Jagger was a sub, and he was involved in 6 kills for the team here. So that's impressive too. It's impressive when you have those players that in a way you really don't expect much out of them to actually go ahead and show up and put those performances.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of these players start to fight their way up in the MVP leaderboards. Again, Carrillo, I'm curious if he can break through top 10 today. I would say almost he's certainly going to with the 2 performances we've had so far. But let's take a look at our Do the Do moments and see what were some of the highlight plays of this last game, especially when it comes down to players in football. It's the team we've been talking about as really not performing too well today, which is making me a little bit sad, Glitter. Well, a lot of it sad.
lot of it sad, especially coming off of some of the performances that we did see out of them yesterday. I mean, they were able to put up some really strong numbers, as we talked about at the top of the show, as far as their kills go, right? I mean, they were able to, I believe they had a 4th place 11 kill game. And I think we were looking forward to seeing if we could get that same type of gameplay out of Football City. And it just hasn't happened yet. I mean, granted, you know, there's still a lot of the day left to go, but they are one of the teams that was currently in contention for that 1st place spot. And we need to keep harping on that for everybody, because that is the $100,000 prize, and the drop down to 2nd cuts that in half to 50K. So Footballist really needs to be fighting as hard as possible if they want to get that extra money, as we jump on board here with some of the highlights from Team Queso. And that's one of the squads that we talked about at the top of the show. And if they continue to perform this way, Seven, we're going to keep talking about them throughout the rest of today.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see my boy there, Axel, with that MVP in regards to top players, because that's one player from them that has been consistent throughout the whole tournament. We always talked about him, especially whenever Team Queso wasn't performing up to par. We say Axel is at least able to put out some good numbers for that team. And now you have Ayala, and I'm pretty sure in the future we're more than likely going to go ahead and see Mystic here as well. Some of the other players there from Team Queso. So great performances out of them. But I think I'm also more impressed too by Kanina Power. Kanina Power has been very consistent today thus far. They were able to get the chicken dinner with 16 kills in the first game, and then here going into the second game, they were able to at least get 4th place with 6 kills. So as long as they keep on doing these performances, keep in mind, there's only 2 days left here. There's only going to go ahead and be, what, maybe, I don't even want to do the math. It's 10 matches? Yeah, I think it's going to be 10 matches left. That's not that many. You're only going to be able to do so much within those 10 matches. So set yourself up today within striking distance for tomorrow, so you can hopefully get that chicken dinner, so you can hopefully move up the leaderboard, and maybe you can challenge Cloud9 for that 1st place. As we do see here, Tensa just made everybody there sit down. Ultimately, I think he ended up getting destroyed here by Carnage. And overall, I think it was a good performance there for Tempo Storm. It's something that they needed. It's a team that's been fairly quiet. We know they can go ahead and put out more wins than what they've been capable of. And just going a little bit based off of that as well, another team that's been really quiet lately has been Wildcard Gaming. I want to see more out of that team.
Yeah, I mean, considering what we saw on the first day, we were wondering, like, have they finally figured out that perfect formula to start to excel? And then all of a sudden, day 2, really kind of disappeared. Day 3, they've disappeared as well. But let's take a look now. Maybe at the total damage. Maybe they've gotten themselves some damage in there they can compete against with the top teams. But we're still obviously going to be seeing PK, Pittsburgh Knights, up there quite heavily, as you can see. Number 1 coming through on the damage. You saw Queso coming in 2nd place. But a pretty even spread considering the first match we had with 3 teams over 2,000, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think this is good to see, because we can tell that some of the teams are trying to pick it up a little bit here. I mean, we see that Loops only had 2 kills, which is super atypical for Loops, right? But the fact they were able to play so successfully for those placement points and still put out almost 900 damage is good. Like you said, Seven, a little bit quieter game for Tempo, but those kill points and the placement points are going to be huge for them. And as we move down the list, we see that Dream Eaters was able to put out almost 1,000 damage. You know, we said Wildcard was quiet, but they did have a relatively strong early game. We saw them taking some early engagements, and I think that that's going to be huge for them moving forward, because it can kind of change that momentum for them. They definitely struggled in the first match, and at almost 1,000 damage of 5 kills, that's hopefully going to kickstart a little bit of something for Wildcard.
What about C9? No kills.
I'm glad you mentioned it.
182 damage.
I'm glad you mentioned it. Yep.
I was just trying to let him.
No, you're good. You're good. There's a lot of stuff there that happened, but yeah, I think we have to talk about. We're talking about quiet game. C9, that was a very quiet game for them. Oh, not even 200 damage there, and with 0 kills. I'm pretty sure Adder's not going to be happy about that. Keep in mind, Adder is currently in 1st place for MVP ranking, and at some point, you got to believe that's going to be in the back of your head as a player. You are fighting for those 10K for the MVP.
You are. You definitely are. And we're also going to be fighting for ourselves in our prediction game. Let's take a look at our scores from the last match. And I'm assuming we did all have Loops when it came to this one. So 16 points. Not a bad pick whatsoever. Not a chicken dinner, though. I'm a little bit sad. We haven't had one in, what, like a day and a half now, Seven?
Yeah, it's been a minute. Yo, shout out to A7 watching on YouTube, because he's the only person that actually got PK winning.
Oh,
I asked Twitch, and Twitch is throwing. Twitch, what are you doing? You guys are throwing. You guys aren't even being able to pick him. I hope I expect better from you next time, Twitch. All right, next segment.
Who would have predicted PK, though, with how they've been performing? I mean, come on. Let's be honest. I mean, I think that guy,
Never know.
A7, should go play the lottery right now because I think he might have a chance of winning. Let's take a look, though, at our overall rankings now. Maybe PK have been able to push themselves into the first page, maybe into the top 10. Well, not maybe. No, they haven't. Not just yet. But we are seeing a little bit of movement. Queso is being more consistent, but so is Loops. And, these are three teams, Footballs, Queso, and Loops, that you really have to watch out for when it comes to these standings overall because they can be very frag heavy, which we're seeing start to come into the overall leaderboard here, Glitter.
And I think that's super important for Loops specifically because we've seen them time and time again rely so heavily on their aggression and their kill points. And in a game or a match like the one that we just watched, we saw that they did a much better job at when they weren't getting those engagements and able to be that aggressive. They were playing smart and still managed to get themselves a lot of placement points, So hopefully that will shake things up a bit as we move here on to the second page and we see exactly what Seven's getting excited about with Pittsburgh Knights.
How did you know? Of course I'm going to be excited for them. They're just were able to improve a lot. They're only in 14th place before this, and by they pushing themselves up to 11th place, crossing that 100th mark point, this is going to be good for them because they're trying to catch up to Dream Eaters, they're trying to catch up to UDR Killers, and also trying to catch up to Wildcard Gaming, and sometimes those teams are not able to be consistent in regards to performances. So this could be a turn here for Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, and one thing that we have to also talk about here aside the game is during the second week of play, we did talk about the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards, right? And we finally did have that close off. We finally have some results coming through as well. And the fan favorite awards have been decided with the winners getting $2,000 a piece. I know you guys at home are extremely excited to see who picked up what award in this one. And we're going to be talking about that in just a few seconds. I want to kind of hold the tension there because I want to even maybe get some predictions out of you guys because it's from all the regions. But I'm only going to ask you about when it comes to Americas. Out of all the players we've had, the fan favorite vote, who do you think it is? I can't answer because I already saw it, so.
Okay.
Carrillo?
I was going to say the same thing.
Carrillo or maybe a Team Queso player?
Ooh, I was going to say either Carrillo or a Cloud9 player.
Ah.
Okay.
It's for All Americas, right, Jason?
Yeah.
All Americas?
Yeah, it is All Americas.
Okay.
And, well, you know what?
Carrillo or maybe a Team Queso player.
That is true. That is true. We're going to find out. Not only from Americas, but from the other region as well here right now.
Oh, snap.
Ah.
Who's he going to be? Who's he going to be?
Three teams. Reject Scarlet still has a 4-man team. They pick up another one. That's just 8 kills so far.
With the Scar, he's doing more than just scars to the players from INS.
He single-handedly took out the team of Wales. She takes some time, wait for Gil to get rest back up. But this is huge for Morph. They can just wait. Nice sprint from Fredo. No way! Fredo!
Low HP, actually down Leon as well. Drax gets run over, Leon gets run over.
Ayala running 2 people over from the side of...
Kill squad player remaining is Baby on the outside. I think Baby is going to want to push too aggressively with
Then Sandra goes out. He was huge. He was the linchpin for this push. He was going to hold the angle. But now Saltface going to be able to thirst this. He sees Ulysses up.
Martin and Goddard now under a lot of pressure. Goddard got a lot done with those nades early on, but now he's tasting some of his own medicine from BT.
Of placement points as we see Choco on the X putting the pressure on. Are we still Choco in that X then?
Hello guys, I'm Seiden from T1. Thanks for your love and support.
こんにちは。リジェクトスカーレットのリーダーのサラです。いつも応援してくださっているファンの皆様、普段から僕たちを伝えていただき本当にありがとうございます。
Hola, soy Ayala de Team Queso. Les agradezco mucho por el apoyo y cariño que me dieron. Les quiero mandar un saludo a todos los que me votaron y siempre nos hacen el aguante.
Thank you a lot guys for your love and support.
Her gün oyun oynayarak ve profesyonel maçları izleyerek çok daha iyi olabildim.
Hello guys, thank you for the love, thank you for the support, and thank you for voting for me.
Thanks a lot for your love and support, guys.
Not gonna lie, I jumped the gun a little bit on that one because I was so excited to see who would be our fan favorites. And we got it eventually, right? We did get Queso, we did get Ayala in there. And obviously, congratulations to all the victors out there. And thank you all at home who are voting in the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards. We're gonna move it over to our third match now. It's gonna be Erangel gonna be coming up here in a few minutes of time. And I almost wanna head straight into predictions here to talk about who we think will be taking our third match. I've actually changed up my prediction here. I didn't go with what I normally would be picking. I mean, it's in the document, don't worry, we're good. But I changed from what I normally would be going here because of recent performances so far today. But I'm gonna hold mine to last. I'm gonna make Glitter go first now and hear her prediction here for the match.
No, hold up.
That's the best part about being a host, is that I can control the direction of the flow and get people to
Seven is
give their predictions before me. Okay, I mean, Seven, you can go first if you want then.
Okay, I'll go first because this might actually throws you guys off. This is completely different than what I'm usually used to picking, and it's based on performances so far today. And it's gonna go ahead and be none other than Team Queso. I expect them to go ahead and get a win here, especially with the performance. They've been so aggressive. They've been taking the fight to teams. This is the Team Queso I'm used to seeing. Where have you all been the whole tournament? Maybe they were just waiting to peak right at the right moment here, towards the end, towards league finals. So Team Queso's my pick.
Okay, Glitter.
Okay, so I mean, I feel like we're all clearly on the same wavelength here when it comes to choosing teams based off of their performances so far for today. However, my choice has been changed around a couple times because I could not decide, and I actually settled on Konina Power, and I feel really good about it.
Boy, am I glad you're not picking Team Queso with me. All right, Jason?
You want me to pick Team Queso is what I'm hearing. I mean, when we pit together, we get chicken dinners together, but you know what? I think it's time for Glitter to get her chicken dinner. I went with Konina Power as well. So I think Glitter and I are going to be feasting, get all that extra protein before we go lifting. That's the team I think is going to do it, especially with how well they played today here. And honestly, Seven, I can't even knock you because Queso is a perfect pick as well.
Yeah, they've been doing good. They've been really close to getting a win here, and I wouldn't be surprised if now it's their time. Keep in mind, they won yesterday, the last game. So anything could happen. They're continuing the momentum is what I'm keeping track of here.
Yeah, anything can happen as well when it comes to our milestone event that we got going on. 300,000 concurrent viewers at the exact same time. That's what concurrent means. And everyone in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates. Within those crates, there is a chance to get a permanent set. So make sure you tell your friends, tell your family members, tell everyone out there to come and watch the show. And you can maybe get yourself some crates, maybe get that permanent set. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to load up on like 4 different devices to make sure I'm watching from every different possibility. But you know what, Glitter, Seven, go take a break right now and go tell your friends. Go tell your family to start watching as well. Not only to see your amazing shirts, but to obviously get us one step closer to that milestone.
Sounds good. Sending messages as we speak. Hold up.
Well, do it when you're off camera. Do it when we get rid of you here right now.
I will. Don't worry.
So we'll check on you guys later on today. You guys at home who are watching, though, you guys still have a chance to win in the lucky draw. You watch within the game, within the Esports Center, you can get a limited time outfit. So if you guys aren't doing it yet, you still have, 1.5 days left, I should be saying, since we're on day 3 here of our finals. You can watch East, you can watch West, you can watch both to increase your chances. So make sure you guys pick that up right here, right now. And of course, you can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL to let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win. You already heard Seven shout out A7 in the last game. Maybe it could be you he talks about next time. If you are smart enough in your prediction, you could probably outdo us if you try hard enough. And also now we need to bring in our next 2 commentators, not even our next 2 commentators, our commentators from before in Viram and Cameron Davis.
Hey, it's us.
You look so surprised, Cameron, even though I think you knew you were coming back on air.
You threw me for a loop when you said next to. I'm like, oh, we're bringing in a surprise guest. Has a new challenger arrived? But no, it's still going to be us.
We can bring in Dameron Kavis, and I don't know how I can do in Viram because I don't want to call you the other caster that starts with an I.
Oh yeah,
Aniram.
We've never had that problem before.
I don't think I did. I might have done it on air once or twice. So in this last game, Pittsburgh Knights. What the hell? What happened? They did it.
They ate their Wheaties. They ate their Wheaties this morning. I don't know what has been going on. I think it's sometimes teams only perform well when their back's against the wall, which is unfortunate because usually by the time their backs are against the wall, it's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late. But In any case, they've been so entertaining to watch. They've put up, in these last 2 games, they're 2 kills off of putting up more kills in these 2 games than they did in the last 2 days. They have jumped up 4 places in the leaderboards already. They're only a handful of points away from taking places from like wildcard and stuff like that. They are getting so much closer. If they can keep this momentum up, they could. I'm not saying looking at first place, but like top 5 is not out of their reach.
Yeah, I mean, what was it, top 9? Like once they break through out of that, they start to really increase the funds they can get, or the prize money they can earn. But Cameron, do you think they can maintain that kind of pace? We talked about Queso doing that. We talked about Kanina Power doing that. Do you think Pittsburgh Knights has that potential, or do you think that was maybe a one-off?
They certainly had the potential, and the way that they played the previous game gives me a little bit of confidence. But for them, their peak is only just now starting when you look at Kanina Power and Queso, whose peak sort of started at the end of yesterday. So it's a bit too early on to say if this is going to continue for Knights or not, but it didn't look like a fluke to me.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, with the amount of kills they got, it definitely doesn't seem like a fluke. But let's maybe get your predictions as well here. And Viram, we're going to start off with you to talk about this, but I want you to give me like an in-depth reason why you're picking this team. And hopefully you did go out of the norm like the rest of us did. You had 7 pick Queso, Glenn and I picked Kanina Power. Who did you go for and why?
I actually went a totally different direction because everybody else picked Cloud9 earlier, but I didn't pick Cloud9. So I'm actually going to put them in now because while all these other teams are coming up and they're all really fantastic and all this kind of stuff, and yes, C9 hasn't had the best day yet to start so far, I actually think that they're still here and are still very capable of getting involved in doing this stuff. They're still our most consistent, winningest team. It's Erangel once again. I believe they did really well here on this last map, this third map yesterday. So I'm going with Cloud9. I think Cloud9 still has it, and they're still in first place. You know what I mean? So it's C9. Though
I think they're also getting like a little bit lucky that we've seen like Pittsburgh Knights win a game, right? Because that keeps the other teams that are close to Cloud9 away from closing that distance. So they got a little bit lucky maybe with that last game.
I mean, PK wiped them, but yes. Other than the fact that they just gave the points directly to PK.
PK wiping them, yeah, that's not great, but them winning is actually great for Cloud9 because it stops, like footballs from getting up there. It stops, Kanina Power as well. But Cameron, going into your prediction, who do we got?
I mean, I don't have the luxury of being able to go Cloud9, and so off of that, the only 2 options looking on the performance today has got to be Kanina Power or Queso. I flipped a coin mentally and went with Kanina Power.
I don't think you can do random in your own mind. I don't think that's how it works. But I respect the Kanina Power pick because
you don't know what my mind can do.
I don't want to know what your mind can do or where it's been. All I want to know is what you're going to be talking about as we get into our third match of the day. Back to Erangel. Take it away, guys. Oh God, it's scary.
Those eyebrows, those are impressive. Move over, James McAvoy.
Oh, I was so close. I was so close.
That was so close. Oh my goodness. You almost just made him evaporate.
I did.
Ether. You did? You did?
Whoa. Magic with my brain through the internet cables. How dare you?
All words.
How dare you criticize a psychic of my power?
Like I said, move over, Professor X. Cammy D's in town. All right. We got a new professor here on Erangel. And of course, we now have seen enough of this map over the last 2 weeks that we can, talking about being psychic, we have a good sense of where all these teams are going to go, what their rotations are going to look like, where these fights are going to break out. The only thing that can really change it up, of course, is the circle, and that's the beauty of a battle royale. But I think if we're looking at this game, I like to think we're getting pretty expert level on what we know about these teams at this point, which is kind of fun because you definitely, at least for me personally, from like a storytelling standpoint, I attach like characteristics to the teams and the players that I like to come back to, and I feel like we have such a robust sort of cast of characters at this point that it's made it so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a diverse roster, more diverse than Smash Brothers or any of these other fighting games with hundreds of characters.
Fire Emblem. Sorry. Heard you like swords. Anyway, no swords in this game. That would be nice, though.
No. The last battle royale to include a sword was incredibly controversial.
No.
So let's maybe go back to the drawing board on that one.
Yep. Okay, fair enough.
What I want to know, though, is on Erangel, for the teams that routinely drop military base, looking at Footballist, looking at Queso kind of, and looking at B4, the circle is not going military base. All right, but for teams that do drop military base a lot often, you do. I'm personally not a fan of it. I'm gonna be honest here, and I feel like you need at least 1 or 2 circles on military base to at least give you a little bit of a baseline, because crossing the bridges so often can be so risky. And luckily for B4, the plane actually pulls them away from Italy. They're gonna go up to Kameshki, but that sort of has its own rotational issues now, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's also not the best. I mean, part of the desire to go to military is you're getting that high loot zone. You know what I mean? So it's high risk, high reward. You're gonna, yeah. At what the risk of crossing? At what cost? What did it cost you? Everything. No, I mean, hopefully not everything. Hopefully don't turn into a loot goblin. But it's certainly been a situation. You know what I mean? I've played plenty of games where we just sat on that bridge, just that west bridge, and just laughed all the way to the bank as people were bringing me level 3 helmets. Oh, Meku. Oh, now you have to take the stairs like a pleb. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, there's a quick peek over here on Yasnaya with the Alpha Legends and then the half of Dream Eaters face off. It's a lot less eventful than previous Erangel games. It's not even going to be a full team wipe. And so you can see on the map that every time Dream Eaters do this, they have 2 players in Yasnaya and then 2 players down towards the south, 1 in the little S road just south of the gas station, and then 1 even like past the field, past the hill. The loops here. This is a new position.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them rotate into this area before, but I think this is the first time we've actually seen them drop around prison. This is definitely something different for them. And I think a lot of this is becoming, I mean, we heard about the idea, talking to Cloud9, some of their casters got a chance to sit down and chat with them, going into those last couple of days of league play where they didn't qualify for the Super Weekend, the idea that teams were hunting them. And I think we might see more of this from some of these top teams, the idea of them shifting up their drop positions so that you can't predict where they're going to go. And then not only is that going to allow them to not get sniped out early, but it's going to allow them to make more creative rotations into the mid game and catch out other teams unaware. It's sort of a 2-pronged attack, but of course, being this split when you drop has its own set of risks.
I'm just worried that there are a lot of teams here on the east side, and how they're going to all rotate in potentially from the same direction because of the way that the river and then there's the strait. When I say the strait, I refer to the stretch of water in between Erangel and Sosnovka. So it's larger than a river. I'm the only one who calls it that, so maybe we should find a different call out for it.
That's the real term, though. That is the real big boy correct term for it.
Yeah, SAT.
So look, I think everybody else should change. It's not me. It's the kids who are wrong. No.
Right? What do the kids call it, though?
I don't know.
The water?
Yeah, I think I've just usually called it.
There's no real call-out descriptive term that I hear for that, which is why I actually looked it up in the dictionary. Like, what do I call this? Give me the list of all the names for different bodies of water.
There's like peninsulas, which are like the areas on the outside, and there's the strait, which is the actual body of water itself.
Yeah.
Look, all I know is sometimes teams, they try and cross it, they don't have a scout, they don't have an anchor, they're in dire straits, all right? That's all I know.
Back to the point that I am trying to make, though, that I am going out, and I'm not blaming you, I am blaming myself, this is my fault, is that with the water or how it affects a circle means that it makes it more difficult to go looping around go in from the south or go in from the north, which means that it's going to be a lot of teams all coming in from the same direction, from east, past farm, potentially over Potato Hill. And it could get a little dicey here, like the Knights, different area of the map, but still dicey nonetheless. Knights versus Nova, and Cat has been in a rough position many times today, and it's a good call for him to retreat.
Absolutely. G-Fan's out there on the edge as well. G-Fan is either the first one down or the last one alive. That is the only option for Nova Esports. But unfortunately, these last 2 games, we have seen Cat get caught out on rotation both games. And I think it's just not allowed because Nova pivoted their style so much to accommodate Cat coming into the roster. And I think not having Cat here for these long drawn out fights has really negatively impacted them in these last 2 games. But we'll see if they're going to be able to stabilize here. They haven't lost anybody. That's great. But I love the fact that PK is just like, yo, we're on it. We're on fire. We're feeling it. We're Pittsburgh Knights. Let's go. And speaking of going,
where's Toffee's going? I thought he was gonna. I thought he took the compound, waiting for his team to arrive, which I was worried about because Loops were in a great position to punish that rotation by Dream Eaters, catch them off guard. But now they're just completely moving around. I don't know if that's from information. Dream Eaters might have seen Queso on a similar directional rotation and didn't want to try and potentially fight them for the compound. So they've now disengaged from that position and are now, I guess, just making a new call, trying to find new information.
There.
But that information might be including Loops. I think Versus going to try and go for the angle here.
Yeah, because I am remembering back, this was a move that Loops did yesterday, so I don't think this is the first time we've seen them drop in this area around prison. I don't think they rotated in. I think this is actually where they started, because we had seen 2 members of Loops be here in the classically known tempo dip. But unfortunately, not having any other teammates nearby means that you just become, well, fish in a barrel. World of hurt. Oh, man. I think at that point, versus, yeah, just pull out the M4, buddy. There's no way. There's no way.
There's no
There's
way.
no
that
way.
Get out of this.
Matic goes down from Carrillo. Oh, no. No.
Oops. Dream Eaters. Well, you had all the advantage. Loops got out of that, and then you even get a knock, force a revive, and that is an aggressive push by Dadeen as well to try and finish this off. Of course, there's a nade prepped. What else are you going to do in this position?
And Dadeen not able to connect with that nade, but he went down first in both of the last 2 games. But what he is doing is he's flushing them out to allow Carrillo to take some shots from range. Loops were in an okay position to defend that location, but the problem was Dream Eaters was in the one spot that blocked line of sight for them there. This one little plateau, this bit of high ground that blocked that from this compound. Carrillo was still able to find shots in the one player that stuck their neck out a little bit too far, but that's just funny. That should not have happened.
Yeah. But luckily for both squads, no real damage, lasting damage is going to come from that, except for maybe, of course, the knock timing against a member of Dream Eaters, as well as the utility that they had to throw out in order to retreat themselves. But both are going to be pretty happy that this turned into something much bigger, because that's would only lead for the potential for ruin for both of them, because they're so close on the edge on phase 1. It's not a position that you want to full commit to try and keep. A position that you might want to keep in phase 1 is the one that Queso is in right now, Badlands Warehouse. Trying to shoot at a couple of multiple teams here. So, not the warehouse, this is package.
Just general area. All this area here. You know, just trying to control as much of this elevation as they can. They do have a compound. One member did go down. I believe it was Umbra that did get that down there. But there was another team, Y'all Esports as well, they were taking shots at. So, yeah, I think Y'all opted to disengage because Pachinki is still dead center. But the question now becomes, where does this circle shift? Everybody, foot on the gas. You can literally see Bayo already in his vehicle. And now everybody's going to have to keep coming. Cameron, this is exactly what you talked about. This rotation from east to west, just right through the center of the continent, right through the middle of the Erangel Island. And it's only going to continue to funnel everyone in. C9 is already here. Nova is already here. PK and Wildcard. NA is waiting with open arms for everybody who wants to rotate into this area outside of Gatka. Good luck to you, teams. This is going to be fun.
Cloud9 are in a great position to take the top of Georgia Pole Mountain. I think that's exactly where they're going. And a lot of teams, even the ones that you called out, the North American ones that are in the center around Gatka, might want to pull back further towards the west to give some space for the teams all rushing in from the east side. And Alpha Legends being one of those teams rotating around and through Razak. But where are they going to go? I actually am not a fan of this rotation because it only opens up driving through ruins, going across those bridges. Even despite this,
it's fine.
10 out of 10, stuck the landing. Even despite that show of gymnastics there, I don't like this rotation. But when everyone's coming from the same direction, sometimes you do have to do these less friendly, less good.
It's not ideal. I think it's necessity.
Things. Yeah.
I think it's just necessity. I think they've identified the same problem that we have, that especially with that plane path, that everybody's going to be rotating through dead center. So they're going to have to go up and around, or some sort of description. But I agree. I mean, it's funny enough, because everybody has had the same thought towards the north, because that is how the circle has been relatively skewed, that it's leaving an opportunity for footballists and potentially Konina Power to actually take over the southern area, south of Gatka, north of Quarry, and sort of this zone around there. But we'll see. All of these teams now are trying to find and own a compound. But because of the way this works, Cameron, because of the way audio cues are, everybody can hear these shots from all around. And there's so many teams that could potentially come in third party. Teams are going to be very careful about which fights they choose to take.
Look at the teams in the center of Gatka are surrounded by fields. They're in a lot more easily defensible position, just because when you see vehicles coming straight at you, you have such a long distance that they're out in the open that you can shoot them down. They don't have many angles that they can really hide behind. E4 here, not too far away from Queso. Neither team has really moved too far, especially Queso, which is a little bit surprising considering this shift puts them closer towards the edge. And phase 2 is still not one that Edge play is something you want to commit to super early, but maybe Queso, they're feeling hot. They feel like they want to push into a different team, and they don't want to be a part of the traffic jam that is potentially occurring in multiple areas around them.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility. I think a lot of it also might have to do with the fact that they know they're pushing in a little bit late. They're aware that a lot of teams were still in the plane when they dropped that are further west than they are. So they want to play this a little bit slower, a little bit surer. And this is one of the positions that I was talking about with Konita Power coming in late. They're still also on the edge of the circle, but they're staring down potentially towards Tempo Storm. And this could get dicey. Of course, Tempo was able to survive, almost able to recover there at the very end to fight up against Pittsburgh Knights, but they did end up going down to the combined forces of PK and Loops in that last game. You know they want a little bit of redemption, but we'll see if Konita Power, who was, let's just say, a point of consternation for them in the last one. So I think these two teams would have a lot of fun going toe-to-toe.
Speaking of SAT words, that's one I don't even know what it means.
Consternation, it's like frustration.
Okay.
You bothered.
The context led me down the road that I assumed, but this circle shifted straight on Georgieville Mountain, and C9, they didn't take the top. They didn't take the zenith of the hill. They took the area just like to the southwest of it, which I'm not necessarily against the plan, considering where phase 1 went to phase 2, and now they're still not coming to the mountain because they know it would be a hard, difficult hold with all the teams trying to climb up, and so they're going to pull away and take, not hospital, but taking the warehouses just around it. At least it looks like it. Surely they're not sending it to South George. Surely they're not sending it to South George, Cloud9.
I mean, that's the call. That's what it looks like they're doing right now, as we are starting to hear gunshots blazing out across the island as every single team now has to move, because there's a lot of realists. This is still a fair-sized circle, Cameron, but it's a lot of mountain. And climbing up that mountain at this stage with everybody looking up at you could be disastrous. View distance could be your only saving grace. And even then, again, these guys are playing on incredible phones. I mean, you got that Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite gaming going on for a lot of these folks. They're going to have a lot more advantage when it comes to something like that. Still, we will see if they can pull it off, but whoever tries to take that, whoever tries to be, you know, the one to climb up to the summit, they have their work cut out for them, because they're going to have a lot of eyes on them. Gosh, who was the New Zealander, the Kiwi, who help me out here? Who was the first person who climbed Everest?
I don't know why you'd think I would know that.
Edmund Hillary. My goodness, thank you, Brain.
There we go.
Way too long on that one. But we got there in the end, just like all these teams are now starting to rotate in, and South George, home to Cloud9, where they started and where they will now finish, are looking to finish Ulysses, who's up against a wall. The rest of his team is not here with him. He's got to try and make his way out. This is hilarious. It's like watching Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise, get down! Oh,
just barely able to dodge that nade. I think it would have been right on the money if he didn't leave a matter of seconds away. And it pushes all of the UDR killers into this same corner. Back sixes. Forced away to the bridge, towards the edge. And I still don't like Cloud9's decision of taking this area, but they're at least controlling it the best that they can, while everyone else is fighting over the scraps that are, as you mentioned, around the mountain, which can be a strong position to play, but when it's flooded as much as it's about to be, could be very, very weak. In fact, I have yet to see a team actually trying to get to the top of the mountain just yet. So many are trying to just hold the bottom area. But Beowulf holding the higher ground where he can. Sandra's taking a lot of damage from Adder. They're trying to cross down into the apartments just below them, and that pressure does push Adder away.
And I love this position as well. They've got the one player, I believe it is Beowulf, up on the high ground to continue to give info. So you're just going to start to see many downs break out through the kill feed. Yeah, it's Bayo up there. Perfect position for an IGL. Eye in the sky. Going to be able to give that intel, disseminate to the rest of the team. But how efficiently they can do that is going to be the question as the circle shifts in a big way. Mountain is still in, but a lot of these teams are going to have to move. Two of them, of course, being Gala Esports and Temple Storm, fighting themselves on the edge of the circle. Now even further that they have to go. Not the worst ever for them, but they need to finish this fight because they're ticking out to the blue. Tempo Storm is in a terrible position.
Don't worry, Yala. And with a circle shift, it doesn't make their position any easier. We're going to need to clean up this fight as quickly as I can. Spec Intensa trying to get on the fight, trying to rotate away. They keep running into their own vehicles. It's only going to slow them down just for that split second, but that second might be all any enemy needs to wipe them out in Cloud9. Into the circle shift, pushing away. And maybe this is what they were banking on by taking that South George position, because it gives them a clear path into crates that they're going to be sharing with Unique as best as they can. Already a knock against a member of Unique, while Tempo Storm do go down in the distance. But it's not just Unique, it's another yellow team in Queso. And now the Knights too.
Wait a second. Oh my goodness. All these warm-colored teams just joining on into the fight here in crates. We saw a crazy finish a couple of days ago on this. I believe it was Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave got the pleasure of casting that one. Well, now we're getting a taste of it ourselves as Team Queso in unique close quarters battles, playing with the Legos here in the shipping containers. We'll see who comes out on top because C9 could play spoiler. PK on the flank as well, throwing a grenades left, right, and center. And the red zone, we don't have them, but we're making our own here in South George. Oh my goodness. Loops is up on the northern side. KP trying to come in over the mountain, but right here, right now, Unique and Queso, who will come out on top? That's the question.
It's Bomberman here in the crates. And it's a lot of smokes and nades being thrown back and forth. Ayala running around, trying to keep him and his team safe, going back inside a crate itself for cover because it is way too dangerous out there. You stick a head out, you're going to get popped off because look how many teams are in the mini-map. This isn't even the full map, this is the mini-map, and I am counting 6 of them.
8.
8?
Oh my goodness, yes. 8, but maybe one less now on this mini-map is Alpha Legends! Oh, he gets clipped by the car spring! I don't even know if that was on purpose, but it was sick. It brings into prime position way back. Oh no, my goodness! The hunters become the hunted! In an instant, what looked perfect for Alpha Legends got absolutely dismantled. Wildcard barely even took damage, not a single player down. Beautiful play from our observers there to catch that as Wildcard pick up 4 easy kills. Unique is trying to do that, but the problem is Annalise up on the high ground. He can't poke his head out because of where C9 is, so he would be a critical component to taking out Team Queso, but Cloud9 is not letting that happen. They want to keep this chaos alive as long as possible because these teams are fighting each other while they're not fighting Cloud9.
Cloud9 are a little bit distracted though because there is pressure from EDR coming in from their west, so they have to cover multiple angles, but they're in a good position to be able to do so. And it's still just going to be grenades back and forth. I wonder how many they have left in their backpacks, how many they've been able to loot up, because surely they're going to be running out of it sooner rather than later. We are going to see B4 lose a member to the Knights, who are playing down under the bridge along the coast in the distance. And they're just waiting for all of this chaos to stop, all of this to end. And then here, finally, teams are attempting to control the mountain. And it's Konina Power actually at the very, very tippy top. Umbra to their east, Yala to the west. And all of this is on the edge. Where's the next circle? Is it going to be a hard shift for a third time in a row? No, it's relatively center, and this is great for football, this hanging out in Ice Cream Shack.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, that part of the problem is you knew the way these circles were rotating that the mountain was not going to be in it moving forward. You knew that was not going to be a possibility. So going up it was a challenge in its own right. Going down it is going to be another. Let's see how those teams do. As C9, we see them sending it in with vehicles here on the outside, the other layer of the shipping container zone, but now both teams are looking over that way. Ayala putting himself in a very interesting position. Of course, the fan favorite coming out here. Those South American fans are oh so excited when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Give them a reason to cheer for you. Stay alive. See what you can do here, Ayala. You are stuck between a rock and a hard place. And speaking of rocks, Wildcard is continuing to rock team after team as they push in again, this time taking down Team Umbra. 8 kills to their name. Wildcard, welcome, boys. You've been quiet today, but welcome. We're glad to have you.
Konina Power could easily peek out over that, but that's only going to take more time that they're going to need to get into the circle, push on the mountain, and now Unique fighting in the warehouse against the last member of Queso, able to get a knock against them, but Unique able to stay 4 alive throughout all of that. But they still need to push into the circle. Cloud9 still trying to hold the line, tossing grenades in through the windows to try and deal as much damage as they can to keep Unique any space, but Loops. Oh, the Breachers, who are also going to try and send it into Football's location. This is a 1-by-1 square hut, and it can only hold 1 team.
And Raum is trying to hold on right now. As multiple members are down, Lutz trying to throw out the grenades. What he is known for, and what he is known for is just holding on in this instance, actually allowing other teams to do the work there. Pittsburgh Knights getting involved. PK has been actually doing so much work through all this. They sat down at the riverbed, they're fighting B4, fighting all these other teams, and now it is Team Unique going into C9. They dealt with the one opponent in Team Queso, and now they're up against the lads from NA. Let's see what they can do. Unique's also taking the fight to Nova. Cat goes down once again. Cat just not having the game, not having the time, but C9 are ready and waiting. Look at the angles they are holding. 2 and 2 and 2, and can they take them down? The drums are pounding. Can Frozen line up the grenade? That's the question. No, he cannot. And now Milky Way has to try and potentially go for the res here on Zenepus, or maybe they're going to look to try and reset this. Cloud9 is playing this slow and steady. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, a good job of them to not to commit to this either, even though Memphis is going to get picked up, even though Unique are going to full reset, keep 4 alive. They don't want to get pinned down because you saw how quickly Unique were on their own grenades, still have more left in their inventory. And if you shoot, you give your position away. And these containers aren't the most difficult to throw grenades through. And so they fall back and toss their own grenades out to keep Unique pinned down. And Elise needs to get picked right back up. Memphis needs to heal up. And he has 1 first aid kit, while C9, their med loot is looking strong. Beowulf with the angle, and they're going to ready for the aggressive push. Pyro on the flank around, but an even goes down.
Yeah, this is huge. Playing this the double shoulder peek around the corner. 3 members down, last one standing, and that's likely going to be it. No, Memphis survives. What? Trading back 3 down. How did Memphis do that? That shouldn't be allowed. No way, he was dead to rights. I think his teammate's body's down beneath him. Just revive me, revive me, revive me. They were soaking up all the damage, but now Pyra has to do the same. But the blue is continuing to pressure and only 20 seconds left of the clock, but UDR Killers is here as well. On the outside, any of these teams, whoever wins this fight, has to rotate into them, has to rotate into somebody, as we're now jumping on board with one of the last members alive of Nova Esports, but he's getting chunked from distance. It's Konina Power, of course they're gonna get involved. Cameron, this action does not stop.
Well, Konina, they're not really behind cover. They're still pushing down that mountain, and they have a good angle on the teams all trying to flee from containers. But you saw a couple of shots that UDR Killers had for a quick moment. Fortunately, they need to move. The circle shift goes away from containers, hard shift away from it. And all these teams, Unique, Cloud9, UDR Killers, are going to have to run out in the open, giving Footballists and Konina Power and all of the solo remaining members a quick opportunity to get more kill points.
I mean, everybody who runs out now is going to be looking at Dream Eaters, looking at Footballists. Pyra is just going to try and send it, but C9's in a terrible position. Bayo goes down. All these teams are in shambles. The fight just took too long. The blue is ticking away, and the circle did not favor them at all. Pyra just trying to get some points before he goes down, and yes, he does. And he just deny himself to the blue. That's just going to be it, but still, getting a couple of kills at the end for good measure, but only those 3 for Cloud9, period. And Konina Power, who has been looking so good today, with a couple of circles shifting in their favor, have been able to hold on to the high ground this whole time, and now everyone has to push into them.
Well, grenades come out onto Rob's position, but it's not going to be discovered. However, G-Fan, he's sneaking around. I don't know if Rob is aware of this. He hears something.
Does have that intel. We'll see if he's going to be able to confirm it. He does. You can see it in the kill feed. That's Nova Esports out in 6th place. Nicely done. But the nade from Footballists. Why am I even surprised? I'm not at this point. If there is a grenade to be had, Footballists will throw it true. And now Wildcard, Footballists, Konina Power, all these teams up vying near the top of the leaderboard, going toe-to-toe. But Footballists like, you know what, guys? We haven't had a 15-kill game today. Maybe it's time to correct that.
Ulysses still alive in the blue, trying to deal some damage, trying to spoil this as best as he can, or maybe even steal that kill that was knocked by Footballists. Either way, he's not going to get much done for his team before he goes out, but he's able to claim a 4th place position. Top 3 remains. Konina Power with 2 up, and Footballists with all 4, and then Wildcard Sam still alive, trying to hold this out for his team. Stay as quiet as a mouse, as quiet as he can, which is very, very almost the antithesis of Sam's play style. But this boy can do everything, it seems. 9 kills for Wildcard. Can he get a 2nd place finish?
You just got to try and survive. Sam, who's always known for pushing forward, taking those shots, is going to have some trigger discipline here as he lets these 2 teams fight it out. All 4 members remaining from Footballists. They are in such a prime position, but this little ridge line is doing work for Konina Power, but I do not believe it is in the next circle. They are going to have to rotate down to the south. The north is a death trap. Sam is out of it. He just needs to try and live as long as possible and hope that Rome doesn't pick him up. Tixie, early send, and he survives. No!
Rome with the angle. This is why you want to keep all 4 up once you hit the late game, because you could set up all of the crossfire angles that you need. LeVay isn't going to blow the vehicle up, but the shots do give Axel the information of where he is lying in the middle of the field, but Solkay trying to go aggressive, trying to make sure that there's no way for Konina Power to reset, and it's a 4v1v1. Sam rushing in from the blue. Does Footballists know of his position? He has a peninsula to peek over, and this could spoil things.
This could be huge, but they are going to get the revive. I think Footballists is going to be A-okay, and they know he's there. Rome does hear him. That was all the intel they needed. The nades go true once again. Sam is in a world of hurt, and that next one might just spell the end for Wildcard. No, he barely finally gets the first aid off in time. He's continuing to crawl his way in. He just needs to survive. He just needs to win this gunfight, but he cannot do it. Rome is there, and that's just the game in an instant. Totally taken over. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Footballists are back. An 11-kill game. Yes, please.
It's not the 15 or 16 kill game that we started the day off with, but when you get a circle like that, you kind of got to take what you can get. They were hanging out in ice cream for the longest time in that end game, and so much of the fighting was happening in crates. They didn't have many opportunities to pick up so many of those kills, but they were able to get the placements with that defense against the Loops send. That must have been chaotic. They must have had their hearts up in their throat, their stomachs up in their throat of how nervous they were, but the fact that they're able to keep all four up through thick, through thin, to make it to that late game position, very well done by Footballists.
It goes to show why they are where they are in the overall leaderboards, why they're up there right at the very tippity top, right, challenging these teams for first place. It's for that reason, is because they can weather the storm, they can dish the damage when they need to, but so many things happen that I wish we got a chance to talk about. The idea that Pittsburgh Knight was surviving, taking players off of Loops and off of B4, which is why Loops wasn't able to take that push, because they were already down members into football. It's all these chain reactions of plays, but they were all so condensed, all these individual microcosms, these fights that kept breaking out their own individual wars. But in the end, Footballists got out the other side with the chicken dinner. Congratulations to them. Let's send it back over to our analysts to break down that wild and crazy game.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, finally, Footballists have themselves a good game. They get themselves a chicken dinner with quite a few kills yet again. We've finally seen them show up this time, where previously they were a little bit lackluster in the other two matches. But hey, they showed up here, and that's all that's going to matter, because we're going to take a look at our results from that last match of 70 points they accumulated, as well as the other teams. Kadena Power finishing off in second, with Wildcard finally stepping up here, Glitter, and getting themselves a third place finish.
Yeah, this is huge for a lot of these teams. Footballs was super quiet first couple matches and then come out with a 31-point win. Wildcard, though, like you said, I've been waiting for them to step up. I actually was going to pick them coming to this match, and they struggled so much at the beginning that I didn't necessarily trust my gut, and I regret that now. But to be fair, Kadena Power also they had a stellar performance. They did well with their rotations and got themselves a decent position there on that ridge, and were able to make sure that they dished a ton of damage to those other teams around them and held out for those placement points. This is going to be big for both of those squads. I think they really need those extra points. And UDR Killers, seeing them up here on the first page again, able to get 11 points to their overall total. And Team Unique, we haven't seen anything out of them yet today. This will at least help a little bit. Same thing with Dream Eaters. Nova struggling today, as is Cloud9 so far. Kind of surprising for both of those teams as we move on to the second page here, Seven.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, seeing them from the first page, I'm happy to see Kadena Power just being consistent in their performances as we go here towards the second page. And my team that I picked, Castle, then when I thought it was gonna go ahead and clutch it up, well, guess what? They ended up getting me 2 points, and then Loops Esports, to a surprise of actually many, again with only 2 points. A bad performance there. Remember, Loops Esports they cannot afford to have performances like this, especially if they do want to go ahead and challenge their Cloud9 currently sitting in first place. It'll be interesting to see how they're going to react in the upcoming matches, especially in Miramar. They usually don't tend to have really good matches in Miramar either, so we'll see what happens then.
Yeah, I mean, they still have some games left to play today, 3 left to go. They still have another day in total. But for the loops that we saw in league play, I expect them to be in second place, if not first place. So they're definitely having a struggle. But then again, so is Cloud9 today, you know, after a little bit of a rocky start here or there. But let's take a little bit of a further dive into football and see what their stats were like. Again, 1,500 damage, though I will say this. That's probably the most healing they've had to do in a victory the entirety of the World League.
Yeah, and I think it came down to just that map and the zones. Everything was just so close to each other. They couldn't even get a chance to put themselves in a position where they could just get into those fights that they're used to getting with this. Just shoot at the other team, hide real quick, and then keep on shooting at them, given the other team doesn't even have a chance of shooting at them. Here with the close quarters, it was completely different. They definitely had to heal a lot. There were a couple players there that I got knocked, I believe. But it's good to see those that, hey, even though it was a different from other games that we've seen from football, it's good for them to perform well in this kind of scenario as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we're getting to the later stages of the actual finals, right? We talked about Team Queso. I'm sorry to bring this up again for you, Seven, but they've been playing better. They've been playing better here in the finals than they played the entirety of the league play. Don't worry, man. You have other chances to go up in the leaderboards as well. But I think we need to take a look maybe at our top players, though, because I'm expecting to see quite a few players from football. Maybe Kanita Power going to be in there as well. Even Frozen again from Unique, able to make it into the top 4. But I don't really know who's going to be number 1. I'm almost just going to give it to Raum.
Rob.
I don't know. Maybe somebody from Karina Power. Oh, no, Raul.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Right on, buddy.
Jason
right
cheating.
on.
Did you see that one ahead of time?
Maybe.
No, I didn't. No.
You do have a delay, so he gets to see everything first.
I'm just that good in my prediction game.
Ooh.
All right, sure.
That's all I can say.
But look at the stats here. Hey, it's good to see Frozen once again. Remember, Unique has been super quiet this whole in a way this whole tournament, but Frozen starting to become one of their top players there. As it is the second time we see him here. Rabdini, not the first time we see him here. 641 damage, 3 kills, 2 assists, and then from Axer, he was able to get 3 kills, 0 assists, and then Raum, 671 damage. 5 kills, 1 assist. That man was involved in 6 kills for his team, and it's always great to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, also really well done by him to be so consistent over the course for football. I mean, again, they've had some rough games, but when they do well, he's definitely one of the players to look forward to in their victories. Let's take a look now, though, at our do moments from our last game, our highlights from all went down, and that was definitely an interesting one. We had a couple of zones. We were wondering, with the first couple of zones coming in towards Everest, there was like no team up there. Alpha had a tough time off the bat as well. As you see there. That's a very special dossier, I'd have to say.
Yeah, they were just going for a ride. They were a little bit bored there with the quarantine. They haven't been able to go to an amusement park. So they wanted to have some fun there in the Dacia. As we do see here, Wildcard getting unlucky with some knocks, but luckily they were able to recover and they were able to still have a great match. Wildcard, just to refresh your memory, they did end up with 9 kills that last match, and I think it was good. This is one team that we even mentioned it. They needed to start doing something. We have seen a lot of great stuff from Wildcard. The only problem with this team is that they're not able to translate those good performances to a different day. It's only just, hey, we performed really well on this day, but on the next day, you're not going to be able to see that. So hopefully out of Wildcard, in the future, in future tournaments, that's what I want to see out of them. As we do see Spring there being able to get some knocks, and Spring being the IGL and now being able to get those kills. I think that's huge for that team, as now here, Glitter, Pyra, even though he was in the zone, he wanted to make sure he got some damage here on UDR, I believe it was.
Listen, at that point, Cloud9 was just trying to get themselves a few extra points, rotating out of that container area. I mean, we saw the battle in that area yesterday, and then there was like a smaller version of it in this match here. That was rough for all of those teams that had to push out of there because so many people had gone in early to try and hold, their portion of those containers.
Yep.
So when we saw all of those teams have to make the move at the same time, we knew that it was going to be Footballist who had the center out by the drop. Then Konina Power had been in those ridges, and Sam was just kind of snaking his way through to see if he could get a couple more points for Wildcard. But even touching back on Wildcard, they do better in these games where we see them start to just kind of just go for those aggressive pushes. They've done it multiple times now. Every time they start off safe, it doesn't go well. They say forget it, and then they start pushing people, and we see them instantly start wiping out squads. We saw how aggressively they took on Alpha Legends and just completely took them off the board. So this is, I think, what they need to continue doing since we're so far into finals at this point. If they want a chance at more money, they have to keep playing this way.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's an unintentional like byproduct of what's been happening for them, of just having those games where you do really well and you're consistent, and then the games where you fall short like we saw earlier on today. But I do also want to take a look at the damage. Obviously, Canadian Power Team I'm looking for, Wildcard I'm looking for, as well as Footballists as well, considering they were basically our top 3 teams. But I'm imagining we've seen some pretty good damage out of the 3 of them. Obviously, Cloud9 should be up there a little bit with what we saw. I believe that was uneven towards the end. And we will in fact see those 3 teams just pretty similar, separated by what, like 130, 140 points of damage? That's extremely close. Even Cloud9 gets in there as well at 1,423 here, 7.
Yeah, and Cloud9 was able to put out a lot of damage, and I'm glad you mentioned that, except they were only able to get 3 kills there. And Nova Esports, they've been kind of quiet today in comparison to what we've seen 2 other days. They got 600 damage, but 0 kills. But Footballists, I think, for them to be able to get those 11 kills, this is a team that we know they're capable of fragging. In regards to placement points, so far today it really hasn't gone their way. So hopefully this will be a spark for them and just start improving on some of those performances. And then Unique, you got 6 kills, 1,000 damage. B4, we know that that's been a super quiet team, being able to get 2 kills there. And once again, Loops Esports, I hate to mention it, but Loops Esports with only 1 kill there is just very unlike them. And Pittsburgh Knights, even though they did end up here in 12th place, they were at least able to go ahead and pick up 4 kills for themselves. Not bad.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be really surprised if Loops doesn't step it up the rest of today and tomorrow. Like, I'm gonna be really disappointed if they don't finish second with how good they looked all season long, with how good they looked in PMPL Americas. It's a little bit of a tough time to be a Loops fan at the moment.
You know what I'll be surprised off? Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, I'll be surprised off if once we go to the MVP ranking, if we don't see Carrillo there, because that man has been an MVP. I think he was an MVP for all the 3 weeks, right?
How far behind he was, though.
He was 2 out of 3 in top 4 today.
Yeah, not only that, but throughout the whole tournament, he's always been one of those players I always talk about in regards to MVP. And now here on the league finals, with this team not doing so well, him not being able to kind of take advantage of other stuff. It'll be interesting, but hey, look at that!
Squeaked in.
And I think that goes to show, like, yeah.
It's a survival time that's really killing him right now. Obviously, the damage is a big thing. He's up there in kills, so he's able to get kills and confirm them. He hasn't been able to do as much damage because they're not really surviving long enough for him to get kills. But the survival time, since it's a calculation based off all 3 of those values, average survival time, total damage, and total kills, I think that's one thing that's drastically holding him back at the moment.
Oh, definitely. And I think that's based on the performances from Loops. He's just not able to have enough time in the match, which means he's not able to have enough time to get kills. But I also want to give credit to Tixie.
Yep,
Tixie went from 8th place to 3rd place, getting closer and closer. The team's performing great. They're starting to become that week 1 Canadian Power that we're kind of used to seeing here, Glitter. And I wouldn't be surprised if towards tomorrow especially, he's going to be there on that 1-2 with Adder.
I'm excited to see how the fight's going to play out.
That's if they keep it up, though, right? And the thing is, you know, honestly,
true.
If I'm on a team of Adder, for instance, since he's number 1 right now, I would almost say, like, hey, like, I'm going to split this 10K with the team because I might be the MVP, but I wouldn't be here without you. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I feel like you're saying that because you are trying to get Wildcard to split their winnings with you.
I'm just saying, you know, I'm a team player. You know, even if I won money with our talent predictions, I would still split it with the rest of you guys because I couldn't do it. I couldn't be first place without you guys helping me be first place. Let's take a look at what we got from the last match. I know we had Queso picked for 7. So for once, Glitter, I'm gonna let you talk about this. Since 7 always brings up your points.
The fact that 7 got 2 and you and I, Jason, got 21.
Damn.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna enjoy this because it's not gonna happen that frequently for me. So I'm sorry, 7.
I mean, it might be.
Maybe a little bit more. Yo, we actually had some people in chat pick the right ones, right? We had Elran on YouTube pick Footballists, and then on Twitch we had Bot Killer 2008 pick Footballists. So congratulations, you guys finally got a shout out. About time.
About time. Let's take a look though at our overalls, right? This is what it's all about. The $100,000 on the line for first place. Cloud9 will still be maintaining it, but only by 5 points.
Uh-oh.
Everyone's closing in on them, even Konina Power.
Balls is sneaking up there fast.
And not only that, their kills. I think at the start of the day today, Futboles was below kills in regards to Cloud9. And now they passed them, and they passed them by 20 kills. So Futboles, in regards to fragging power today, is on point. And they still haven't even played some of the other matches that they usually do so well on. They still have another Erangel, and on top of that, they still have a Sanhok, which they have won before. So this is going to be an interesting couple next matches here for Futboles and Cloud9, and Canina Power still maintaining themselves there within striking distance. Team Queso now moving up a little bit. Team Queso does need to get a win here if they want to get even closer. Nova Esports does pass Loops Esports, and Loops Esports, listen, if you want to get even closer to those top 3, Loops, you wake up, come on, tell them it's do Brazil. You gotta go ahead and do something here, as we do see here the second page. Team Unique, Team Umbra does go down. And Team Umbra, one team that we talked about earlier here, Glitter, it hasn't gone their way today.
No, it's been a little bit rough today, but if you do notice, looking at the overall point totals for 11th through 15th, I mean, specifically 11th through 13th, they're not separated by, any large amount of points. Literally one mediocre game for some of these teams will start changing up those rankings, but what they're shooting for is that 9th place position. You need to get above that if you want to start making yourself some more money. So hopefully something happens with these teams. I don't know how many times we have to say it, but I mean, especially going into tomorrow, the main focus is going to be that top 4 grouping and seeing how they start to kind of shuffle themselves around.
Well, on the opposite end of that, the separation between first place of Cloud9 and 10th place, which I believe was Dream Leaders, is almost 100 points. So you have, 3 games left today, 6 games left tomorrow. You have 9 games in total to try to even get close to closing that gap and earning into that top 4 where you can start to double or over double the amount of money you can win. If teams are going to try to make that big push, I think they almost have to start it right here and right now because they're running out of time. As we take a look at the schedule, we're going into our 4th match of the day. Do you know what that means? We're heading over to Miramar. Things getting a little bit hot and spicy here on today's show. We're going to see which team will come out supreme when it comes to this one. Dream Leaders have had some okay performances, have had some lackluster performances more recently, so I personally can't be backing them in this one. I wanted to see that consistency. B4, one of their best maps, even though it's not necessarily their favorite map. As we saw yesterday, I think that was Mustache Dave to go for them, and he was on top of points when it came to that match. Predictions. I don't know who wants to start this off. I'm gonna try what Cameron did. I'm
I'll
gonna
go
flip a
first.
coin in my head. Okay, Seven, you go first.
Go for it. Heads.
Yeah, I mean, of course, then on heads. Look at your head. Okay. Your pick.
Hey man, it's a nice size head.
It's
all
a
right.
good cut. That's why.
You know what? I'm not gonna say the team name because earlier I picked Team Queso and I kind of jinxed them because they were getting hot. So yo, production, can you do me a favor? Can you just show the team that I picked? Because I don't want to say their name, but this team has been performing. I remember. They've been performing really well so far, man. And I don't want to jinx them. All right, I don't want to jinx them, but I think they're gonna go ahead and get a win. I don't want to say their name.
Who? Canina Power?
Look at the logo.
You do it in sign language? I can't tell what Glitter, can you tell what that is? I'm not sure. I need Seven to say it. No, okay. Well,
We'll have to see how it plays out for
I guess he
him.
didn't pick a team then. I guess we'll get 0 points. Glitter, who's your choice?
So I know you said you couldn't back them for this match because they've been struggling a little bit. However, they did have their highest damage game yet today, I think, in our last match, even if they weren't able to convert on too many kills. And this is a comfort zone for them, so I'm still backing Dream Eaters, and I hope that they can bring me home some points.
Okay. Well, I did say to you, if you want to keep beating Seven in your predictions, you should keep picking what I pick. But unfortunately, it's not going to be happening here. I didn't go Dream Eaters this time. I've lost faith in them, unfortunately, when it comes to Miramar. So I actually went with Team Queso.
Ooh.
Part of the reason I did that
picks?
is I can't wait to see Seven's face when Canina Power get dropped out early and Queso is actually going to be in the top 2 and he's just going to be like, I don't know what's going on. Let's take a look though at how our predictions come into this match though in our map chance and see which team is likely of the 3 to win this one based off past results. And we can see here Dream Eaters, well, they don't have max damage. I'm only about 1,500, but they do have themselves 3 chicken dinners. So that's an upside here for you, Glitter.
Yeah, and I mean, same amount of kills as Team Queso, so we might, stand to at least do decently on this match here, Jason. And then I like Seven's pick. To be fair, Konina Power very recently started picking it up and having stronger performances. So this might not be 100% indicative or accurate, you know, of what they could potentially do. This has just been their past performances. So you might be picking a winner here, Seven. You never know.
Yeah, I think the team that I picked has performed really well, especially I was thinking back going to week 1. They ended up getting a win with just 2 players alive. In that last match, they also had 2 players alive, so I was just connecting the dots, you know, doing the little weird math there in my head. And that's why I went with that team. That's why I think my team that I picked, that I'm not going to mention their name, that's why I think they're going to go ahead and win this next game.
Okay, so Seven.
Superstitious on us.
Seven's backing Yalla here, clearly. So we'll see how Yalla is going to do. We'll see how Dream Eater is going to do. No last chance to change it. If I was commissioner right now, I would actually implement a rule this second saying you have to say the team name before you can predict them. But I'm not commissioner anymore, so you're lucky. All right, we'll catch you 2 after this match finishes, and maybe Seven will stick with this if his team pick does well. Maybe this is our way to get Seven to be quiet here on the analysis desk. Who knows? I'm just kidding. We'll see you guys later. Don't hate me. He hates me. He definitely hates me. You guys at home who are watching, hopefully you don't hate me, and hopefully you guys are also watching and earning points, because the top 100 viewers will be getting exclusive rewards you can watch within the game. Within the Esports Center, you still have, what, 3 games today, 6 tomorrow, 9 left in total to earn up as many points as you possibly can. You can obviously be watching on East as well to help get even more points on your side. And you can be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL to let us know your prediction, or maybe talk nicely about me. Hopefully, I don't know, you see my Twitter there, you can tweet to me as well. Who knows what's going to happen, but what will happen that I can at least confirm for you is we're bringing in 2 commentators to help bring us underway with our 4th match of the day. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And Hot Jukes, I'm going to ask you off the bat, how you doing today, man?
Doing good, man. Feeling great, relaxed, just still pumped up. I know I'm going to get hyped up here in a little bit, but right now I'm just saying, hey, you know what? Stay calm. Get ready for the action that's about to happen here soon.
So Dave, we're moving into the 4th game here on Miramar, but before we get to that, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm doing okay. You know, some of these teams, Loops, I'm surprised with their results so far. Currently in 6th place. I mean, this is a team that was dominating the past couple weeks, and I don't know if they have what it takes to play that catch-up game. They've always been at the top. Now they're playing catch-up.
Well, you talk about how you're surprised at how bad that they're doing, but are you surprised at how well Konina Power is doing today, and maybe Team Queso?
Very surprised. I mean, I made a top 8 list, Team Queso, Konina Power. I'm going to say they were not in that list, and hey, good for them, because at the end of tomorrow, that's all that cash money. So it really doesn't matter where I rank them in my list, it's how much money they will be able to get here.
All right, so Hot Cheeks now, we got to cast our eyes to this. There's 9 matches left to go. That's it. 9 matches, we're done. And we're going to be giving out the prize money on this one. We're seeing teams, I think, as I said before, like 1st to 10th place difference is like 100 points, right? In your eyes, obviously being a professional player or ex-professional player, do you think if you're one of these teams that far out, do you start to go crazy now? Or do you think it's a little bit too early? Do you think they need to wait to maybe tomorrow for that point? Or do they think they're going to play safe overall to maintain where they're at, if anything?
I think there's just no choice. At this point here, you have to make up this lead, especially considering these squads, how they've been performing here in the top 3 so far. I mean, because you know Cloud9, you know these guys are going to put points on the board. You can't just expect to have a couple chicken dinners and catch up to them. You need to have excellent performances starting right now, going forward. And on top of that, be able to get a few wins. So you're going to have to mix up some strategies. You got to get aggressive, and you got to be able to pull out that chicken dinner at the end no matter what. And it's not going to be easy, considering how the rest of these teams are playing.
It kind of reminds me of like a phrase a friend of mine, another commentator, has said before in another game. There's teams out there right now.
What is it?
Who are playing to win, and there's teams out there who are playing not to lose. And there's a very big difference between those two. The teams who are playing to win are gunning for that 1st place, right? They are throwing out all the stops because they want the money. The teams who are playing not to lose are the teams who are just trying to, all right, let's just keep this up. Let's just keep where we're at, right? Keep the status quo, keep where we're at. Don't fall any lower in the leaderboards because we want to win some money in this one. But that's not the teams that I want to be backing. That's not the teams I want to be rooting for. I want to see the ones who are going out. Queso has tried it today. We've seen Konina Power. out of nowhere. I mean, we saw them the second day of the opening weekend have the similar performances, but since then, Dave, they've just not shown any sort of instance of this until today. They even broke their own record twice in one day of a chicken dinner with the lowest amount of kills with 3 and then 2. But Kanina Power have kind of switched it into an entirely different gear, and I think this is why they were definitely one of the best teams coming out of Russia when it comes to PMPL.
I mean, popping off. Kanina Power, they were 8th place overall for league play that just ended a couple days ago. Team Queso, 10th place in that league play that ended a couple days ago. So for them to be in 3rd and 4th right now, I mean, that $100,000 is like right in the grasp. Like they could taste it. They could taste it. I mean, 2nd place to 1st place, Cloud9. Football is right behind them by only 5 points. And those 5 points, that's a $50,000 difference at the end of the day.
It's like leading a horse with a carrot, except that carrot is a fat stack of cash, and they're getting so close to biting it off the string. It's time now to get into our prediction game here, gentlemen. We're going to start with you, Hot Jukes. Who do you have to win this match?
You know, considering the teams that I've already picked here so far, I'm going to go with Nova on this one. I think that they need to have a big game starting now, and it's really surprising to see how they've played so far. They were flying up the leaderboards, and they have 3 chicken dinners on the board. And considering that they're 40 points behind this first-place team, you know, it's kind of definitely making me start to get a little bit nervous on how the squad is performing. So hopefully, I'm going to go for them, give them my good luck, because, man, my predictions thus far have not been too great here in the finals. But, you know, hey, never too late to turn it around. Come on, Nova.
I think this is a winner.
This is the one. 100%.
Miramar has always been, it seems to be a good map for them, especially when they're playing at range. It's the kind of close quarter combats where they struggle on with Cat in particular. Really? So we got Nova for you, Hot Jukes. Mustache Dave, who do you have?
I don't think I'm going to say. I'm not going to say. I'm going to pull a 7 right now because if I say it, I feel like I'm going to jinx it, and I can't put that karma on the squad right now. So I'll let production pull it up. You know, I just can't say it, man. I can't.
So Mustache Dave going with headquarters, it seems.
All right, listen, I thought you're not the commissioner. I like how you're allowed to just change your picks on the fly, but mine have to be picked like 2 years ago.
I'm not commissioner. I'm just waiting for production to show me. I want to know who you picked as well.
Superstitious. I just don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. I mean, I'm on that 7 train right now. I know who I picked. I just don't want to say that.
Well, I think production seems to be the new commissioner, and they're just going to give you a 0 because they don't want to show your pick, it seems. So we'll move on from that. Maybe you can spell it for us. Maybe you can kind of write it for us as well. But we are getting very close to hopping into this next match. So I want you to just take it away. I don't even know what else there is to say. I want to see what's going to happen here as we get into what an IDK. They don't even know who you picked. So they really don't know who you picked, Dave.
B4. It's on the dock. B4.
Now you said it, Dave.
You guys are skamazing me with these points. I'm telling you right now. Yesterday, I looked at the... No, you guys, the commissioners, whoever's behind the scenes, because I looked yesterday at the talent picks. There was columns missing. I was missing points, and it's not fair, man. It's not fair.
Okay, we got B4 in there, so you're good. All right, gentlemen, take us underway here with our fourth match of the day.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go to match number 4, taking it over to Miramar 2.0, The Desert. You know, one of those maps where I think that, you know, any of these teams could win it. I'm really looking to see how Nova's going to do here, Dave. You know, I think that considering how they performed in the past, they've been pretty strong on this map, especially for that kind of like long-range play style here. So, hey, here we go. Match number 4. Let's get into it.
Let's get it, baby. So yesterday, Footballers, they had 14 kills on our Miramar game. 14 kills. And if I'm Cloud9, yes, I think Cloud9, they got the chicken dinner yesterday on Miramar. But Footballers, second place, 14 kills. I mean, Cloud9, Footballers, 5 points is the deciding factor currently for the squads. So, yeah, I mean, just like yesterday. Just like yesterday, remake,
dude. Right, we got a good old-fashioned remake here, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and get the lobby restarted. Make sure everybody is in the game. You know, these guys behind the scenes, they work tirelessly to make sure that this tournament is played as fair across the board for everybody. We want to make sure everybody has a great chance. Too much money on the line, put it at risk. So, guys, thank you so much for being patient as we get this done. But, man, Dave, I have to be a little bit here. You know, we've seen some good matches here so far, and I'm looking at this leaderboard. I'm looking at the scoreboard, and I think it's still anybody's game, considering. Now, let me ask you this.
Alpha Legends?
Let's say, I mean, hey, Alpha Legends here, I mean, hey, they got to pull off a Christmas miracle. It's not quite December just yet. But yeah, let's see how it ends up working out for them. I want to see which team is going to be able to make it into leaderboards. But first, I believe we have a quick interview from a member from Yala. So why don't we go ahead and go over to that while we get this game remade.
What's going on? I'm Mustache Dave, joined with Kevin from Yala Esports. Kevin, I mean, first of all, thanks for joining me here today. How are you doing, man?
It's all good, man. Thank you for interviewing me. I really feel honored being here with you, Mustache Dave.
All right. Well, hey, I got a couple questions for you, so sit back, man. Before coming into PUBG Mobile World League, like when you guys qualified, what were the team's expectations here?
Oh, actually, we were expecting to be within like the top 8 teams to get on the leaderboard, and that's what we are working on right now, to be on the top 8 teams, best teams, 8 teams in the West and the world.
And then the journey, though, like what was the journey for the squad to make it here to the World League?
Yeah, it's all started like before the PMCO 2019 spring split, before everything started in the esports scene. When Star Challenge Dubai was played, and there I had a goal like, hey, I wanna be there one day, and I started grinding and working hard for the team day after day with the guys, and playing the PMCO spring split 2019, being as a top team in MENA again in at the full split, and then we got invited to the Stars Challenge, and then here we go, PMCO 2020 and World League.
The top of the top, man, the top of the top. I mean, congrats for the team for making it here, first of all. So, I mean, expectations, we kind of touched on that one. I gotta say, personal opinion though, the first 3 weeks, the team always in that mid-pack on the leaderboard. So what was going on there?
I'm actually playing with a new style of the teams against the pro American teams, especially. They were like out of a league already, so they know how to deal with a long-term league and matches. When they struggle, you know, they like come back stronger. And I guess that was our point, where we proved that each league play we can make it to the Super Weekend, and we present ourselves in the Super Weekend. That was our first goal. And the struggles that we had, I guess we got over it by showing decent performance the last week in the league play and yet in the Super Weekend.
So you mentioned it. What were some of the struggles though from the squad? Like what was some things that they had to overcome?
Adapting to the play style of the American teams and European teams in terms of their play aggressivity or the strategies they used to play. So we had to collect more information about their strategies, their rotations, their movements, and yet do our best to compete against them.
Okay, yeah, because we saw here the last Super Weekend, the squad, at least when I was watching, they had full-blown confidence. They were taking so many gunfights. Yala Esports, they were winning the fights as well. How does that kind of contribute to the confidence level on the squad, like the momentum behind the team?
Yeah, it's more about, as we say, adapting to the level of the gameplay. And Yala Esports are well known in the MENA as like aggressive team play. We play aggressively in the region, but we had to wait for that right moment to take ahead and hit, take those fights and get more confident about taking fights against the best teams. We have proved that, of course, especially with Anas being the MVP, or actually the top killer in the West region with everyone kills.
Okay. So that was league play. All right. Now the squad, you guys are going to the finals. All right. You're going to the finals. What type of preparations have you been doing over the past couple days? You know, we've had some days off here getting ready. What has the squad been doing to get ready for that?
You know, the finals is that last hit, like whether you take it or like you hit the success or you you fail and learn from that failure to get more successful in the future term. But for us, it's gonna be preparing the team moral and the team mentality of accepting any outcome that happen, because it's a fight that you need to take. It's the battle, you know, man. Like the last 24 games of everything were determine the winner and the top teams in the West League, at least for the Spring Split Season 0. For that reason, we are really preparing well on the mentality of the players to be full relaxed, full chill, and give their best, because an opportunity is never lost. It's always seized by someone else. So we have to seize this opportunity.
All right, so you may mention the mentality aspect of things. Can you kind of dive a little deeper in that? So say, for example, the team, say it's game 1, all right, we're in the finals. You get taken out in 16th position. Obviously, anybody would kind of get a little tilted. But how is the squad going to stay positive? Like, what kind of strategies are you guys going to use behind the scenes?
We have learned that through a long period of tournaments, which is going to be 24 matches. I guess it's not going to be like all the teams had their bad day, you know, or a bad game. So when you want to accept the winning, you need to accept the loss. So when we lose, it should motivate us more to win the next game, so we can compensate it. And this mentality like needs to be well prepared, and definitely our players and the team are well prepared for that to give their best and to perform at their best.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add to this? I mean, I'm done here, man. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to your boy Mustache Dave, but anything else you'd like to tell people out there?
Definitely. First of all, I would really thank my org Yalla Esports for showing all the support for us in terms of everything needed. And second, I would highly thank all the community there. Cheer us up and be with us, even if we perform bad or good. So we really need your support, because it's too important for us as a MENA team, and our community is huge and big. So please shout out for Yalla Esports for the win, and Yalla win, man.
All right, thank you, Kevin, for joining me. Best of luck to you and the squad. Let's go Yalla Esports.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
And we're back here. The remake is officially complete, Dave. We got it all good to go here, ready to get set up here for match number 4. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. But man, what a great interview there with Kevin from Yalla. Yeah, Dave, you want to touch a little bit more on that?
Hey, same shirt, Andy. That's what they call me. That's what they call. No, I had a different shirt. But yeah, Yalla. I mean, we're almost done with the finals. Not gonna lie, you got 3 games today, 6 games tomorrow. Yalla Esports, 15th place right now on the overall leaderboard. So they have a lot of catching up to do. And you know, Kevin mentioned that they have been studying other squads. Hopefully, they can adapt their play styles here as we kind of wind down the finals. You know, they have a lot of work to put in.
I think it's probably been pretty difficult for a lot of these teams that have been studying these other squads, considering how much I think these play styles have kind of changed here in the finals. You know, my thought is like towards the end here of the Super Weekend play, there's squads that realize that, hey, you know what? There's nothing we can do, right? There's no way we're going to get into the top 3 of Super Weekend. And maybe with that, they started making some adjustments. I think we definitely saw some teams try to maybe test the waters out here. And if you're studying some of these squads, come league play time, it's even, right? Or come the finals time, the scoreboard completely reset. I think we saw definitely some squads that we did not expect to kind of come up. You look at Nova, Konina Power now coming out hard. I mean, man, talk about some of these squads came to play here in the finals.
Yeah, and right now, looking at Nova, you know, you brought them up. I gotta say, I mean, they have 53 total kills. Their 3 chicken dinners definitely keeping them up. They're at the top of the leaderboard, currently in 5th place. I want to see them get a little more confident in their gameplay, kind of frag out a little more, because Team Queso, Konina Power right in front of them, they're hovering around 77 to 78 total kills. So that just goes to show you how important, you know, that chicken dinner is here with this tournament structure. And looking at Nova, they have circle number 1, nobody around them. It's good. It's a good time. It's a good time for Nova. Hopefully they get more chicken.
They're sitting pretty. They're sitting pretty right now. This is a great center circle here at this Miramar match, and I think that all these squads are very familiar with this one. You can already see Cloud9, due to the plane path, not really able to drop into El Pozo, but it looks like they went and head over, were able to find some vehicles, and that is where they're going to be on their way. And, you know, it's really interesting when you have these kind of plane paths. Anytime you see these guys jumping in a vehicle, it's just a lot of time on the clock, right? They're heading outside the circle. They got to get looted real fast and get ready prepared for the next circle.
Oh, yeah, especially if you got Yala. We heard Kevin in the interview. You got Yala taking some shots at you already. Los Leones. This is going to be Yala out there in the south of Los Leones, taking some shots onto Umbra. Then Dream Eaters in the same neighborhood as well. So these teams, they need to be really cautious on how far they push on into the town.
Yeah, I think you nailed it right on the head right there. As Yala, they are just taking out of here. They said, you know what? You guys can have this city. We didn't want it anyway. We're going to go ahead and loot some of these buildings over here in the corner. And honestly, it makes sense. I think that this is that one point in time where every single point matters even more. I mean, you have to, if you're on the bottom of the leaderboards, you have to have a great game starting now, going forward, if you have any chance to kind of really make it into that top 8. And we heard Kevin really say that that was his goal. So I'm definitely not surprised to see them kind of say, you know what, let's avoid this fight for now and live to fight another day.
Exactly. All these teams, you know, coming in here. Yes, the money, it's a big factor, but they also want to be the best. You know, they want to be the best. When it comes to the West, they want to represent their region. They want to represent their country and just make everybody, all their fans proud. Talking about fans, it's getting hot in here. We need at least 300,000. Let's get it. We are almost there. If we get that, 6 crates, baby. 6 crates.
Oh, man, I could use every single one of them. Tell the people, guys. Tell your friends. Let them know. Hop on one of these games because this is some of the best PUBG Mobile you're going to be able to see in the world. And that, I mean that literally here. This is the World League West League Play Finals. And you can just see these squads, how meticulous they are when it comes to their looting, their strategies, and how just one mistake, one little, you know, just being one teammate being a little too far back, one bad smoke, meaning your entire squad's demise right here. So, I mean, and anybody that's watching... Yeah, we saw that the other day right there. And any people that are watching, you got to give this a try. I mean, there's still plenty of opportunities to be able to get into the comp scene, talk to some other people. Because, man, when you play at this high level, it's like an entirely different game.
Yeah, I mean, PMCO starting up here in a couple of days. So a lot of PUBG Mobile, a lot of PUBG Mobile to be had here in the pipeline. And, I mean, I'm not going to lie. PUBG Mobile's got me up at night. I woke up about two to three times last night. Like, oh, what happened? Cold sweat, having dreams about the leaderboards, having dreams about 1v3s, and I'm not even playing the game. So I can only imagine the stress levels right now as the finals wind down.
Oh, man, it has to be intense. And I know that I've talked about it multiple times and how much, you know, kind of like that stress factor comes involved. But you know what? I'm not going to lie, Dave. I think that this tournament is a really big opportunity to see these players play at the highest level possible. Because in reality, you know, because of due to this global pandemic, a lot of these teams are not obviously playing in a LAN environment. So they're playing in the comfort of their own home. And I think that that is a big factor to kind of consider here. Like we saw an interview with Beowulf the other day, and I know for a fact, he likes to play laying down, you know, completely laying down his stomach, and that's going to help out with his stability, kind of playing and things like that. Come, you know, LAN time, if there actually will be one in there in the future, I mean, you got the lights on you. That's even more pressure. You're sitting up in a chair. So I think here, this is going to be a tournament where we're going to see these players play at the absolute highest level they possibly can be.
Man, I got light on me right now. I'm feeling the pressure, man. I feel like a camera's watching me or something. You know. But looking at this.
A similar feeling. I got a similar sensation right now, buddy.
I feel like there's a mic on my face. You know, looking at this zone, we got the teams in Los Leones going to be making their way on into circle number 1 down there in the south. B4 looks like they might run into team Unique. Looks like Spring might have spotted out Sheepman. We saw Sheepman in a closet game 1 be able to get a nice little spray down, getting 2 knocks in that, you know, sticky situation. But now, you know, it's a brand new game. Chiefan looks like they're going to be doing some scouting, receiving some shots, popping back on the opposite end of that hill. And we got someone down. We got someone down right now from Yala.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and with Dream Eaters, and you can see Toffees, oh, throwing the spray down through the smoke, just trying to get a hit marker right here. That's a really, really risky play from Lord, but it looks like he is going to be able to crawl his way to safety right here. Really
popping tires. Popping tires. The mixtape out here.
Oh, he got him with a grenade.
Wow.
With a grenade.
Yeah, making sure to clean that one up. And, you know, Lord coming in for that rescue play, trying to save their squad mate. Looks like they're going to be pinned down right now. Matic trying to get that off angle, trying to get that flank.
Man, talk about, you're flanking the wrong way, buddy, because guess what? Who's got another flank?
Thurston.
Santa. Wow, what a great play there from Yala. Great angles.
Great angles, and that will allow Lore to retreat, right? Because, I mean, those sidelines are going to be covered. And, you know, both teams losing one member out of that engagement, you know, okay. It is what it is. Pull off. You know, we got the whole game ahead of us.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what they're just going to go ahead and shake hands and say, all right, you got one of ours, we got one of yours. It's even.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah, we'll see it a little later.
Some fingers in the air, you know what I'm saying?
True, that's right. Peace out, Girl Scout. I'm out of here.
Peace out.
You know?
Peace
and
out.
You can see Bayo doing exactly that as he's on the rotate on a bike, you know, just trying. And this is what I love about Cloud9. No matter what, they don't just full send it. Every single time you see them kind of drive up to a hill, they go ahead and scout it out, and then they drive up to the next hill, scout out. And I think that is a huge strategy that separates them from a lot of other teams.
Leapfrogging, I think, is the term on their strategy, you know, leapfrogging, you know. So, yeah, and I feel like a lot of teams here, at least up until this point, have been realizing that, you know. They realize these types of strategies that these teams, the top, use, and they start to implement that into their own play style as well.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes to the fact, I think that's a little factor of the reason why probably Loops is a little struggling here, because, you know, I think some of these squads that are kind of like lacking on the leaderboards, they got to be like studying these top teams. I mean, what other team would you want to study more than the squads that are kind of on top of the leaderboards? And with that, that's just more eyes on you, more information on exactly where you rotate to. And I'm not shocked to see some of these top teams kind of struggling here in the finals, but guess who's not struggling? All these squads right now sitting right dead zone of this circle, as it is, you know, pretty nice to everybody.
Monte Nuevo. Open, free and clear. Crate, Power Grid, open, free and clear. Dream Eaters, Yala. Looks like they might be rotating on in that direction. A lot of people, a lot of teams clustered all the way up there to that north area. And yeah, like you said, back to your point, Loops. I mean, they had the recipe, all right? But they published it. They published it here for everybody to see. And I believe people, you know, they went back, they watched the VODs, they studied Loops, and now, you know, now Loops, they're struggling. I mean, when I say struggling, they're in 6th place, you know, out of the whole West League.
Yeah,
so
they're
not really struggling.
Right? Yeah.
But when we look at Loops, you know, in the past, you know, 1st place, PMPL Americas, 1st place in the league play, they're kind of struggling in that sense.
Oh, definitely. I mean, definitely, especially considering we had such high expectations for them. I mean, there's still plenty of games to play. They have enough points to not really be in too much fear. Regardless, though, they have to be putting up big games consistently if they want to hold on to the chance of being able to make it to that 1st place. I mean, again, they've already got $50,000 in the bag. They put some big money into their bank account. But, man, I'll tell you what, here, there's $100K on the line. And I guarantee you every single one of these squads is gunning for that big time.
Not only that, yachts, you know, they're expensive here.
And the clout.
2020. They're expensive. Raum.
Oh, yeah.
Football is almost at that 100 kill mark here. Currently sitting on 98 total kills for the squad. Almost there. And to put that into perspective, the team in 2nd place with kills, Cloud9 was 78. So they're just shooting up there, and looks like Dadin will be finding themselves in the crosshair of Rarum. You got that nice little wig on. Not going to save you from a bullet, though.
No, sir. No, it will not. And you can just see Dadin getting some heals up. And right now in football, as you can see, they're just kind of poking the bear right now, saying, hey, you know what? We're up here. Don't even think about trying to drive in this direction. And, you know, these kind of strategies are really good at kind of keeping teams away from rotating right on India. And, yeah, it also definitely affects the amount of kit and armor you have. So, but Rom, I mean, he's sitting pretty right now. Full, fresh level 3 helmet, level 2 vest. So, you know, he's going to be really careful about his peaks going forward.
Grr. Grr. That's us making bear sounds. I never encountered a bear, fortunately. I think that's how they sound. Not sure. Might need to check it out after this, you know?
All I know that is if we together, it's all bear. All I know is that I don't have to outrun the bear. Just have to outrun you, Dave.
Oh, man. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. So first set.
You see me,
We're
man.
a team,
I think you got me at the sprint. That's for sure. You know what? I'll take the L for you, Dave. You know that's
Thanks,
what I'm
man.
talking about.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Talk about taking an L. Miku pulling back.
Put it in reverse. Put it in reverse.
Yep. Tensa with the SKS, trying to pop those tires. And that's the name of the game here. Early game Miramar. There's so much terrain, up, down, everywhere. You want to take out that utility. You made mention of it. Raum from Football is trying to take out the utility in a sense when it comes to the helmet, when it comes to the vest. And there's other aspects of that. We saw right there, Tensa trying to pop some tires. I mean, that's just going to limit your enemies. Oh, talk about limiting your enemies.
Look at that.
Hard shift. Wow. All those teams
quick rotates, instantly having to come out from all these squads. And you can already see the movement out of them. Team Unique, all of them already in the vehicles, starting to run. Like you mentioned earlier, shooting out those tires, it's such a big strategy, especially in this map of Miramar. Having those vehicles around this mid-game, it's so huge. Because imagine if you were Unique with no vehicle, I mean, you're having to run through all these squads and the blue zone wide on the open. You stand zero chance. So you definitely see these squads, whenever they hit a spot, I mean, they are putting that vehicle in a nice protected area because they know they need it for the rest of the
And
game.
actually, talking about Unique, I see Nova, they're going the opposite direction. They're not pulling back into the zone. They're trying to save Cat right now, and things are falling apart. Ooh, frozen.
Oh my goodness.
Tag
got
from
popped.
AZ. Oh, popped by AZ, the Car 98. That's a nice one. Look how far that is.
That was a huge shot right there, basically saving his teammate. Clutch plays coming out right now. AZ is just still trying to get it done. Oh, starting to get some bullets onto him as well. Big fight right now between Nova and Unique.
Yeah, it looks like Cat is going to be by themselves. AZ trying to get the save, and Milky Way vehicle explosion. I told you, I had a dream about this, and it's coming true right now. Unfortunate for Nova. HZL will be spotted by Annalise and tagged, and Sheepman right there in that dip prone.
Oh, and that's it.
They're dead. Oh,
they are dead.
Nova.
Talking a dream for you, Dave, but a nightmare for Nova, and a nightmare for my prediction scores as they're out in 16th place here. But moving on, right? I mean, that's the essential part of Miramar. These rotations are just so difficult, so much open terrain. These guys are so good at being able to spray down these moving vehicles. And you can see Wildcard. I mean, hey, they do not want to have that same deal. They are doing the widest rotate to make sure they can get into this next circle.
Miku able to get that heel off, trying to avoid these grenades. And Uzi in hand, spray down. Yep, we'll be taking them down. Toffee's still up there, out there in the mountains. This fight has been going on for some time. HH24 from Tempo up there on the rocks, on the cliffs. We'll be hearing this one. Back to that Nova thing, though. That Nova fight. Cat, the IGL, we know is the IGL for the squad. Sometimes you just got to count your loss. You got to count your loss, leave them be. Nova, they're outside of the zone. The pressure was on to pick up Cat, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, because a lot of these squads, whenever this new zone pops, they opt to just go ahead and send it in there together. And this was a really, a unique situation where Team Unique, they were outside of the zone, and then rather than just trying to push in together, they said, we want to go ahead and take this fight and take these kills on early. And just like that, made it real tough for Nova to possibly get in, and that's it. They're out in 16th.
Another nice little yoink down here. Graveyard, just the Theo
Shifting
of Picado.
south.
Yep, keep shifting down there in the South Umbra. Gonna be feeling really nice after that one. Nice and toasty. Got their sunscreen. UDR in the middle. Wildcard trying to wrap around. Looks like Tempo kind of separated for the time being. No longer favored in the zone, but Spec with the information, and information is everything in this game. We'll be hearing, we'll be spotting out Cloud9 pulling on out. Oh, not only that, spotting out two members from Cloud9 on a bike. Gonna be swapping on over to M16. Those two members, are they able to get on out of harm's way? HH in the mountains, trying to get that spray down. And talk about the blessings right now from Cloud9. Bayo, they're able to make it.
I'll tell you what, Bayo just, totally channeling his inner evil Knievel right there, as he had to just do some crazy driving skills with that bike, full sending it on out of there, barely making it out alive. That just goes to show you, how quick these guys are on the flick. Tempo Storm, almost hitting them off the bike. That would have just been insane. But now, Pyro and Adder, they're stuck. They realize that. It looks like Tempo is pushing up on them. HH24 with a great angle.
Great angle.
Adder's got a bus. No way.
In the bus, already tagged, forced to pop on out. Spec not going to be going for that thirst, instead getting that spray down onto Adar. Okay, we'll begin the thirst right now. Adar just trying to avoid being taken out right now in this situation.
And he hits that lay down right now. You can see Tempo, the Tensa and Spec talking to each other saying, we got a runner, boys. We got to go ahead and find out where he's at. We know there's only one member. You got to be really careful, though, because Adder, he's one of the top fraggers of this tournament. He could easily snake and catch you really fast, but look at this. Loops, down 2 members. Footballists with a great angle.
Footballists, they're just...
Single tap.
Yeah, they're just, showing up. We made mention they're almost at that 100 kill mark. Well, 2 kills on the board. We need that 7 confetti on the analyst desk. That's why they do it. That's why they do it.
Yeah, they're celebrating after that one right there. And you also love the fact that he decided to go for the single tap. But look at that. Speaking of single tap, McZera with the huge grenade on a Team Queso.
Look at that. Blowing up that bus to use it for cover so the enemies can't get the explosion and the thirst.
Right. Oh, another one.
Zero going to be tossing that grenade, trying to get that thirst right on top of Mystic. Levi trying to get that follow-up nade, and that's going to be right on top of him. Yep, Molly. But look at the rotate. Team Queso trying to get the pinch right now.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to find some new angles here, being really sneaky. They got that beautiful Golden Marauder, only one of them inside of the game, and they get it for dropping Hacienda del Patron here. But Team Queso got to be really careful with this rotation. Oh, Conina Powers got some great angles. And just like that, goodbye, Golden Marauder. Ayala out of there.
You just hear the spray. Oh my goodness, Pedro OG, who's swapping
the 2X Car9?
Yeah, 2X. That's your favorite 2X gang in the chat right now. So looks like B4 will be occupying Graveyard. Konya Power are going to be making the push up just south of this. And Unique still out there in the blue trying to make their way on in.
Yeah, there goes Dream Eaters eliminated. Yeah, 2X gang, more like 2X lame. That's what I have to say. But look at this footballist gatekeeping Loops and Temple. Oh, Carrillo, he's stuck in the blue zone right here.
Not only that,
like chunking.
Yeah, can you drop down from there? Yet Federal saying, see ya!
You can, but nothing good's gonna happen out of it as you are done and out. Loops taken out in 13th place right here.
That's rough.
Footballists are just on a tear right now. And look at the play zone just taking out so many players.
Yeah, Tempo, they spent a lot of time up there trying to third-party squads in their rotate. Forced to heal on up. Lobson cooking his grenade. Lobson already 2 kills to their name. Going to be tossed that one right on top of Rain in the smoke. All right past them. Rain, I don't know how Rain's getting down. I honestly do not know, and I don't think Rain knows either.
Yeah, it doesn't look like very likely right now. Yeah, tried to make a best play he can, but Rom was just waiting for him. This is zone number 5 right here. This blue zone, you just cannot be in it for very long at all. Switching on over to PK. They're laying down right now, just trying to get Carnage back up. Team Queso goes out as well. 9 teams remaining here in match number 4.
Yeah, football is putting in work. They need to.
How many squads are getting dropped?
Into the zone. Yeah. Hey, props to the Knights, though. I gotta say they have been putting in the work here today. They started in 15th place on the overall. Currently in 11th. They are just doubling their score, doubling their kills. Carnage will be knocked from that spray, and J7 trying to get the retaliate right now.
You can just see them throwing them smokes down really quick right now, trying to get that, reduce those sight lines, get their teammates back up. Moving on over to Umbra and Acer here. This is where it's starting to get intense, ladies and gentlemen. Zone number 5 starting to close, about to hit zone 6. And wherever this zone rotates to, oh man, I'm telling you what, these teams are looking to the sky and hoping it's them because there's not a lot of cover to be able to move around in this circle.
B4 in a little dip over there being bombarded from Konya Power out there in the distance. Footballists looks like they're going to be making the pull-up as well. But remember, the Knights right on over that tiny little hill, trying to heal on up. They got those smokes. They have, I believe, 2 buggies to work with that might still be intact.
Yeah, and you can just see right now, they are holding that dip really hard. Football is trying to make it on in, and we saw Lavazin getting taken out to the blue zone. But man, we're just seeing the kill feed starting to light up as just teams are just trying to find a spot right here because this blue, it just hurts too much. But I mean, it's so difficult. There's no cover. It's all smokes and vehicles right now. Oh, Carnage, 1 HP.
7 kills on Footballist. And they are just starting. Their engines are revving up right now. Lutz. Okay, tossing some grenades right uphill on top of the Knights, looking to make the connect. Lutz with the grenade onto J7, wiping them out right there. The Knights, they can't catch a break right now.
They can't catch a break. They're getting gate-kept by UDR killers while Footballist is just throwing a red zone right on top of them right here. All it takes is one more good nade, and it could be just devastating for PK, but it looks like that one's good. But he survives.
It's crazy. The mini red zone right here. And let me tell you, there's only 2 members of Footballist. 2 members from Footballist right now are being such a pain for the full squad of the Knights.
And they're trying to get this chicken dinner, but right now they're just finding a whole bunch of nades. There goes
back shot.
To Carnage. It bounced off the back of the hill and bounced right back on top of him. The bank is open, ladies and gentlemen. It's Solke. Oh, trying to pick him up in just a barrage of grenades. So risky, especially with the zone closing.
So if the Knights were paying attention to the kill feed, they might have been aware that there's only 2 up, and with that knock, only 1 up. But they have bigger fish to fry. They need to get on into the next zone. They have nowhere to go. UDR still going to be right smack in the middle. Rob from Konita Power, mini in hand. Suppressed, trying to take down, trying to get the thirst on a spring. All right, successful.
Yeah, able to get it done. That's going to be Slicky up, the only one left alive for wild card. Still 7 teams up in this 6th zone right here. Rob Dini just forced to just run in, throwing some smokes, trying to get some cover because this circle, oh man, it's starting to put the pressure onto him. And you can see Bedro about to get into it with Footballist as well. Takes down Lutz.
Yeah, this UDR, huge game for them. UDR, huge game for them. They have just been
this is the one.
Blessed multiple times, and they have hard cover to work with.
Yes, they do. And you can see Footballist taking it out. I mean, look at this. They are just dead center, all spread out, just making it hard on all these teams. While they're trying to do into team fights, there's just UDR just poking at them. Taunt still in, takes down Raven. Prolord.
How many times have the Knights been knocked? Yeah, able to get that reload. J7 going to go for that pre-fire. Prolord popping on up, putting in a lot of damage, but able to get the trade with 2 members right now from the Knights. Bleeding on out once again. Here comes the push. Konita Powers trying to take that hard cover from UDR.
Yes, they are. You know, that's Team Umbra down and out right here. This is a really big opportunity for both squads. If Konita Power and UDR get into this, PK might be able to come from the back and get a good third party here. And right now you can see them just throwing grenades back at each other, trying to open up this fight with a huge knock.
So many grenades being utilized here. So many smokes as well on this Miramar map. I mean, it's amazing. We got 4 teams remaining. UDR, not only have they been getting the zones, but they got 3 kills on the board. Still 4 up as well. 6 kills onto Konita Power. Tixie going to be cooking this grenade. Looking to get that one right on into that window of that shack. And UDR still kind of spread apart right now.
Yeah, they're really spread apart. I think right now they're just kind of going for placement rather than really trying to take on Konita Power head on. We'll find out if that's going to be a mistake because you can see Konita, they are just pushing together as a squad right now, really making it difficult for Nano to move. He finds an opening though, and he's out of there. Will this nade hit though? So close. So close.
Focus barely making it alive. Ricocheting off these pans right here. Bullets are flying everywhere. Pokus going for that pre-fire right now, trying to keep them at bay. Jagger in the back lines, trying to third party this push. Konita Power is trying to take on over the shacks. Pokus in the front lines, gonna be spotted by Tixie at the hands of the Uzi, and Gonzo with the scar to get the thirst.
You can see them just pushing it, FPP, and here comes PK out the back trying to third party this fight. Finally, they're all rezzed up and good to go. And they've got some really big angles on this entire team. Wonder if they will be patient. Raven and Jagger throwing nades at the same time. Not being able to connect though.
Licky, big chillin' back there. Big chillin'.
Big chillin'.
Big chillin'. Getting those placement points. The placement points. Goblin back there. Jagger gonna be tossing out a molly on into that shack. Ulysses in the one just across the way, and Gonzo, Tixie, they're all getting chunked down by Sandro.
And you can see Gonzo ran up, gets clipped, able to make it across though. Oh, this is so close. Look at all these pre-fires coming out from all these teams. Sandro trying to hold 3 members. Gets one.
Whoa, Tixie, that's a huge one. Tixie will be chunked down once again. Rob trying to go for that pre-fire. And another one bites the dust. Konina Power, things are falling apart. Rob is extremely low. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of this one, the Knights are still trying to toss some grenades, trying to get some damage in of their own. 4 kills so far. Recognizing the kill feed is just popping off. Jagger, Raven, both gonna be popping on up from their cover. Ulysses pre-fire through the window. Konina Power taken down and out. UDR though extremely hurt right now.
And you gotta know that PK knows they have a big numbers advantage.
Oh, the barrel! J7, that hurt. Taking down Ulysses in a blink of an eye. The pre-fire around the corner. J7 able to connect. Slicky. Get that final one. Slicky gonna be popping up. Slicky got 2. Slicky got 2. Raven needs to heal on up. We're down the 1v1. Can't wildcard get the dub here.
Has to switch to the high toss here to try to get that thirst, or he's gonna go straight for the win right now. Oh, this could be a huge nade. Raven heard it. Opts to go ahead and retreat. Try to find another angle. Oh, really great. Little trickery right there from Raven. He's using to get in and get out of that vehicle. And right now, he's just trying to find a whole new angle to fight Sickly. And it looks like it is going to be just a 1v1 between these two guys.
Talk about pulling the Houdini right here. Raven wrapping all the way to the back lines. Going for the revive onto J7. Slicky trying to get the high ground. Trying to see exactly where the enemy went. We'll be finding out the revive. Going for that spray. Slicky does it! Did we just witness that? Wildcard getting the chicken dinner.
The 1v3, and it's all Slicky right there. What an insane play. He just waited, stalking behind just that little hill right there. PK full scented, thinking that it was only one squad left. Little did they know, Slicky was there to just rain terror on top of him. What a game.
Dude, Slicky going for that vault on top of the roof to get the high ground, you know. I mean, just the no hesitation in that play. I mean, it came down to that. It was amazing. Raven trying to get that clutch revive to make it a 2v1 as well. Very interesting gameplay out there from both squads at the end.
Oh yeah, a tough fight indeed for both, but Slicky just able to get it done. Ice water in his veins right there. What a phenomenal match number 4. Can't wait to see, of course, what the rest of these 2 matches are going to look like right after this quick break from our sponsors. Hello and welcome back to the Wildcard Show as they get themselves a clutch 1v3 and a meaty and spicy and delicious chicken dinner that you can all chow down on, and you know Slicky's going to be doing that. The 1v3 to win the game. I mean, Pittsburgh Knights, they were looking so good there, especially up against UDR Killers, but it's the snake, it's the rat, the #1 rats in the world here, Seven.
That's right. Remember what Spring told me a while back? They were the #1 NA rats, all right? And guess what? It ended up working exactly that way. And I actually had Spring sending me a message saying that once Slicky got to the top of that building, they were all screaming at him, look to your left, look to your left. And it worked out. So what? Listen, they won that, and I jumped out of joy, even though my team that I had picked previously didn't really end up winning. That was impressive. That he played that so well. You had Konina Power fighting some other teams. Then you got Pittsburgh Knights coming in third party. And then ultimately, Wildcard here ends up third party Pittsburgh Knights. What a finish.
Well, not only were they screaming it in comms, so were we. I mean, I was literally screaming, look left, man. And he pulls it off in the end, but what's such a crucial position for them, too, because they've had a very rough day. Same for Pittsburgh Knights. They've actually had a really rough finals, and that would have been a fantastic game for them to actually win yet again. That would have been their second chicken dinner. They potentially would have, jumped from, I think, around 11th place, maybe into the top 9 if they could have pulled that one through, and it would have been a lot of momentum for the team as well. But either way, I mean, UDR Killers got extremely far. Konina Power, again, looking consistent, getting quite a few kills. I think they finished off around 4th place in this one. But I think there's a lot of teams out there that can be proud. There's a lot of teams out there that might be getting frustrated, though. Cloud9, Loops, Queso. I mean, we were seeing some teams that we kind of expected to continue to start to pick up some steam here, not really be able to do so far just yet.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely on the money. Remember, Nova Esports, that was one team that we were kind of expecting them to get hot. They won a couple matches in Erangel. So far, this matches today in Erangel, they just haven't performed to what we expect them to. I think they started the day off as 3rd place, and before this match, they were at somewhere between 5th and 6th place, so losing a lot of spots. And then you got Cloud9 Glitter. Cloud9 and Loops Esports, especially Loops, they ended up just absolutely sucking in that last one. They only got 1 point.
Whoa. No need.
And then hey,
words.
I mean, you got to be honest here. If they want to go ahead and push through that 1st place, that's a team that I personally expect to be in 1st place, all right? And for them to go ahead and show up the performances that we've been seeing here in the league finals is so surprising to me that I am going to have to use those kind of words because I want them to go ahead and improve. I want to see the Loops Esports that I'm used to seeing here.
Well, we can see our rankings from that last match here. You can see Wildcard, of course, finishing off in 1st place, albeit with only 5 kills, but Pittsburgh Knights, they have definitely started to step it up here. Maybe that's something they can keep consistent throughout the rest of today because we still have 2 more matches to come and, of course, 6 more tomorrow. Got UDR Killers in their footballs as well, having not a terrible game, still more kills than placement points. Temple Storm have stepped up a bit, considering they've looked a little bit lackluster so far today. And then Umbra. This is not the Umbra we saw before. Only 1 kill for themselves, which is really kind of like the opposite of what we saw before, right? In yesterday's games and the day before, able to get 8 kills, 6 kills, 5 kills. Oh, we can see here now the 2nd page, Glitter and Loops, Nova, Cloud9, all hogging that bottom 3.
So many teams on here that I don't think we necessarily expected, Queso included. I mean, B4 has been struggling, but this is a map they've done well on historically, so we probably didn't expect to see them this low. Dream Eaters also. Yes, like you said earlier, Jason, they've been struggling, but they should have done probably a little bit better on this map. And this is a very surprising bottom half of the leaderboard, but these types of matches are also going to be what opens up the opportunity for those teams who might currently be in that 6th to 8th place position to really start kind of bumping themselves up in the leaderboards if they can do well in the games where our current leaders don't do so well.
Well, I'm not sure Cloud9 will even be our current leader anymore because they were only about, like 10 points ahead of the 2nd place team. We'll get to that in a little bit of time. Obviously, I want to take a look at our top 4 players from the last match. I'm expecting to see, we do get J7 in there. We get Tixie in there yet again. You got Slicky. You got H24. Honestly, if Slicky doesn't have the MVP, he's probably not going to have it.
It's gotta be Slicky.
And then they only have like 5 kills, right? I think it's actually going to be more towards Tixie or more towards J7. But in my heart, it's going to be going to Slicky. And yeah, there we go. Tixie does pull it off with the MVP. So maybe get himself a little bit.
That's going to be huge.
Go on.
He was in 2nd.
Yeah, this is huge, as you were saying,
so
Glitter.
Excited.
Because remember, he is in contention right now, Glitter, for that MVP ranking. I think he was 3rd place, right?
Yeah, he could be up into 2nd now. It depends. It depends who was above him. It depends how they did, but I believe it was it a footballist player that was right above him? It might have been Solke, I can't remember, but this is it's massive for Tixie, and it's also showing the consistency that we were looking for out of both the entire team of Kunina Power and Tixie specifically for a very large portion of World League. Look at his damage compared to everybody else up here. He's got the most kills as well. You know, he just, I don't know what they did in the downtime between the end of World League and our finals, but it is 1,000,000% working out for them in the long run. And then obviously, of course, we've got J7 for Pittsburgh Knights also up here. Slicky with those clutch plays at the end of the game. And HH24, nice to see a Tempo Storm player back up here in HH24, somebody that is more than capable of having these games, and we've seen him start to step it up again recently.
I did get confirmation, by the way. Tixie did chug a Mountain Dew before he played this next match, which is why he's able to get himself the MVP. Let's take a look at our Do the Do moment, speaking of it, and see all the highlights across this match. I'm probably seeing Cloud9 loops going out relatively early, but we're starting things off with Dream Eaters up against Yala here off the bat 7. And again, Yala, a team that, as we saw with Mustache Dave in the interview, they've not really had the success that they were hoping. We even heard Kevin talk about how, you know, you have to take the wins and the losses, right? You got to have a similar mentality between the two. And, well, they've been just served up a lot of losses, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so far their best placement it was yesterday, actually, a second place finish with 2 kills, and they haven't really performed that well in regards to kills. In this last match, they were able to get 3 kills, which is usually more than what they've been averaging, so that's good for that team. But Yala definitely needs to step it up in a huge way if they want to go ahead and do anything. And I think going back to Kunina Power, we're starting to see glimpses. Maybe they went back to that Qualcomm Snapdragon devices they were using before, because they're starting to get away with a lot of the stuff here that we haven't seen them get away with. We're starting to see them actually winning fights. We're starting to see them get better rotations. And this is just one scary team. And if they're going to go ahead and continue these performances, they're just going to be getting closer and closer there to that first place, whoever it might be, whether it's Footballers or Cloud9. And as well with Cloud9 here, they got very lucky that they didn't die sooner than what we actually saw, because they got away with with what we usually like to call, you would have been dead, all right? If you're in a motorcycle, especially in Miramar, if you're trying to do what some of the Cloud9 players were able to do there, you would have definitely ended up losing here, Glitter.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we were watching that too, I believe it was HH24 that was actually putting a ton of damage into them as they tried to kind of escape a pretty bad situation for them. So, like you said, a little bit surprising that they made it as far as they did, but in the end, you know, it didn't exactly work out for them. And we have seen on here, as these Do the Do moments go on, we've seen a bunch of clips coming out of Footballist. And Footballist, you know, it has been so consistent today. They got another 8 kills this match, and they are that second place team that we're going to be looking at when we finally get to the overall standings, that we're trying to knock Cloud9 out of that first place position. So every game that Footballist has is more and more important, because hot on their tails are the likes of Kunina Power, who, you know, we just saw had another very strong game. So we had asked for it, 7, at the beginning of today. You know, talked about it a little bit. We wanted it to be a fight for this first place position. We wanted to keep it interesting. The teams are starting to give us that.
Yeah, we might have it, especially with C9, Footballers, and Kunina Power, with the performances they're currently putting up. Another team I definitely want to see more out of, especially going here into the last 2 matches of today before we go tomorrow into the final day of everything here, is going to be Team Kessel. We saw Team Kessel have flashes of amazingness there, and right now they're starting to kind of slow down again. They're starting to go down that path that I really don't like them to see. I don't like them seeing there, where they're not able to get that many kills. They're just not able to get that much stuff. And then don't worry, we're going to be breaking this down in a little bit. My boy Slicky, he stopped crouching pretty much at the right time, and then thanks to all his teammates telling him look to the other side, he was able to clutch it up. It's impressive play there, and it's not the first time he does it.
Thanks to his teammates and to us for screaming, look left, right? We obviously helped a bit, 7. Come on. Let's take a look at our total damage now from that last match. And honestly, I don't know who's going to be even #1 in this one, because we had so many teams finding it out, especially towards the very end. It's actually not even going to be a team in the top 3. It's going to be Kunina Power with the 2,200 damage, but 7, only 8 kills.
But it's the damage. This is starting to become, once again, the Kunina Power team that we're used to. And I'm actually not surprised to see them there, because they're just so much more aggressive. If you literally go back and watch, what was it, maybe Super Weekend 1 or Super Weekend 2 out of Kunina Power, and watch how they're playing now, they look like two completely different teams. Before, they would just focus on placement, and now they're just focusing on kills and placement. They're focusing on both. And then you have Futbolist too. Futbolist has been very consistent. And listen, the reason why I was pointing out, shout out to Tempo too, being able to get their 1200 damage, 6 heal. The reason why I was kind of throwing some shade here at Loops Esports is because this is not what I expected. I mean, I'm a huge fan of that team. I've seen them play since PMWL Americas, and the way they're performing right now, they're not performing to what we expect them to. This is a team that just won the league pretty much all the super weekends. They ended up with 50,000. I'm pretty sure they want to end up with those 100,000. So hopefully, whatever's going on with that team, they kind of fix it up here, and in the next couple of matches, especially tomorrow, they improve their gameplay in a big way.
Loops, 216 damage, 0 kills. Cloud9, 189 damage, 1 kill.
Yep.
Just gonna leave that there. Obviously, those two teams are having some rough matches. Then again, we've seen Cloud9 have some good matches and rough matches, especially yesterday when they finished off with a bang. Let's take a look at our predictions, though, as we had. Well, I mean, go ahead, Seven. Do what you need to do.
What? Oh, hold up. Wait, I got the most points out of that one? Oh, that's right. Hey, you guys had Konina Power in the last one. It worked for you, so I was like, you know what? Let me go with Konina Power this time. I didn't say the name. It ended up working for me. Mustache Dave had to say the name, and he ended up getting more than less than half of my points. So, see, you don't have to say the name. Just don't say the name.
It was a rough game for everybody else.
It's Miramar. Anything can happen there.
I saw Glitter kind of trying to walk off her camera slowly, and I tried to do that too, but I'm trapped in this virtual space right now, unfortunately, so I can't do that. But we do have a play we wanted to break down, and I'm assuming it's the wild card up against Pittsburgh Knights. So I can't even say wild card. It's the 1v3 out of Slicky up against Pittsburgh Knights. Why don't you break that down here for us?
It's going to be Sleeky, all right? It's going to be Sleeky just being pretty much slick, being a little rat right there, remember? Number 1 Rats NA, as Spring did mention it. Hey, listen, you get what I'm trying to say here, all right? Wait for your moment, Jason. Now, one thing I love is that, let me just actually go ahead and go back real quick here. As soon as Sleeky notices that the last player gets knocked, guess what he's going to be able to do? He's going to be able to just pop up right away and just start finishing those players. The good thing also was that he was not able to choke any shots, meaning he was able to knock 2 players there from Pittsburgh Knights. He tries to go ahead and go for the finish there. Raven, being very aware, he kind of gets covered. He tries to figure out, and then something that I kind of would have preferred here is I would have just preferred a 1v1 situation here. I would have preferred if just Raven would have gone back and tried to revive his teammate. Because he ended up not working out their way. Obviously, this could have gone either way, but you kind of had to, you kind of had Sleeky that was going to have to push out in regards to the zone regardless. Yes, he does have the grenades, but you do have a lot more real estate to work with. Just look at all the buildings that you're kind of having to work with right there. And then Sleeky, being the smart man that he is, he's going to go ahead and climb up this thing. And this is when everybody was screaming, look left, Sleeky, look left. And the reason why we wanted him to go ahead and look left is because Raven was just really busy right now picking up his teammates. Sleeky was able to hit those shots. And before we even go back, let me just go back a little bit. This man turned into a freaking goat, okay? He went from a mouse to a goat. Congratulations, Slicky. Out. Second time he does it too, by the way. He did it previously in the PMCO finals. Not bad.
Not bad. I think actually him shooting J7 like that, because it's kind of an odd position to be in if you're J7, right? If you're trying to get away. Because okay. In my head, there's like 2 things you do, right? There's one thing if you can use yourself being down to get information on where Slicky's going to go, and then relay that to your teammate for the 1v1. Or if you're retreating away like that, to me, that's like an alarm going off in my head. Like, wait a minute, why is he that far away? Clearly, he's trying to be picked up, right? And do you think that might have just given up the whole gig here for Pittsburgh Knights and allowed Slicky to pull that off?
Definitely. I think at that point, once he saw them not shooting back, once he didn't hear any grenades coming his way, he's like, oh, I got him on the run here. It's my time to push. And it's so great for players to go ahead and be aware of that, for them to be able to recognize that in a split second and just push for that action and get the kill. Because guess what? If you're able to notice those little hints that the game gives you, you're going to be able to get wins just like he was able to get here.
All right, well, speaking of wins, let's see if they went up in the leaderboards. We take a look at the overall standings now as we are 4 matches deep into today.
Oh,
we have a new top team here, Glitter. Footballists.
Yeah, and we saw it happening after that strong performance coming out of footballs. They are now 7 points overall ahead of Cloud9 on this leaderboard. And honestly, timing-wise, it's pretty good for them because we're getting into the end of the third day, and if they can maintain it for just one more day of finals, this could be very, very good for Footballists. As, of course, as we see Cloud9 now dropping into second place. Wildcard, though, like you said, this performance out of Slicky also just helped to bump Wildcard up into 5th place. So, I think they were around 8th place before this, so this is actually starting to get them a lot of extra money, and if they can continue this upward projection, they're now only 3 points behind Queso. They've put themselves in the running for 4th place. I mean, that's going to be huge, and we actually saw Pittsburgh Knights there up in that 10th place position as we move into the second page as well here, Seven.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh Knights, I think this is by far definitely their best day so far in league finals, and slowly but surely they have been moving up that leaderboard. Now, as we're seeing here, Dream Eaters in 11th place, Team Unique, team that has been really quiet, Team Umbra, one team that we kind of going into today, we're like, hey, they're starting to perform really well. Even yesterday, they were performing really consistently, but today's just been a full-on drop-off. And then Alpha Legends, what can you say about them? They're currently in last place. I want to see them go crazy here. Come on, shock us. Give us a moment that we can kind of highlight on the telestration and showcase that skill that you guys are capable of.
They got nothing to lose, right? It's not like they can go any farther down the standings. They can only go up from there. And let's take a look at the schedule now as we are moving into our final matches of the day. We're heading over to Sanhok. And we know what that means. Things are going to get extremely crazy, and we've already seen some crazy matches so far. In the first game, the finish was ridiculous. Obviously, in the last game as well. I'm curious, though, how Sanhok will finish off for these teams, because there's a couple of teams in my mind that seem to play well when it comes to this. So we're going to start things off with our predictions. I'm just going to go first because I'm the only one not wearing a patterned shirt today, I guess. I went with Footballists. I feel like this is their time. I mean, they are 100 points over the 10th place team of Pittsburgh Knights. And this is a chance for them to extend their lead even further against Cloud9. The thing is, Cloud9 have only played under pressure once. That was in league play, day 2, week 3, when teams started to focus them down. I want to see how they can respond to the pressure, because other than that last league play, they've been the #1 team overall, winning every single week. Glitter, who do you got?
Yep.
So originally, I had looked at potentially picking Queso, and then they started to fall off a little bit. So, and don't hate me for this in chat, please, Footballist, but you guys do very well on this map, and I need a win, and you've been so consistent all day, so I have also chosen Footballist.
Damn. Oh, no. You know what happened? It's gonna be a double whammy. We're gonna all double pretty much jinx Footballers here, because I also got Footballers. It's the first time we have seen a league change here in the league finals, especially for West in regards to first place. Footballing taking up that first place. I think they're usually, as you guys mentioned, they perform so well in Sanhok. I've been picking them in Sanhok every single day so far. So I'm going to stick with it. Footballers. Hopefully we don't jinx them. I'm sorry, Footballers on Twitch chat. Sorry.
If you say sorry to me, I had Footballers. You guys are copying me once again. But it's okay. Because if they win, we all win, right? And that's what it's all about, us outperforming the casters. You guys at home, there's still the milestone event going on at the moment. We need 300,000 concurrent viewers on the stream at the exact same time. And everyone in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates, which has a chance to get a permanent set. So a lot on the line here for everyone out there. So make sure you tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone out there to make sure to be watching at the exact same time so we can reach that point. Also, we've talked about the last 2 days, the Between the Battlegrounds. The newest episode is being released tomorrow, episode 2. So we need to see what's all going to be happening in this one. I'm really excited for it. Seven Glitter, I know you guys are just as pumped as well. We got to see the first episode before it was even released, and we were like, oh yeah, it's time. And you know what? Tomorrow's going to be time yet again, but to get you excited for it even further, I got a little trailer for you to get you even more pumped up. tomorrow here live on the show. Make sure you guys are here to see it because it's going to be fantastic. The whole PUBG Mobile crew have been doing a great job with this behind-the-scenes documentary. And of course, you get to see John Allen and Blank as well. And if you weren't already lucky enough to see that one, you still have the lucky draw going on for the rest of today and the rest of tomorrow, where you can win a limited time outfit. Remember, you can watch here on West, you can watch on East as well. You can watch both shows. Why aren't you anyways? To increase your chances to get one of those sweet little drops within the game. So it's coming now down time to talk about our next match. But you guys need to be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG Mobile, as you saw there, and with the hashtag PMWL to let us know who you think is going to win, because we also have our commentators to join us as we get underway with Sanhok to see their predictions. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Dave, it looks like you're about to go on a cruise, man. You look comfortable, you look good. I want to join you with like a drink in my hand. Mountain Dew, obviously.
Do the do, bro. That's I wake up every morning. I'm like, how am I going to do the do today?
Amen, brother.
Take my do. I go, and then I put on my silky shirt, and I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
Hoping you shower
ready.
after doing
Thanks
that, because I mean, I don't think that should.
No. Do the do. You don't shower after
you don't
doing
shower.
the do, bro. You just do the do, and you're ready. You're good to go.
All right. Well, let's talk about Pittsburgh Knights a little bit, Hot Jukes. I always like to talk to you about them in particular. They've gotten a chicken dinner today. They've gotten a second place finish today. Is this the rise of the team? Obviously, a big hit coming to them when Sixless being taken out. But they have started to look a lot better today than we've seen in a long time.
I think it could be. I think we're starting to see them play together as a group really well. I think the last game was just, oh man, it's so tough. I think they had that chicken dinner almost in the bag. At the same time, you just never realize that, oh, guess what? There's a separate team right there. And just like
there's a rat.
Get it done. But I think yeah, it was the good old little Slickmeister just hanging over there getting it done, you know. But at the same time, I think this is PK finally coming into true form here at the end.
Yeah, and Dave, I mean, I want to hear your thoughts coming into maybe Alpha Legends. If you're sitting there on their team, you're last place right now, you can't go down any further. It's not like you can owe money to PMWL. What do you do? Do you go crazy? I mean, obviously what you've been doing isn't working.
First of all, Jason, let me ask you real quick. All right, let me ask you this.
You're answering my question with a question. I'm good.
How are you doing?
How are you doing? Nobody asked you. Nobody ever.
Well, how does it feel to be in a virtual world?
Glitter and 7 asked me earlier. I was good then. I'm doing better now because I got a little bit of an upgrade here on the set, obviously with you two joining me. Being trapped in a virtual world, it's tough sometimes. But you know what? I get any food I want in the world because I just make it appear in front of me. Let's get predictions though, because I think the game's about to start.
You didn't? Okay, hold on.
Well, we need predictions because
what's Yala supposed to do? Jason, what is Yala supposed to do this game?
You can't answer my question with a question. That makes no sense, and we're going to skip past it completely.
I picked Cloud9. I picked Cloud9.
Okay.
Queso!
Oh, well, they got straight into it. So Cloud9 for Mustache Dave, Hot Juice for Case. I'm sorry to rush you, Dave. We'll talk about it later on because obviously we want to catch all the action. It's going to be breaking down.
I need like a podcast to answer your question. That's all I'm saying. But
okay, well, maybe we can set that up one day, and we're going to kick off our 5th match here of the day on Sanhok. Take it away, gentlemen.
Here we go, match number 5, taking it over to the jungle. None other than Sanhok. Gotta love this map. I think this is where we're gonna see some action, ladies and gentlemen. So, hey, grab your popcorn, grab your Mountain Dew, and get ready to watch some insane PUBG Mobile. Here we go.
Here we go, baby. Sanhok. Let me get some Sanhoks in the chat. Sanhok in the chat. Today has been exciting. Jason probably hates every single day. Jason, my Dave meter for Jason goes down. My stocks with Jason goes down. Oof. I mean, yeah, he's gonna block me. He's gonna block me after tomorrow. But you know what? It's for a good cause, right? It's for a good cause. Hey, I'm looking forward to it, man. Tomorrow, you know what it's gonna be, right? It's gonna be Soul K Sunday. Soul K right now.
Sunday.
Soul K Sunday. Soul K right now from football. It says 32 kills. Is in the lead when it comes to kills. Adar from Cloud9 in that second place when it comes to kill leaders, 29. I mean, yeah, today's been amazing. Tomorrow is going to be amazing. I mean, just the fact that football is that last game, they overthrew Cloud9. They're 7 points ahead of them right now. They are sitting on a mountain of money, $100,000 right now.
So much money, and not to mention, you know, if Soul K does go ahead and clutch, I mean, this is literally Cloud9 versus football. It's going in both aspects, because right now, you know, Adder in the lead for the most part to be able to get the MVP. Soul K's coming after it. I mean, that's another $10,000 just for that alone. But look at this paradise. Alpha Legends.
Jason asked.
Challenging Cloud9?
Yeah, Jason asked. He said, yo, Dave, what should Alpha Legends do here?
Oh, send it.
Alpha Legends are sending it right on top of Cloud9. onto their tried and true drop location. Pyra does not appreciate this. Up in hand. Oh, man, taking some shot. No helmet either. No one's got helmets.
No one's got helmets right here. We got the full bear going for Rahman right here, and it looks like they're not opting to push that single player. I mean, wow. I mean, this is really a big surprise right here for Alpha Legends, just dropping, and it's a talk about dropping in the belly of the beast right here. I mean, this is Cloud9.
Yeah, surprise for Cloud9. I mean, they're trying to get back that first place position.
I mean, if they want to get first place, I mean, they have a big order to fill right here. But guess what? I mean, there's still bragging rights. There's still a lot of, clips that to be made. And I guess if you're going to go and try to get some, if you're able to get it done on Cloud9, that would be just talk about an upset right here. So at the end of the day, they still have a lot of work ahead of them to get it done. But it looks like Cloud9, they're just taking off.
Out. They're out. They don't even want to, risk it, which is smart. It's very smart. They're 7 points behind that first place spot. They see a team trying to do that shake and bake, that slingshot move onto them. They're like, nah, you guys can do whatever you want in Paradise. You can have it. You know what? Smart. Because we got our eye on the bigger picture here, and that's $100,000. So
yeah, they cannot go out at first. Yeah, they cannot.
They can't afford it. They cannot afford it.
That's a fact. And you know what? The big thing too to consider as well. And I want to ask you this, Dave.
I'll answer
this. No knocks happen to go between both teams.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, Cloud9 didn't realize that it was Alpha Legends there.
Okay.
Now, if they knew it was Alpha Legends, would they have fought them?
I think, okay, if they got that knock, they would have known it as Alpha Legends, maybe get that thirst, but I still believe the same thing would have happened. They would have gotten the thirst and then quickly retreated. I mean, you just never know where these snakes might be lurking. You never know. I mean, look at this. Shator is just chilling right there. I mean, they're still on the hunt for Cloud9. They don't recognize that Cloud9 pulled down out. But, I mean, yeah, it's not worth it this early on. I mean, only 3 minutes into the match, I don't think Cloud9, knowing the fact that it's Alpha Legends, I still believe they would not have been ultra aggressive to wipe them out.
I think I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, I love Cloud9 just being militant with their decision, no matter what, regardless. Hey, you know what? We don't want to take early engagements. We don't want to do any risks so far. They got the zone right now. This is basically Cloud9 and Loop's zone. They're just not going on over to the end of football list that we've seen happen multiple Sanhoks here in the past. So this is a big opportunity for them to get some big points on the board. But we're looking at it right now. You see Yala, they're just trying to split loot. But we got Loops right up on top of the hill coming right towards them. Oh, this is going to be close.
Yeah, very close.
Oh, it's going to be close.
Look at this. I mean, they're just...
Look how tight they push together.
Meters from one another. And Dadden, I believe, hearing the footsteps, are already going to be hitting that grass. Kevin behind the tree. Also, hearing the cues, tossing a grenade right on top of Dadden. Dadden forced to pop one up. Scattering. Look at all Loops scattering in all different types of directions.
Grenade!
Oh my
goodness. They let them know real quick. I can only imagine if he actually cooked that grenade. That would have been good. But Luke's just too good when it comes to throwing nades, getting the first knock onto Kevin. And you got to expect Loops to really start pressing this.
I hear Kayovsky spraying that vector. Kevin bleeding on out. Kayovsky in the chat. Kayovsky walking in, busting in the door with those boots. Carrillo with the barrel in hand. You know what? You poked the bear. We were making our bear sounds earlier, but you poked the bear. Loops, you do not take the fight. Kevin still bleeding on out. Lord trying to toss his grenade to... Carrillo spotted!
Lord with a huge nade, and he's going for the 2-time right here. Gonna get some good range. Not the best bounce possible. But man, what a great return nade. I wonder if y'all is gonna go opt to use this time right now to be able to pick up their player.
Yeah, get Kevin.
Get him back in the fight. Kevin's still down.
Get Kevin, bro. Kevin's
just jumping up and down saying, yay, I got one.
I got one. Get Kevin. Get Kevin.
Poor Kevin, just looking to still, looks like he will be finally picked up. Okay, he is finally revived here. Carrillo also up as well. And it looks like they're just going to reset this fight. I think Loops, considering where they're at on the leaderboards, maybe they don't want to risk getting it taken out early as well. So, yeah, really interesting to see kind of Loops. This is definitely a different type of Loops you've seen in the past, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're in, 7th place on the overall leaderboards. They got this game, one more, and then 6 tomorrow. They are pretty center when it comes to this zone. But I think they're gonna, just bunker down for the time being. And Yala, I'm actually kind of surprised. Yala, I mean, they're in 15th place on the overall leaderboard. I kind of feel like they need to take engagements. They need to get these.
I mean, come on though. I mean, it's loops.
It's loops. I know.
It's loops. I mean, they did get a good grenade, but. Yeah, you're right. They need to. They need to get.
You're at the bottom, bro. You're at the bottom. You need to do something.
I mean, if they take out loops, you got to imagine the hype and the amount of momentum that will give for their squad. At the same time, though, man, that's a tough fight to pick. And considering that this is getting to the point to where every single match is of course pivotable, but we're starting to end this tournament right here. Nope. They cannot afford to go out last. But Slicky coming up right onto Konina Power. Axer not moving a muscle right now.
If Axer turns around.
I don't even think he realizes.
Look at this.
He knows now.
Power. Tixie making the pop-up. AKM spraying on to Sam. Jumping on over the wall saying, hello, Acer. What are you doing? You're trying to heal it up. Slicky. Backstab. Wild card. Are done.
Last place.
Done.
What a game right there. I mean, you just saw Konina Power just at the ready, waiting for that one. There's no way they expected him to come from the back to finish off Slicky. And man, just like that, going from a big chicken dinner, a clutch one, and wild card get taken out early. Man, this just seems to be kind of been just a trend that's been happening with this team so far in this tournament.
That was a nice little trap right there that Konina Power they laid out. I mean, that was great. I'm not gonna lie, that was great. I mean, Wildcard walked right on into that.
And that's going to be huge. I mean, considering that Konina Power is currently sitting in 3rd place with 209 points. You got Wildcard with 165 points. I mean, that's going to just separate their lead even larger. And, man, that Wildcard's got to definitely be feeling something after that play right there.
Some type of way, especially after the win that they just got. I mean, talk about a punch in the stomach. Punch in the stomach. Losing the air. Hopefully, they can avoid being tilted right now, and come into the last game and look for another win.
Tell you what, they just got to tilt their head back and take a deep breath, and get ready for the last match, as we still got this insane one up and coming right here. And the zone, just go ahead and centering out right now for all these squads. And I'm not going to expect to see too much movement from these teams. At the same time, though, when you have squads just kind of sitting at the ready, it'll start to get a little bit antsy, start peeking some things here and there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some big-time long-range fire come across these hills. And, I just said that. Look at that adder spotting out Kato.
Suppressed, man. I love it. For some reason, I just love suppressed weapons. All the weapons. Suppressed, to me, just, I don't know. I mean, you're talking about meditating. Like, I can close my eyes and just listen to that all day. Like, that's my soundtrack,
What's the best one, though? What's the best sounding suppressed weapon?
I like the Mini, just because it sounds like, it's like, bah, bah, bah. I don't know. Something about it. I like the Mini. It's got a good spot in my heart. Pedro, OG, B4. They're out here. They're taking shots. Look at this quarry. Look
Nova.
At this quarry. Yeah, I mean, there are teams right on top of one another. You got
swap.
Nova. You got B4. You got Tempo. You got Team Queso. I mean, I feel like we're going quarry. I'm not going to lie.
I totally would not. If I was a betting man, I would bet on that as well, because you could just see all these squads just centered at this location. And you can see Rain getting spotted out. Here comes all the long-range weaponry. Yala, really blessed right now. He's got that 6X M4. That's the gun you want to have going into this kind of match right here. And you just see him on a tear. Oh, wow. Getting a little bit of hit markers on a sheep band. Not able to get to the finish, though.
What do you think about my Soul K Sunday? You think we can get that hashtag trending?
Okay, Sunday. I mean, it's totally possible. Totally possible. Especially if he has a big match here and a big match in the second game too, the back-to-back, then it's got to be done.
Okay, Soul K Sunday. I'm trying to get that. I'm trying to get that one off the ground. Off the drawing board, and getting into this game. Tempo all the way up there in the hills. Working together, moving really close knit. Look at this. Tensa doing some scouting. I love it. The Knights down there in those compounds are going to be, relaxing for the time being.
Yeah, Tempo needs to have a really big game, especially after the last one. And Miramar, they ended up getting, I believe, 2 points on the board right there. So, yeah, I know they got to be really frustrated from getting taken out so early. Here, there's no vehicles to rotate from now, so they don't have to worry about that. But they're playing it pretty split right here for Sanhok, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Rain not with the squad right now. Maybe doing some scouting, checking in with football list. They are in the bike, moving on out of Paradise, trying to get into a more centralized position. Still, 15 teams alive. We're about 12 minutes on into this game. This is Sanhok.
It's going to be chaotic, so chaotic right now. Could you imagine one hard shift and it's going to change the entire pace of this map in an instant right here. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, at this point, if you have a hard shift on you, you got to be kind of keeping that heal strat in the back of your mind. I think it's so essential because I think we've seen it with zone number 4, zone number 5. Once that starts closing, we see like 8 teams go out in like 10 seconds. So it's going to be real. I think that's the case right here, especially with this kind of circle. But Dave, will it hard shift or will it center out?
I don't think
that's fine. Oh, you say no? You say no? I say yes. I say yes. South. Guessing it. Where will it go? Everybody guess in the chat. Where will this zone go? It's gonna go. Oh, okay. You know, just
it's kind of in the middle.
I think it's if you want to be technical with that, I think it's a little bit to the southwest. You know, so
Dude, if you want to be technical, to me, a hard shift is when it touches the blue, or at least it's like really close to the blue.
Ooh, off shift, but look at this.
Bevan.
Oh, quick
Bevan
shots.
Getting some nice sprays onto Team Unique. Real quick, Team Unique yesterday, Sanhok, one of their best games here in the finals. They had 10 kills. They had a second place. They love Sanhok. Losing Frozen this early on, I mean, they already got 2 kills, so that's great for them. But losing Frozen, that's going to set them back just a little bit.
Set him back indeed, and you look at Kevin. This is why you pick him up right here. He's putting in some work, but they're already down 2 members. So you know that if you're Yala, you can't push this. You just have to just kind of just lay back and wait for something to happen. But then again, if you see a free point, you got to take it. And it looks like that's exactly what they did under Frozen.
Yeah, and honestly, Unique, they don't really need to respond. You know, they're in the zone. You know, they got some hard cover in those compounds. Just camp it out, honestly. I know it might not be the most exciting, but at least you have the information. You know who's across the street as well. You know it's going to be Yala.
I mean, but they took out their boy Frozen, Dave. They took out their boy Frozen, you know? So, I mean, maybe they might still have that little bit of bad blood. Faker with a big shot onto Lutz. And this is footballists. You know that they need every single point right now as they're in contention to get this $100,000, but they're going to end up losing Lutz right now, and I really doubt they're going to be able to make it to him. Oh, this would be an insane revive.
I think we're going for it, yes. Okay, already going to be getting that arm prepped, ready to go, tossing out those smokes. They got a bike. They can quickly
have the rock
gap on in between the two, and Lavison might be going for some pre-fire, but Faker from Alpha Legends is going to be just baiting out Lutz real hard right now.
You know for a fact Faker's just yelling at his whole team saying, guys, I got one knocked right here. He's got him marked, and he's saying they're going to run to him. So be ready to hit those shots. And, oh, Lutz, the time, it's ticking right now. The clock, that pre-fire.
Be careful.
On the Faker. That might give him some time to be able to get this pickup going. Oh, look, the circle.
The circle's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah. Lutz, here comes the Soul-K push. These smokes bloomed.
Great rotation.
Yeah, nice rotate. Faker forced to pull back into the cover, heal on up right now. Got to be careful. I mean, yeah, Faker has the sightlines, has the window, but a little bit of pre-fire on in through there. I mean, that could be Faker's head. Kato on the alternate angle. Oh, going for that spray with that 8K. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because he's just trying to pre-fire through that smoke to get a hit marker. Little does he realize that they have a rock, but it looks like they did try to get on the move, and Lutz take it out again, and he ain't going anywhere this time.
I think if you get knocked 2 times in the same spot, I'm gonna be like, yo, okay, we tried, brother. We tried, but we have to leave you, especially with Soul-K so low, especially with the blue zone right on top of them as well. They're going to be pulling up right on top of Konina Power. Konina Power already got a squad wipe underneath their belt. They got the loot. Tixie going for that lean peek. Taking out Lavison right there. Here comes some more grenades from Gonzo. Up there on the top onto Raul.
Tixie got it cocked, loaded up, throws it. Looks like it's going to be a little bit off the mark. Doesn't quite hit him. And Rom is just trying to throw some kit back to kind of just stop the pressure. But yeah, it's just too strong. Konina Power's going for this flush right now. Oh, because they need to take out footballists right now if they want to be able to get up on the leaderboards too.
The leaderboards, the zone, I mean, there's a lot of factors coming into this right now. Nice one. Now it's just up to Soul-K, and Soul-K by themselves, scared, lonely. and alone. And let's see what's going to happen.
Lonely and alone.
What do you do? Yeah, lonely and alone. What do you do if you're still okay?
He ain't alone because he's getting third-partied as well. So, you know, this is a really tough situation for him. And this is about to be zone 5 right now. And, oh, man, he's not going anywhere. Yeah, flush onto Rom right there from Rob Dini. Great plays from Konina Power. Man, they're trying to take the lead here, Dave.
And I do Tempo. Okay, Tempo, Team Queso. Okay, we got some smokes out. Tempo able to get behind this wall, use it for cover.
Shot.
Spec gonna be prepping this grenade. Ayala already gonna be knocked down. Mystic trying to get on into the hard cover, get the revive onto Ayala. HH is right up on top of them, getting ready to toss a grenade onto Marco. Marco connected by HH. There's 2 members down from Team Queso. Here comes Tempo, just swarming on in, breaching on in, saying it's the FBI, kicking down the door, trying to get the squad wipe right now onto Team Queso, forcing Mystic to pull back. That revive was successful though. Gotta watch out for Ayala.
You can see Ayala just kind of throwing some smokes down, trying to buy some time. Mystic trying to get some dates. Kensa's running in the 1v1. And he gets some. The Uzi's too strong right here. 4v2 now situation.
Comes Ayala. Ayala on Spec. Ayala on Spec. Spec gonna be chunked down, taken on out. But HH there able to get the help, get the support, and now it's up to Axel.
But he was able to get the flush onto Spec right there. So that's only going to be 3 members up left. Axel, he's on the run. He said, I'm out of here, but
running. Spotted.
You took out one of my members, and you ain't going anywhere. Team Queso out in 15th.
Crazy little fight. That was a crazy little fight over there.
Back and forth. And
done. Dreamier's done.
Oh, fights going on everywhere right now. Look at this.
Alpha Legends bleeding on out the zone right on top of them. Umbra trying to keep them at bay. Pro Lord.
The hard shift. The hard shift as well up to the east. There goes Alpha Legends. Done and out, and this is where it's all gonna go down. If you're Loop's Tempo, you gotta really be careful here, because look, 24 seconds left on the clock. You gotta start running right now, but there's no way you're gonna be able to do that with this many teams gatekeeping you. No way.
Huge game for Konina Power. They had the zone. They got a bunch of kills so far. Cloud9 are not in the next circle, so this could be the game that they jump over Cloud9. Cloud9 have a challenging push, especially with Loops in front of them and the Knights behind them.
If Konina Power gets this win, it's such a close 3-way right here. Loops, Cloud, Bayo with the Knievel again. They make it out. Loses one.
Loses one. We saw it work for them last game. Not going to be paying off right now. Dadin versus Adar. Adar has the blue zone on top of him. The lean peek from Dadin, but the blue zone going to be the victor off of that one. And Bayo extremely low. Federal trying to make the crawl, trying to make the push on up, cooking the grenade, tossing that right on top of Bayo Wolf. Whoo, baby.
Connects. And there it goes. Bayo down and out. It looks like, actually no, Bayo was taken out from Halls in the back end right there, but there's Team Umbra done. Cloud9 looks like they have gotten taken out as well. Oh, this is just chaos right now. What a difficult shift for all these teams.
Penta, go for that spray once again, dropping down with the Uzi. Instantly taken out B4 and Nova. Got something to say for Tempo. We got something to say.
B4 on the run right now. Uzi's out up close and personal. And you can see they're just stacked on each other, trying to heal up all they can to get into this next circle. They do make it, but not for long, as this zone has shifted even further north from them. And look at Nova. Look at all these nades they're throwing right now.
Tossing some grenades, tossing some mollies. 3 kills onto B4 right now, trying to keep Nova on inside of the quarry, but right above their heads, right above B4. You got Konina Power fighting UDR.
And they are fighting hard right now. And Nova, they are in big trouble. This is zone 6.
Focus.
Cannot eat this blue zone. Focus, pre-firing.
14 kills. 14 kills onto Konina Power right now. Oh my goodness, they still got Rob. They got Tixie. They got Gonzo. They're going to be saying, UDR, you can have that zone. You can have the blue. We are going to be sending it on into the center, into the compounds. Looking to get the dub. We see Loops out there in the distance. Gonzo going to be going for that spray down. Gonzo, 5 kills so far. Tixie screaming right now, revive me.
Revive me. They need that revive right now. 14 kills. This is a huge game for Konina Power. And Gonzo going and trying to get this pickup. He's got that wall. perfect amount of cover for him right here. Loops, they cannot push up, considering that there's just no cover in the zone right now. Look at all these teams just going at it. Dadin getting taken out from Annalise. Oh, so close right now.
Cat. Dude, Cat. Oh! Milky Way popping on out, taking down Cat, saying see you later. Remember, Unique, they had 10 kills yesterday. They're in second place yesterday on Sanhok. They're looking to get their repeat. Federal right behind this tree, going for that spray onto Kevin. Kevin popping out from the shack and will be exposing themselves. B4 still 4 up right now.
This is just a massacre going on right now. This zone is so difficult. All these teams are just trying to push out wide out in the open and hit big shots to make it in. Loop's still alive right here. Konita Power, down and out right now. Only 2 members up. And it's going to be really close because they are pinched between so many teams. B4's on the hunt.
Loops, 6 kills. B4, 3. Unique, 3. Konita Power, 14. Tixie swapping on over to that Uzi in the smokes, in the dirt. Annalise going for that spray down, trying to mow the grass onto Loops. But the blue zone too strong. We got to heal up, boys.
And it looks like they did pass all their heals off to one player as he's just trying to be able to get some more placement points. Loops full on snake mode, baby. That's all they can do right here. Look at this angle from Gonzo.
Dude. How did we even get here?
Oh, he's behind the tree.
The tree and the wall.
What a spot.
And the zone.
What a spot.
They know. They know, though. Pedro's cooking, but Gonzo popping up, taking out Pedro. You're trying to take me out. I don't think so. You are not going to toss that grenade in my spot.
Gonzo getting shot from behind from Loops as well. He's going to go for this first aid, and it looks like he will be forced to kind of press this. Tixie, he's on the snake game right here, and I don't think they know where he is.
Snake game, strong game. Tixie has Loops up there in the hills, in their sight lines, just trying to remain undetected. 4 teams left here. Levi Maxon from B4 in the shack, healing on up. Loops still all the way up there.
Oh, they have the
high
zone,
ground.
though.
They got meds.
They have the zone.
They got meds
So
in the
good.
zone. Yep.
So
here comes a push from B4. Milky Way still alive in the blue as well. B4 have the full team. As I said, that Pedro immediately spotted. Grenades coming on out. Dadin will be traded on. Carijo, Rock, Barrel.
Healing.
Can we do it? Can we hit these?
Carrillo with a huge shot, but Tixie's been healing up this whole time. He sees Mixera there. But he goes out to the blue zone instead. He goes out to the blue zone instead of shooting him. And that is going to make Konita Power go in 3rd instead of 2nd. And look at this. B4 and Loops just both getting pickups right now. Resets. Oh, and Mixera's on the push.
Mixera immediately getting that revive onto Levi. Levi healing on up. Dadin trying to heal on up as well. Uzi. Seems as if Loops might be pinned. They got the blue zone right behind him. The pre-fire already coming on out from Levi. Dadin goes for that drop. Chopper will be connected on. Oh, the trade, though. The trade.
Got it.
Jukes.
Oh,
Loops. Get the chicken dinner.
I mean, Carrillo, every single time, man. I kid you not. If I had to put my money on any player to have alive there at the end, it's got to be him. This man is just a clutch genius right here. What a game. So close. So close.
Dude, they're in 7th place, I believe, coming into this game. They got the chicken dinner. Man, they're going to be shooting up there. And I'm just, both sides were able to get the revives. They got the revives. They made it a 2v2 at the end. It just came down to just gun skill, hitting those shots.
Yep, and yeah, Loops had the zone right there, so they had a good little advantage. That B4 was just begging to have a nade. Unfortunately, didn't have any in their hands. At the end of the day, though, too, got to give it to Konita Power for having just an insane amount of kills here on this man. What a great performance. Still one more left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Dude. Oh, this is what I'm talking about here. PUBG Mobile World League West at its best, guys. Let's hear about what the desk has to say after this quick break from our sponsors.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Man, I don't know what it is about Carrillo, but he is on a completely different level when it comes to any other player out there. This guy is, he has to be the most feared player to go 1v1 against, even 3v1 against, to be honest, sometimes here, 7. But oh my lord, Loops pull themselves a chicken dinner here, and such a crucial time as well as they were looking to slip, actually not looking to slip, they were slipping down the standings. So we'll pull up the map rankings and start to talk about them here, 7.
Yeah, and I think for Loops Esports, listen, I've seen the trend here. Every single time I call out a team, they end up performing really well the next match. So I think I have to stick to what I said yesterday. I'm going to start just calling out some teams, and hopefully they perform better in the next one, as Loops Esports was able to pull up that win with 30 points total in Carrillo. Even if he's doesn't end up being the MVP here of the league finals, for me, he is the MVP of this tournament. He's just such a clutch player, regardless in what situation you put him in. And then you have Karina Power. You have to give him credit. 14 kills, 24 points for them. This is going to be huge. This might even allow them to go ahead and pass Cloud9 for second place. I cannot wait to see what happens later on, as we do see UDR Killers, 9 points, Yala Esports, 8 points, Temple Storm, 7, Pittsburgh Knights, 6, and then we go down the list here to the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think this is where we're going to see yet some more surprises for this second page worth of teams here, as we are seeing Cloud9, Team Queso, Wildcard, and Footballist all on the second page here. And we were just praising Footballist for how consistent and how strong they've been, and they were just able to pass up Cloud9 for that first place position. And, you know, Wildcard with the clutch from Slicky last match, and then they just unfortunately have a rough start in this match here on Sanhok. But there were some good numbers on that first page, especially for the teams like B4 that needed to get some extra points up on the board, and looking forward to see how it changes everything.
I mean, we were saying to each other, like, could this be the first time, what feels like the first time B4 are going to win on what they say is their favorite and strongest map, but it wasn't meant to be in the end, as we're going to dive straight into Loop stats coming in from that last match. 2,000 damage, 10 kills. Now, we talk about Kanina Power playing the Kanina Power we expected, especially after the second day of the opening weekend, but this is the same boat for Loops. This is the Loops we expected come into the entirety of the finals, though we've only seen glimpses of it here, 7.
Yeah, and in a way, Loops spoiled us, man, because we were just so used to seeing Loops Esports get a lot of kills regardless, being that aggressive team, being that team that gets kills even if they end up in 16th place or 14th place, whatever it might be. And this is more the likes of Loops. This is the damage, 2,000 damage. 1,500 to 2,000 damage is usually when Loops starts performing really well. 10 kills, 12 knocks. They would have been able to get extra 2 points if they were able to confirm those knocks. And overall, the healing too, 557 healing for how much damage they had. It was a great game there for Loops Esports.
Well, let's take a look at our top players. Let's see how many players from Loops made it in there, and only one actually, Carrillo. He's going to be the one to do it. You got Tixie in there. You got Milky Way Unique again. Finally, someone else coming into the top 4 for them besides Frozen and Gonzo as well. MVP. Tixie. I'm going to go
saw him destroying
Gonzo.
People. Really?
I'm going to go Gonzo. I don't know why. I feel like I'm going to laugh if I get it right, though I'm probably going to be wrong. But we'll see. We'll see here in a second. Actually, Carrillo. Okay. So we're all wrong. At least, At least when I'm wrong, we're all wrong. I can appreciate that. But yeah, Carrillo is definitely one player we've been looking at when it comes to the MVP standings overall, of him needing to step up. He only barely got it into 10th place when we saw it last time after, I think, game 3. But this might help him shoot up the rankings even further.
Yeah, 6 kills, 2 assists. He was involved in 8 kills out of 10 kills from Loops Esports. That just goes to show right there the kind of player that he is. And then you had Tixie too, which is this is great for him. We haven't seen Adder in a while here in regards to top players. Guess what? Tixie has been here a couple times. I think this might be the 3rd time today, if I'm not mistaken, Glitter, with him being able to get 6 kills, 1 assist, and just getting closer and closer to Adder in the overall MVP ranking.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be huge for Tixie's numbers as far as that top 10 goes. But look at Gonzo. You know, Jason had guessed it might have been Gonzo as the MVP. He had over 1k damage and was involved in 9 of Konina Power's 14 kills. So it was an incredibly strong showing for Gonzo. And then, like you said, you know, nice to see another unique player making their way up onto the top 4 as well.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising because, again, we've only really seen Frozen. We haven't really seen Unique show up too much here in the finals, or even, honestly, until I think the 2nd and 3rd Super Weekends. But either way, maybe they can step up when it comes to the last match and the last day as well tomorrow as we dive into our do moments. Starting off the bat with grenades, and what a better way to start it than with that first one able to knock down one player from Loops.
It was a rough start for Loops as well, especially considering how they were able to finish out the game. You know, and this is, I think, what we were hoping for, is that ability to bounce back, right? Especially when it comes to just the overall, because Loops has really struggled generally at the tail end of this entire season. So their ability to kind of come back strong and fight through those bad games is going to be very important for them if they want to take home some more cash moving into the final day of our finals here, as we are also jumping on board with Tensa here from Tempo Storm. And I think this is another squad that, you know, we are hoping to see a little bit more out of come that final day. They were able to get 4 kills in this match, so it's better than nothing, but I think we're still waiting for one of those stellar performances that we know Tempo Storm is very capable of you know, doing, Seven.
Yeah, in regards to Tempo Storm, usually they tend to perform really well here in Sanhok, so no surprise they were at least able to rack up more kills there, as they were able to end up finishing the game with, I believe it was 4 kills and 7 points overall. And then right here towards the end, we just see Levi trying to, they know where the Loops Esports players are, and something that Hot Jukes and Mustache there were mentioning, the Loops Esports in a way got lucky that B4 didn't have grenades, because if they would have had grenades, they would have just made them, forced them out of there. But Loops played that so well, and then Carrillo, even towards the end, man, even when Dadin was down, I saw Carrillo still standing, I was like, oh, this is about to happen again.
I mean, it's Carrillo, right? It doesn't matter how many players you have, it's still going to be Carrillo. And that's why we're going to take a look at the total damage to see how much Loops was able to put up with their 2K that we saw before. Compared to every other team out there, I'm expecting to see Konina Power quite up there as well, as we obviously saw the 1.1K coming in for Gonzo, and they actually will out-damage them here. But that's kind of to be expected when they have 14 kills, when they have their 2,300 damage, Glitter.
This is just consistent over 2K games, though, damage-wise for Konina Power. So this is massive for them. This is the consistency we were looking for. This was the aggression we were looking for. You know, and Loops being able to break that 2K mark as well with their 10-kill game is going to be massive for them, but this game is huge for B4. 5 kills, second place, over 1K damage. We were hoping to see this type of play out of them from the very beginning. Can they continue to do this and maybe pick it up a little bit here in our, you know, our last match of the day, our last day of finals going into tomorrow? Hopefully, who knows? But, you know, moving on down the list, you also see a few teams on the list didn't have as much damage as we would have hoped there, all the way down at the bottom.
I mean, you guys realize right now, 7 matches separate us from our victor, from our Kings of the West. Only 7 games. It feels like, you know, just last week we started off the entire thing with, you know, 80-something matches to be played with, you know, 21 play days. It's all coming into an end really, really soon. As now we're going to take a look at the MVP ranking. We talked about Korea, right? We talked about how potentially he's able to shoot up the board when it comes to this. And there you go, from 10th place up to 5th. But Tixie, more importantly here, 7, has taken that #1 position.
He has, and he has taken it by a lot too. Being able to get 31 kills, 6,800 damage, almost at 6,900 damage. And this is one player, man, that I kind of started talking about as soon as I saw Konina Power started doing well. We know that he's capable of this stuff. If we go back and watch week 1, even opening weekend, you'll see us talking about him so much. I think we even did a piece on him, just saying this is a player that can be aggressive. This can also be a clutch player, as Carrillo is for Loops Esports. That's what Tixie is able to bring for Konina Power. So no surprise, they're seeing him in first place. And I want to see Adder. Adder in Cloud9 has been very quiet lately, and then you see kind of pretty much the footballist players still maintaining their 3 to 4, and then Carrillo is jumping up. Carrillo does want that MVP, and as you mentioned, he does have 7 games to go ahead and try to get a little bit higher there.
I mean, the thing is for Adder, like, he's been #1, it feels like the entire time. But the problem is, if his team is getting knocked out early, doesn't matter how good of a player you are individually, you're not going to be able to continue to build up that damage, that survival time, and in the kills, obviously, as well.
Say that.
Well, that's why I said it, because I knew you were going to say it. I need to have something smart to say on camera. Let's take a look at our predictions, though. I gave you a compliment. I said it was going to be smart to say. Footballists, guys, can we stop all 3 picking the same team? Because clearly we are terrible at this.
I mean, it didn't go as poorly for us at the beginning of the day when we all picked the same team.
It was bad.
Cloud9 and Loose.
Real bad.
It was real bad is 1 point.
I mean, I can see footballists in chat right now saying, "Damn it, Glitter! Why?
Nah, they're saying Jason
No.
jinxed us. It's you, Jason. You jinxed them.
I mean, it could be. It could be. Let's take a look, though, at our overall rankings, and hopefully I haven't jinxed Cloud9 here because they were in first place at the start of the day. They were in second place last match, and now they're in third place as Konina has even overpowered Footballists here to take that away from them.
Yo, you know when I said I wanted like a really awesome finish? Well, guess what? We might just go ahead and get that because Konina Power got hot. They take first place. And I know a lot of people that are fans of Konina Power are going to be super happy seeing this. You see Footballists go down to that second place. You see Cloud9, which is even crazier. You see Cloud9. Remember, Cloud9 at one point was 40 points ahead of anybody else. And for them to be in third place, that's crazy. And then you have Loops Esports. After I talked some smack to them, they finally woke up. They said, yeah, we got to represent for Brazil. We got to start doing something here. And now they're starting to pick it up in the kills department, getting that fourth place. It is setting up to be here, Glitter, an amazing finish, especially for tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know what's actually kind of cool that I think is important to point out is when we were looking at the MVP standings as we're looking at the overall standings here, the two top teams in Konina Power and Footballist had 3 players from their squad from each in that top 10. So what we're seeing now, because we also had Queso players up there and Loops, and those are 4th and 5th as you move down the list, the teams that are having all of their players performing well are now the ones that are shooting themselves up to the top of these overall rankings, and it's making a huge difference because the teams that are having only 1 or 2 players doing well are really dropping down hard. So that consistency that we keep talking about is going to be so important, not only as a squad, but on an individual basis, especially going into the final day of finals.
Man, Alpha with 35 points. Man, that it hurts to see that.
You know.
To be fair though, they did in a way try to hot drop Cloud9, so they're starting to do that crazy stuff that we've been talking about every single time. I want to see more. I want to see them kind of hot drop maybe some of the higher teams. Make a name for yourself. Show us a highlight. I'll be more than happy to show it in a telestration and give you guys some props. But I want to see more out of Alpha Legends.
Yeah, and hopefully we can see that here as we move into our last match of the day. As we take a look at our schedule here and see that Erangel will be our 6th and last to come. We still have 6 more matches obviously to come up tomorrow, but who knows what's going to happen. I honestly didn't expect Cloud9 to lose their first place position today. I thought they would have been able to maintain it, but not only have they dropped from first, they're in third. So it was bad enough to see themselves go from 50K down to 6K in league play. But now, with what they're currently sitting on, they go from 100K down to 20. It was already bad enough losing 44K, but imagine losing 80. That's like what, 124,000 bucks they could have lost?
Oh.
Yeah, that is a lot of money they pretty much lost out. About $130,000 if you really think about it, considering
I don't want to think about
50,000 from Super Weekend and then MVP. Oh my God.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's not over yet, right? We have 6 more games. We still have 1 more game to come up today. So let's hop straight into our predictions here. Glitter, I'm putting you on the spot. Our final match of our 3rd day here. Who's it going to be?
Okay.
What you got?
Right out the game, going with Wildcard. It's the final match of the day. We're on Erangel. We just saw a stellar performance come out of Slicky. They started to pick it up here on the second half of the day. I'm hoping that this one works out well for me.
Okay, 7.
Okay. Wildcard 2, because of what she said.
Yes.
Okay. Well, for the sake of not making us all tank here with our points, with me picking Wildcard, I actually went with Nova. I'm changing things up a little bit. I'm expecting this. You can be happy right now, but we'll see if you're just as happy when we're done with the match, though, 7, because it's not quite clear of how that's going to go. Wild card didn't do well last match, but we'll see, obviously, when we do hop into our final segment and do talk about how the last match and, of course, the day went for all the teams. So we'll catch up with you guys soon. I wonder if 7 put a shirt on the ground if he ever slips on it and falls over, you know, like a banana peel. You guys at home, though, who are watching, if you haven't been watching within the game and within the Esports Center, you've been missing out on a ton of points that you could have been earning for some exclusive rewards. The top 100 viewers will be getting those. You can watch West, you can watch East to get as many points as possible to try to sneak through into our top 100. And you can still tweet to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. Of course, let us know your thoughts on the show. Maybe you want to talk about who you predict to go forward. Maybe you want to talk about how you're going to be playing here as well coming into the next season for the World League. Who knows? It's all on to you guys at home and what you want to say to us. And we have to bring now our commentators in here because it's the final match of day 3. We're going to Erangel. We got Hot Jukes and, of course, Mustache Dave here to cover all the action for our final game. And Hot Jukes, this is getting interesting times here. We've seen Cloud9 go from 1st to 3rd. They've lost If we were to stop right now, approximately $124,000, do you think that they will be able to come back?
I mean, there's still 6 games to go. That's a lot of games to be played. But man, talk about that. They're not going to have any breathing room. That's for sure. They have to clutch it out this game and the rest, because it's going to be a battle, an absolute battle to get this insane prize pool right there. And there's so many different teams that are in contention to be able to actually get that 100K. Still, you can't put a lot of these squads that are in that 3rd, 4th position down and out right now. So all I know is, put it this way, I'm gonna have a tough time sleeping tonight because I am pumped for tomorrow's game. I have no clue who's gonna win this one right here.
Well, Dave, we talk about the entire time of like peaking in a tournament. Konina Power started off strong on the 2nd day of the opening weekend, disappeared the rest of the tournament until these last few days. Now, if you're them, you end the day off on 1st place. I feel like that almost might be it, right? They have to be so confident that the only way they could lose going into day 4 is if they get too cocky. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, looking back at league play, they finished in 8th place. 8th place, and coming into today, they were able to overthrow not 1 but 2 different squads. 1st place, I mean, they have to be feeling really good about themselves, but they need to make sure now they're in a different mindset. You know, they need to maintain the 1st place. They chased it the whole time. They finally acquired it. Now it's all about keeping it. I mean, they have all day tomorrow. They got this one more game, but regardless, I mean, 99 kills so far. They phenomenal. They're doing phenomenal so far.
I want to jump in on that really quickly and get some follow-up thoughts. I mean, actually for you, Hot Jukes, then, because this is really good for you being an ex-pro player. Chasing the lead is way different than maintaining, as David just said. What's your thoughts on that?
100%. I think that right now, if you're just trying to maintain, you're just trying to play your game as normal as you possibly can. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to doing too cocky, there's no way they're going to allow that stuff to happen. With all these squads and how good they're performing, they got to be on their A game and they got to play perfectly if they're trying to get that money.
Yeah, you got to close it out, right?
Fact, period.
7 matches to go, so let's get your predictions here for our last match of the day. Hot Jukes, starting off with you. Who's the team?
I'm going to go with, let me think here, Footballist. I'm gonna go with them right here. You know, just add to the drama. Since they're so close to getting here to the top 3, I think it'd be really crazy to see them pull out a chicken dinner here.
All right, Mr. Mustache Dave, who do you got?
I am going to pick Wildcard. I know last game wasn't too hot for them, but this is Erangel. They dropped Severny. They have 1 chicken dinner here today. Let's make it 2.
Okay, well, let's hop straight into it and see if that can happen here. Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes, take it away.
Let's get it going into it here. Erangel, the last match of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, big shout out to, of course, PUBG Mobile for putting this on, and our sponsors Mountain Dew, as well as Qualcomm Snapdragon. Here we get it going. The plane path, we could see it here, going from the north to the south. Like you mentioned earlier, Dave, wildcard, you know they like to drop some birdie. This is the perfect plane path for them.
This is the perfect path for them, but it's going to be predictable. Everybody knows, like, okay, wildcard are going to drop there. And last game, I mean, Alpha Legends, they dropped onto Cloud9. They knew Cloud9 liked to go Paradise. I already see Alpha Legends dropping out right after wildcard. I mean, Alpha Legends, they might be on the hunt. They might be on the hunt today.
They're the wild card. I think they're the wild card right here. I mean, considering where their placement is so far, I mean, it'd be really interesting to see like how they're just trying to mix this up. Because, I mean, if there's any point, they have to do it right now. So you see them kind of flying out towards like this Yasnaya bridge, and they are going to be fairly uncontested. So it's going to work out pretty well for them.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. So it looks like they are going to be dropping into Yasnaya, looting up, but it still doesn't indicate if they plan on hunting down some squads. They might be able to get some quick loot and then drive right on up there and kind of, you know, gatekeep wildcard in a sense, because everybody knows, like I said, everybody knows wildcard goes to Burning.
Definitely. I mean, when you look at so far, honestly, it's tough for me to even kind of talk about Alpha Legends at this point. I mean, they got 35 points on the leaderboard. Don't want to sound like that, but at the end of the day, I mean, for them to get into anywhere near the top 8, it's practically near impossible at this point. My eyes, they're all up on top of Konina Power, Footballist, Cloud9, Loops, Team Queso, even Nova. I mean, all these teams, I mean, if they have a good game right now, oh my goodness, Nova and Konina Power getting at it right now. Like, this is a huge fight.
He had a crystal ball. Chief Man popping on out. Cat in the distance already taken out. Wow, okay, Nova has Cat knocked down.
Oh, the pistol, the disrespect.
Konina Power, yeah, they're losing some members as well. And Rob going for the punch out.
Oh, the
Punching
punch
Cat.
out. Oh, but God's all he has a pen.
Yeah, no gun, just a pan.
You know what he has though? Silence. That is the only thing that's gonna get it done for him right here.
The thing is, did they see him drop here? Did they see him drop here? You know, that's the thing that might not play in.
If he gets a knock with his pan, I'll freak out. Not gonna happen.
Immediately. Immediately looking in the hiding spot. Yep.
Yeah, I think he just put himself in a corner and was just singing his goodbyes, because with that kind of loot, yeah, that's not really anything you can do right there. So, man, I mean, I got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Konina Power out 2 members. They're in first place.
Yep.
And they lost 2 huge members right off the bat here. So, I mean, talk about, I mean, the nerves have to be at an all-time high every these last 2, because you have to put points on the board to really kind of, deter football is Cloud9 and all these squads.
And Jason just asked us, on the desk, what is the game plan for Konina Power? And I'm sure the game plan was not to come in here and lose 2 really early on. Right now, they just need to defend the throne, defend that first place position. And, they dropped onto another squad. I mean, it's a risk. It's a risk they were willing to take, but there's not a lot of points separating them, second place, third place, fourth place. I mean, it's going to be a nail biter.
I mean, you got to also consider, Nova, I think it just has to do with the playing path. Because I think Konina Power normally likes to land in that area, and it's fine for them. But because Farm was no longer a real viable drop spot to the plane, Nova just opted to go to that same area. And just like that, man, 2 members down and out. But they were able to take down Cat in the process, so at least that's 1 point on the board. They got a little bit of a lead. Oh man, but that this is not the most optimal situation for Konina Power. That's for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, and that's going to change up their game plan, right? They started the game, you got 4 up. Obviously, you play a little different than when you have 2 up. And to make matters, to add additional pressure to that, they got to stay in that first place spot. They have to. I mean, that's their goal right here. So wouldn't be surprised if we see them being really cautious and probably avoiding fights from here on out, at least in this game.
Yeah, you said a little different. I'm talking, especially with their scoreboard. I mean, we're talking completely different. They're like, no, we don't want to get into any engagements. They are running for their life. And you can kind of see right now, and of course, you guys can't watch it right now, but as we look at the map, Konina Power, they just did a full send onto Milta as far out of the zone as possible.
Ooh, and a loose.
But yeah, taken out by Dadin there from Loops.
Okay. It looks like Dadin trying to swim across the water, trying to make sure to get that point, get that confirmed, because Loops, they're in 7th place after that last game. Now they're in 4th place. They're in the race. They're in the race to claim back what they might feel is theirs, and that's that first place spot.
Yeah, the thing is they need to have a big game here. That's for sure. Considering how many points they are behind right now, to at least feel comfortable, they got to get it done. And you can see Kowalski right here trying to get it done as well. M16 popping some shots onto UDR. They're gonna get away with it, but at the same time, I mean, you look at the point board right now. Oh, okay, never mind.
Sandro, the drive-by. Whoa, Sandro, the vehicle explosion. Ace are able to connect onto the Dacian. Wild card. They got taken out first last game, but to acquire 2 kills real early on here, this should put some more pep into their step after getting sent back to the lobby last game really early.
I mean, and that was a crucial, that was a soul-crushing game for them right there, considering where they're at in the leaderboards. I mean, they have 166 points. They're separated from 5th place Team Queso by only 4. Now, you got to consider it's 2, considering that they got those 2 kills right there. I think that right now, you look at the leaderboards, Tempo, Wildcard, Nova, Team Queso, Loops, all need to have a chicken dinner here. If one of these squads does, we're talking a pretty much really like a 4-way, 5-way contention spot for first place going into tomorrow. So this is just a crucial game for these squads.
For a lot of teams. Cloud9, they started the day, first place. Now they are in 3rd place, sitting on around 81 total kills here. They do have the zone, South Georgia themselves. We got the Knights on Mount Everest, but checking on here with Umbra Halls. Definitely hearing those vehicles make the pull-up in these yellows right on over the hill.
Yeah, he's holding down the yellows right here. You can see he's got about to pull that nade pin. Oh, they had to hurt him. They threw a nade right towards his direction. So yeah, Team Yala, yeah, they're on high alert right now.
Pro Lord all the way out there in those hills as well. You know, Vindex. So Halls needs to be really careful not to give away free information because it's essentially a 1v4 if they do.
Yeah, and they did just pop some shots onto Vindex way back there. So he's going to have to be forced to hide, heal up, and get ready. So I think right now they're probably Umbra is getting together and trying to figure out an ejection, you know, strategy for Halls. And yeah, look at that.
Halls is making
he's exactly what he's doing with the good old crouch pan.
Love it.
Right there. Doing it nice, slow and steady.
Slow and steady wins the race. Trying to pull back to Prez. Prez kind of playing that guardian role, overlooking him, making sure he's free and clear. I like it. I like the teamwork right now from Umbra.
Great play. I wonder if he's going to go ahead and shoot the tires out to that buggy. I'd really suspect him to do that, or to the dossier. But he hasn't really decided to do that just yet, considering it's still early in the zone. But, man, if you get the opportunity to take out a couple tires and make it difficult for the team to rotate, got to do it. Got to do it.
You got to do it. Team Queso, I mean, I'm just looking at the leaderboard real quick. Team Queso, 5th place, right behind Loops. I mean, that's another surprise. They have had one, you know, remarkable day for them.
Yeah, they've had a great day so far right here. I thought there was another team pulling up on them, but it just seemed to be Xana.
Prez.
Oh, he waited.
Okay, so Prez knew exactly where that vehicle was. Instead of popping the tires, was just waiting for the enemies to get on into the vehicle to attempt to maybe get that vehicle explosion out here.
Did they see Xana, though? Did they see Xana on the rotate? Because he has a really disgusting off angle onto that entire squad. Looking over to the map, about to close. Where will it go? Will it go north? Will it go? Yeah, Konita Power just playing it as safe as possible.
Yeah.
In Milta, and they are just going to wait it out. And it looks like they're maybe just be kind of looting up for just heals and just planning to eat the blue as long as they possibly can, because the last thing they want to do is go out in last place, that's for sure.
So in your experience, like, how long can they realistically stay in the blue until it's like that point where it's like, okay, we can't do this anymore? Like, what zone?
Zone number 4 starts hurting pretty bad. Zone 5 is it's really, you cannot be in there for too long. Once you hit zone 6, you can't move. You have to be constantly pressing on that first aid kit, otherwise you will die. So yeah, you got a couple zones to work with if you're able to find enough heals, even if you're full boosted. But yeah, come zone 5, zone 6, there's no hanging out in that blue zone for any time, that's for sure.
But Konina Power, the duo, they have some time to work with for the time being. You know, maybe loot some more buildings, get some meds. But yeah, they are definitely under the pressure, and especially with Nova making their way on in right in front of them. We got Team Queso already looking really good right now. A lot of teams in this zone trying to stake their claim, trying to find a compound to call their own, and it looks like for the most part they were able to do so.
Yeah, in my personal opinion and experience, this is like the most familiar zone inside of Erangel. Like, these teams know these buildings, they know every single spot on this side of the map, like to a T. And you can just see Faker in ruins right now with Team Umbra.
Yeah,
pushing pretty solo right now, really getting dangerous. Pro Lord might spot out the rest of his team. Oh, the nade does catch Faker a little bit. Oh, return nade?
Trade. Okay, that looks pretty good.
Oh, wow. That landed right on top of that right there.
Thing is, Halls is still on the outskirts of this one. You know, Alpha Legends. Oh, yeah, that was my worry. That's coming from Halls. Halls just, you know, spraying down out there. And then you got Shifan, you got Nova making their approach as well. Shator. I mean, Ruins is such a challenging area in the map to take these close fights.
Yeah, they're at Castle right now, trying to put in work, but with that knock, I wouldn't be shocked to see Yala! Yala from the off angle, third partying it, stealing that kill away from Alpha Legends. That's going to be really, really tough for this squad, holding it down right here in Ruins. And here comes Halls in the buggy, trying to make it over to his team. Will he be able to make it?
Looks like Shator just going to, stay safe in their little corner for the time being. Waiting to see if Halls makes the pit stop. Okay, recognizing Halls' approach out there, Halls was able to regroup with the squad, and
he went over to Church.
This is in the zone.
He went over to Church right there, and now they're both stuck. Oh, what a great nade from Umbra. Almost took out both of those players.
That one from Prez.
Will this one connect as well? They're throwing some return nades right here. One nade is all it takes to get this fight started. Oh, Yala with the third party. And nice. Alpha Legends knows it. They got to be coming in to get this finishes.
And Nas with the DP. Lord with the Uzi onto Pro Lord. Yeah.
Oh, Umbra done.
Yeah, Yala, the pinch from Yala and both Alpha. I mean, Umbra just got caught in the middle making that sandwich, and they really had no angles to work with there at the end.
Yeah, they just got bullied right there by these two squads. I mean, they had just laser focused, and those teams were worrying about none other than Umbra. But we do have a new zone, and it did shift south. It did shift south into the open. A lot of open spots here. Looks like Football is going for that antenna location. That's a really, really good spot right there. Cloud9 already in the zone. You can see that all these top teams, man, they are just so quick to pick up a central location. They rotate so fast. But we're looking right now as Alpha Legends, they realize, hey, this zone is gone. We got to get up and get going.
Yeah, and they have to. They have to. I mean, that zone shifting down there to the south. We got Wild Card, we got Nova, Konina Power. All those teams kind of hedge their bets that will go to the north. Now they need to recalculate their approach and, you know, make their way on in. Here we go. Yeah, right there. And not only that, to make matters worse, you have this standoff between Alpha and Yala still in runes.
That's dangerous. That's really dangerous for Yala. You know, I think that they should prioritize zone more than anything. Oh, here we go. Loops and Cloud9.
Mario.
Huge fight.
Trying to go for that jump shot. They are 3 members up for Cloud9.
Oh, the 180.
Bolton on out of the balcony trying to get the surprise, but Kowalski able to get the quick flick right there. And Football is trying to third party this engagement.
Look at those shots from Federal right there with that mini 8X. Man, only 2 members from Cloud9. Looks like they tried to get a little bit of a split going out, but they got taken out real quick. Now it's just Adder and Pyra up for Cloud9 to get some points on the board for their squad.
Yeah, and they're still near their hospital, their drop spot, and just unlucky that the squad of Loops ended up rolling up on your duo. Out here, Soke. Yeah, full send. Soke from Football is trying to pop these tires, trying to take some shots on the Team Queso. Just, you know, make them a little nervous out here.
Yeah, popping out those tires is so huge, especially considering where this next zone is going to go. They don't want to be able to let them rotate for free. If they have to rotate on foot, I mean, that is just so tough if they get a hard shift. Love that antenna choice from Footballist right there. But look at this. All these squads right now just trying to find a spot. Tensa.
Oh, yeah.
Alpha Legends.
Alpha Legends making some moves. Shator will be the final member to make the crash, make the pull-up. Kato inside the actual building, going for that spray down with that Uzi, swapping on over to the M4. And Tensa has the support from Spec. HH is on the outskirts, so this one bleeding on out. Rain on the hill right behind them, trying to provide the cover fire. Tensa, Uzi in hand. Kato, Uzi in hand. Kato gonna go for that pre-fire around the corner. And Tensa, how do we make it on out of here alive?
Moves. Look at all these moves coming out from both of these teams right now. Just trying to, oh, Kato gets caught from the angle.
Yep.
Great shots.
Rain.
Oh, that's 2 down.
Oh, there's 2 down right there. 2 down from Alpha Legends, and now Faker in the smokes. How will they make it on out of this pinch? Tempo still inside the building, inside the compound, making the quick push on out to get the final 2 blows onto Alpha Legends.
Tempo gets it done, but Konina Power's taken out as well.
The duo, yeah.
The duo is done, so the door's open. The door is wide open right here. Footballist has an amazing position. They're currently in second place right now, so you know that they got to be really happy and pumped up to get a big chicken dinner with a lot of kills, and it's totally possible where they're at right now.
Here we go.
Cloud9's down a couple members. Oh my goodness, so close. Look at this.
Yeah, not only that. Tempo, we're watching them right now. 8th place, trying to make the climb, trying to have a chicken dinner in this final game to set them up for tomorrow. And awesome Yala behind the tree, going to be peeking on over there with the M4.
What a shot.
Taking down HH. The smokes, though, the immediate tosses from Tempo, the immediate smokes to try to make sure that that thirst is not successful. Yala, though, making the full-blown push, straight up sending it. Kevin tossing out some grenades onto Tensa. Lord already in the dirt. Kevin, AKM. Once when we pop out the smoke, you will see Tempo going for that spray down. Tempo, I see him in vehicles trying to retreat right now.
Yeah, I don't think they have any choice. Yala had no choice either. They have to push, considering that the zone is starting to close. Tensa, he's stuck out. There's no vehicle. He's just going to have to make this fight happen for himself. 1v4.
5 kills so far. Kevin, Lord, Xana, all approaching on Tensa. Tensa, no time to even breathe after that last engagement with Alpha.
This blue zone is going to hurt. It's starting to hurt bad. You can already see right now. Tensa trying to stay alive, being a big distraction.
They don't want to let Tensa live.
Lord just said, "Hey, we want tempo out of here right now." And Tensa's going for the heal. Can't do it though.
Oh, Lord's gonna be spawning out. Tensa going for that spray. Yep, gonna be taking them down. But was it worth it? Was it worth it? I saw it in the kill feed as well. The Knights took out Loops, so Loops are going to be dead in this game. We got Dream Eaters bursting Team Queso right now. Mystic behind the rock.
So close. Such a close game right now. The Mystic.
Oh, Mystic!
Gets caught. That's it. That's Team Queso out. So many of these top teams are just getting taken out early right here. And this is just, I mean, football is, they have to be just screaming right now. Oh, what a shot from Sam.
Sam.
Oh, protected neck.
Bam. Yeah, this could be a huge game for Footballists to get that first place. And both Cloud9. Cloud9 still have a duo. Still have 2 up.
They'll have a duo, but man, Footballists, they got the position and the zone right now, so they are sitting really pretty. You can see PK just try to make something happen at the edge of this circle with the laydowns. Yeah, and Cloud9, I would not be shocked at all. They're just opting to just kind of lay this one out and see where it goes, because right now the circle's about to close and it can go anywhere. Right now, if you're Cloud9, you're hoping it's going to you, but here comes Miku on over to Yala.
Yeah, Miku definitely hearing the pin from Anas. Anas is just waiting to underhand that one on out the window. We'll be tossing that one, trying to pull on back to Xana. Xana also cooking some grenades of their own. Miku tossing out a smoke, and you know what? We're in the zone. Miku is just happy to still be alive.
And guess what? Look where that zone went. Straight south. Miku with the pre-fire. On his end. Oh, the nade. He's 1 HP.
1 HP. 1 HP. And Anas knows that grenade was good. Going for that pre-fire on into smokes. Miku trying to heal on up. Trying to hit the bandage. Anas trying to get the wraparound. Spotting his shoulder. Oh, Anas taken to the blue zone. The blue zone.
So clutch. What a shot from Verset to protect his teammate right there. Here comes Xana with the Uzi.
Hopping on out. Hopping on out. Miku in the window. Miku, Xana, 1 HP as well. These fights are so close. Xana is the last one alive right now.
He will not go down.
Toffees will be getting a lot of damage inflicted on him as they try to make that push across the road. Xana getting caught in the process from Toffees, and Toffees able to get there right in time to get the heal. And Dream Eaters, they had 2 of their members knocked in the process, but we're checking in real quick. Football is looking to get that first place, looking to get that chicken dinner. They see the Knights on the rotate out there in the distance.
Man, they just sending it in some buggies, looking for some hay bales, and it looks like they did find them. They're going to be right next to Footballists now, and here come the nades from Jagger, trying to open up this fight. And it looks like these might just connect. They're getting really close.
Grenades flying everywhere. Carnage making the pull up right now. Needs to heal on up. Right behind that buggy.
Jagger.
Ooh, Jagger connecting onto Lutz, but right in return, Solke also getting that trade onto Carnage.
Okay, Sunday. Solke trying to put some more points on the board for himself. He's going to go for the res right now on Lutz. Rom with the support. Oh, he's got the nade. Will J7 peek this and find him?
J7 sees Rom trying to get that grenade. J7! Lavison, M4 able to provide that support. Going to be bleeding on out, trying to crawl behind the cover of that little ledge and get that revive, get that reset. Jagger, full-blown
res duty
right now.
He is on res duty right now, just trying to survive. Look at all these nades coming out. Footballist is so grouped up. 1 nade is all it takes!
Oh no!
And Carnage, baby! Getting it done onto Solke. And here comes the aggression from Pittsburgh Knights after that knock and reset.
Trying to blow up that vehicle. Lavison able to use his UAS for cover. Still in the back lines, trying to provide that anchor for the squad. If the Knights make the push on over that ledge, Lavison will have the initial angle to take out their helmets, to take out their head. Carnage bleeding on out. Jagger still on that medic duty back here.
He's going for a title right now as he's just been rezzing his team up back and forth while these squads just throwing nades.
How many grenades
still have some. But here comes the play zone, takes out Carnage. And now Football is stuck in the blue zone. Rob needs to get in or he's going to get knocked by the blue.
Both of these teams, I mean,
he does.
So many grenades back and forth, back and forth. The blue zone trying to get involved as well. Lobson trying to get some snipes out here onto Nova while they can.
Boy, that would have been an insane shot right there. But now their concern is to get into this next zone as Dream Eaters, they have it and they're sending it. They're sending it with just 2 saying, we need to get this placement. Will they be able to make it in here? A lot of open field. Got to watch out for these squads.
J7 connected on by Solke once again. Jagger trying to go for that spray with the M4. Quick reload. All of these teams, they need to move. Oh, Raul with the all-gate 3. Chunked down really low. Jagger able to get the trade. Solke, Uzi going for that jump shot down the smokes, but Jagger able to save the game for the Knights.
Jagger said, no, sir, where are you jumping? Takes him out just like that. So, the zone's closing, though, and he's on the thick side. Jagger needs to go for some heals right now. He needs to go for some heals and go for the heal strat. But no, too late. Too late. Nova. Yeah, taking him out.
Not only that, I mean, the challenge, the odds were definitely stacked against Jagger because 2 members of Football is sent it on into the zone, so you have to assume they would have just gate kept that one. Toffee is popping on up with the M4, trying to take some shots on the wildcard in their buggy, in their push to get on into the new zone, into some type of safety. Spring on the ledge, on the high ground, might be able to provide the much needed support right now for the squad mates being bombarded. Toffee's tossing out a molly. Sam, that grenade might be right on top of Sam. Sam, watch out.
Watch out, Sam. Watch out. Throwing the smoke back, saying, hey, you know what? No more of those, please, and thank you. But you got to really watch out. Got to give a mad respect to Footballist for deciding to just run 2-2. Because right now they have 2 members in the zone, and they're dealing with 2 squads here. They have a perfect opportunity to third-party them, and a good position in this next circle.
Yeah, Dream Eaters, 4 up, 6 kills so far. Dream Eaters trying to take out Wildcard. Wildcard on the opposite end of the street. Smokes out. Football is still alive. Football is trying to get that first place after this game. Konita Power, they got taken out real early on this game.
They did way too early considering where their position is right now. Football is most likely going to be able to take the lead here if they get this chicken dinner. It's going to be really, really close. Dream Eaters still have something to say about it. So does Wildcard. Wildcard stuck on the edge right now. They don't have, but they do have a buggy. And you can see Slicky start to think about it. Crate dropping in between all these squads, but I doubt any of them are going to go for it at this point. This is dangerous territory.
Yeah, Dream Eaters do not have the luxury of having a vehicle. I mean, a vehicle at this point, I mean, that's just going to be too risky. Sam will be tossing out, I believe these are some smokes here.
Offensive
trying
smokes.
to block the sight lines from Dream Eaters, and this might be the prime time for Wildcard to make the push across the road. But look, Miku on that off angle is not covered in smoke right now.
Yeah, those offensive smokes are super huge because that's going to block their sight lines, allowing you to push up for free. But like you mentioned, Miku's got a really good off angle right here, and you got to worry about Nova. See AZ right there in that bottom corner. He can cause havoc for them. And Slicky with the angle.
Yeah, Slicky driving that buggy across the road will also use that buggy for cover. Acer getting thirsted right now as they attempted to make that follow-up push. Slicky going to be popping on up. Miku connecting on to Slicky and Salmon. Wildcard, they had a challenging push across that road and just were not able to do that. Lavison, though. Lavison looks like they're trying to get this crate out here.
You know what they say, what happens when Wildcard crosses the road, Slicky gets to the other side, but at the same time, unfortunately able to get it done. But man, 4th place for Wildcard, that's a pretty good placement considering where this circle ended up going. But man, this is still between Nova, Dream Eaters, and Footballists. Footballists have just been crushing it here today. And this is, I mean, man, they are in big contention here to win a huge prize pool. Dream Eaters still has 4 up though.
Yeah, Dream Eaters have 4 up. Nova have 9 kills, so they are feeling themselves this game. They are feeling confident. They are looking to get the win, get the dub. As I say that, Loot's going to be popping up. They got something to say. They're going to be taking down one of the members from Nova.
And that is going to just open it up for Dream Eaters since they still have 4 members up alive. Attic with a shot on the Lavas, and it's all up to Loots. Oh, the thirst from Shifan. Shifan steals the kill.
Wow. The disrespect out here. The disrespect out here. 9 kills onto Dream Eaters.
ATL. Oh, gets caught. Almost made it behind that hay bale.
This looks like a Dream Eaters game.
I think it's anyone's at this point. Look at Lutz, how close he is to the zone right here. And I don't think he has any first aids left, so he is just stuck trying to survive. Good, decent position. I don't think Sheepman sees him at all right now. Will Loops take the shots onto him? Oh, he's looking right at him. Oh, he's looking right at him.
Yeah, you see the helmet. You see the helmet. Sheepman's going to be taking some shots onto Lutz, trying to connect.
Oh, he does the
Lutz backing up to the blue zone. Sheepman losing the point right there. Now it's a 4v2. Dream Eaters trying to get a little 2-2 split going on right now. Looks like Miku going to be grouping on up with Toffees and Matic. Grenades are going to start flying on out from Nova. We still got first set trying to play at 3-1 right now. This could be huge for Dream Eaters to get this chicken dinner.
They need it, and that is for sure. At the same time, though, they had to have used all their nades on the wild card, so I doubt they have any kit left to deal with Nova. Not sure exactly what Nova has left in stock, but they have a pretty decent position right now. It's still a 4v2, so Dream Eaters has the numbers. All it takes is one big play. Oh, look at Sheepman, though. He has hardly any kit at all. I don't know about that smoke. That defensive smoke. Oh, that's going to be really tough for AZ right there.
Trying to crawl on up.
Oh, the nade, though!
AZ, that's going to make this a 2v3 right here. Miku trying to crawl back onto Verset, but here comes the blue zone. AZ, AZ was trying to get the third spot, spotting out Verset. Going to be taken down. No, Sheepman, this is a 2v2.
2v2 right now, so close. AZ with the angle!
Oh, Toffees connecting on the AZ. Toffees swapping on over to that Uzi. It's a 2v1.
3 meters, baby.
3 meters. Getting the dub. Getting the much needed chicken dinner. Miku, 4 kills. Toffees, 2 kills. I mean, that last game. Woo.
You got to give it to Toffees, though. He got 2 kills, but those 2 kills are the ones that mattered right there. I mean, that's the one that secured the chicken dinner. So close. Got to give it up to Dream Eaters. They had to work for that one to be able to get in there. But man, I don't know what this leaderboard's going to look like here going into the final day. That's what I'm freaking out about. Who's going to win this one?
I mean, it was a big day. Today was like, we took the leaderboard, we shook it, and let's see who's going to be at the top at the end of the day. Tomorrow, I mean, the scores, they're so close already. I mean, 6 more games to go here, Jukes. I honestly don't know who's going to be taking home the 100,000 tomorrow. I couldn't predict it.
$100,000 on the line. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, set your alarms. Get ready because that's going to be an insane day of matches. But that's going to be it for today. That's myself, Hot Jukes, here with Mustache Dave. Let's see what the desk has to say and wrap up this entire insane day of matches right after this quick break from our sponsors.
What a game. What a game. To finish that off here for the third day, Dream Eaters in a 2-on-2. Even though they had 4 players alive, were able to pull it out, but Nova as well. They had 11 kills, Dream Eaters with 12. Football is sneaking their way through with 2 last players to get themselves a 3rd place finish, but that was a crazy game nonetheless. Even Wildcard being kept outside of the actual zone and being forced to push straight into Dream Eaters, where their dreams were unfortunately crushed into this one. But what a crazy game. Let's take a look at the rankings though from that last match. We can really break down how many points all the teams got, because honestly, Dream Eaters, big win for them. They really need those 32 points to get up the rankings a bit further as they fell out of the first page, but Nova as well trying to close against that lead. Football is trying to lengthen that lead against Cloud9 here, Glitter.
Yeah, no, this was a huge win for Dream Eaters, because I believe going into this, they were less than 10 points behind Pittsburgh Knights, and they more than outscored Pittsburgh Knights overall. So hopefully this will be jumping them up the leaderboard a little bit. And this is what we wanted to see out of Nova. This is a much better performance from them, especially after some of the very strong games that we've seen over the past couple days. So this could potentially, for them, getting them back up in that top 4, top 3 position that we've been seeing them kind of holding for the past 2 days. And then as we move down the list, good to see Wildcard getting some more points. B4 also getting themselves some more points. Yala and UDR Killers are also up on this front page, and a lot of these squads that were on the second page in the overall starting to take these points is also going to affect how the rankings at the top function, because they're not getting any more points to add to their total. So we just saw, both Konina Power and Footballs have passed up Cloud9, so I'm excited to see how that plays out in the overall when this is all said and done, Seven.
Yep, and I think that's exactly it. That's pretty much what I'm looking at, right? You got Cloud9 just not having the best of days here. It's kind of reminded me a little bit of what we saw there in League Play of Week 3. They just weren't having good days. They weren't having the consistent finishes that we're used to. They ended up with 3 points here. And Loops Esports, once again, after they had such a great performance during that last match, they come back and they're just not able to put out the numbers that we're used to seeing out of them as well. So it's going to be a crazy finish tomorrow, especially if Loops Esports is able to start hot and stay hot, because with this team, they'll be able to start off pretty good, but they're just not able to maintain that form until a couple matches later. So I cannot wait to see the overall ranking at some point here. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
I actually am wondering something for Cloud9. Is this intentional? Now you look at me and you're like, well, Jason, why would that be intentional?
No.
Why do you want to lose, right? But when we interviewed Beowulf on the 6X podcast, he was saying they messed up going into that 3rd week of league play. They messed up because they played too well. So other teams were focusing them down to take them out of that 1st place position, take them out of the entirety of the place so they couldn't go into Super Weekend. So I wonder, is this a little bit intentional out of them so they don't have teams focusing on them too much when they go into the final day? Obviously, time will tell. It's a little bit of a Hail Mary kind of idea, but who knows? What I do know is Dream Eaters put out a ton of damage, a ton of healing, and the 12 kills as well. 2,300. That's definitely, I think, one of the higher numbers they've ever had here, Glitter.
Yeah, this is a very strong showing for Dream Eaters, and we've seen them, throughout PMPL Americas, throughout the league. They've had these one-off performances, especially early on in World League, where they showcase their abilities, and then we don't get to see that anymore. So this is something that we were hoping that they could become more consistent with as we were going through the finals. If this is what they can do throughout all of tomorrow as well, they will definitely ensure themselves some extra points. But this is the performance I was hoping they'd have when I picked them, man. This was so good.
Well, let's take a look at our top players, though. Maybe we'll get some players from Wildcard in there as you guys had them. And, well, I can tell you we're not going to see that. We're going to have Miku there. We're going to have Versit there, AZ, and GFan. So we're not even going to have any of the top teams that we normally expect to be in here. I want to see what the results, we can kind of expect that. But I'm going to actually look at this and say I think AZ might actually have the MVP. He was looking pretty good, especially his nades towards the end.
Yep.
You guys?
I might be with you on that one.
No.
I think his performances were pretty good there. Oh, Z-Fan actually.
Yeah.
Hey, it was that rotation he was able to do. Remember, you were pointing it out for the longest time while we were watching the game, Jason. You were saying, look at the rotation Sheepman is doing, and it ended up working out for him. He ended up surprising a lot of teams, and look at that, 1,000 damage, 6 kills, 3 assists. He was involved of 9 kills out of the 11 they had, and then AC being able to also go ahead and put up some numbers there for his team, 483 damage, 3 kills, and then you go over to the Dream Eater squad. You go over to Miku, you go over to Versit, being able to also get involved with the team. Versit especially with 3 assists there, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think it's, the more or the deeper we get into these games, the bigger variety of squads and individual players we're seeing up here on the top players. And I love seeing that out of these squads because we know how capable so many of these teams are. But specifically in GFan's case, I feel like, and I could be totally wrong here, but after that first interview he did with us, he has just gone off for the rest of World League. So, maybe we were his good luck charms.
I mean, it could be. I was thinking maybe it's Cat is a good luck charm for the team because ever since he's joined, once they kind of worked out the synergy and thrown over the in-game leader role over to him, exactly 7. Can we get you to do that again? No? Okay, well, someone go back. Please click that, screenshot it. Let's put it all over the internet. Take a look at our do-the-do moments from that last match. And again, what a crazy way to finish things off. It's nice to see another team rise into the ranks as we did not have a double chicken dinner winner yet again today, just like yesterday. But we can see Kunina Power off the bat, just going for fisticuffs. And, I kind of was hoping for a little bit more out of KP. I mean, Cat was the one to go down there, but with how their performance was today, having a first-place finish, having a second-place finish, having a third-place finish, and 2 fourth-place finishes, I was hoping they would finish the day strong. But, 5 games isn't bad.
Yeah, you really can expect these teams to go ahead and perform really great every single time. As long as they're able to come back, we always say this, as long as you're able to come back and have an amazing day, an amazing game, especially after you don't have a good one, that's what you want to see out of these teams. And right now here, we're seeing some of the fights there between Cloud9 and Loops Esports, and this is probably why we saw them so close towards the leaderboard, especially after that game, because they ended up killing each other. And then you also had some of the other teams, especially Pittsburgh Knights, being able to third party there. By the way, Carnage in that shot right there, as he was shooting the player that was down, he was shooting at the pan. If you guys ever go back, clip it, Walt. If you go back, you'll be able to see him just the bullets reflecting of that pan. So interesting stuff. And then one of the other fights that we saw there was Yala. I believe it was Yala with Dream Eaters. It was a very, very close. And then you have Pittsburgh Knights here with Footballers. It was just if Pittsburgh Knights would have been able to place those grenades a little bit better, it would have been a completely different story there, as they would have been able to just kind of wiped out Footballers. Because remember, Footballers was just winning there, Glitter, in pretty much a hole, in a way.
Oh yeah, that was a rough fight that we were all watching with bated breath because we didn't know who was going to come out on top. They kept knocking each other and then letting each other get back up, and then just there's so much back and forth. And we did, like you said, saw a ton of nades coming out of both teams in that scenario. And to be fair though, Pittsburgh Knights needed those kills. They were able to get 4 kills at the end of this game, so it did kind of bode well a little bit for them there. And then we are jumping on board towards our final zone here between Footballers, Nova, Wildcard, Dream Eaters, and like Jason pointed out, Wildcard had that rough push across the road into Dream Eaters, and then I believe it was Lutz ended up denying the point, and then it just boiled down to Nova and Dream Eaters in a 2v2, and Dream Eaters were able to pull out the win.
Yep. I got a little bit sad there, though, 7, at the very end, because we saw it was a 2-on-2, and AZ just swings wide into them in a 1-on-2 fight. I'm not necessarily sure what went on within comms or anything like that, but you were saying to me that's not the first time you've seen him do that.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And you got to keep in mind, with Cat being out there, IGL, it could be something that it's just maybe you need that IGL call out. You need them to kind of help you out in which way to navigate the map. So it could be that, but overall, though, he was able to go ahead and at least put some damage up for his team and back him up.
I mean, they lost a player early with Cat, and they still got themselves 11 kills with only 3 players alive. That's a pretty damn good game for them. Let's take a look at the total damage to see if they can compete up against Dream Eaters, as we saw them have around 2,300 damage, to see if any other teams can join in as well. And we're going to see here, will be Dream Eaters or will be Nova. But to be fair, Footballers, even though they only had 2 alive going into pretty much the final zones, they actually out-damaged Nova, but with only 3 kills here, Glitter. That has to sting.
That's insane, and that just speaks to Footballist's level of aggression too. The fact that they finished in 3rd place with more damage than the 2nd place team, but only 3 kills. The conversion on their kills is just not there, and that's not something they typically struggle with either. So that's very surprising. And then we see Wildcard breaking the 1,000 damage mark, but also only able to convert on 2 of those kills. And this is what I was talking about before, 7. Pittsburgh Knights actually had a much stronger game for themselves here when it comes to their aggression and damage output.
Yeah, this is the kind of the Pittsburgh Knights that we expected to see along the whole way. It was just, as we mentioned over and over again, missing that player, the IGL at that time with Sixless. It hurt them in a big time, and now here towards the end, especially towards league finals, that's when they're starting to improve. That's when everything's starting to go their way. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue that performances, because I believe they went up a little bit more in the leaderboards, and now they're within that striking distance. So every single time they move up, it is a big change in regards to their prize pool money.
Oh yeah, massive, especially if they can maintain the 9 or higher place. But we need to take now a look at something. Yep. We've been talking about Korea shooting up the rankings. We talked about Adder dominating first place 2 days in a row. We've seen some new first place finishers out of Tixie, but who is currently sitting in first? And it still will indeed be him. Tixie at the moment would be earning himself $10,000, but Korea still sitting in 5th place. We are seeing Rob Dini up there as well, to be fair. But football is still maintaining 3 players. I think, to me, that's so damn impressive to how effective they've been together as a team here so far, Glitter. They're definitely leading in the frags department. I think Soke has more kills than Alpha has points overall.
Oh, man.
I'll take it over. Don't worry, Glitter. I got this. I know what's going on your end. But one thing I do want to mention, I think we have to give a little bit of extra credit in regards to Carrillo, because for him to be able to 5th place with the inconsistency that we have seen out of Loops Esports, I think it speaks volumes out of that kind of player. And then, as you were also mentioning there, Jason, you do have Rob Dini there in 7th place. Everybody from Corina Powers now being able to step it up. You also have some of the other players from Footballis in Solke and Lovesen. I'm pretty sure once they see this, especially going into tomorrow, they're going to be like, hey, I want to maybe get some extra kills, but it is 10K, all right? It is 10K. And I'm pretty sure Adder's telling the same thing to his teammates. He's like, hey, we need to start performing here. Obviously, we want to get to that first place. Right now, I think you mentioned it was like an $80,000 difference if they ended up being where they are. And on top of that, if you can get the first place and the MVP, oh boy, you're going to be looking real good after this.
I mean, I will say this, though. If you're a player saying, guys, come on, I want to win the 10K, I think that's a terrible mindset to have, because your team should come first. The $100,000, obviously. Don't be selfish here. Let's take a look, though, at our daily report. Let's see how all the teams kind of did and who was the leaders for all of them. And all right, well, you know, do we really need to show this? Honestly, Kanina Power taking everything.
Take it away.
What?
What? That is crazy right there, dude.
Again,
9,000, that almost 10,000 damage. Are you kidding me?
They had a 1st place finish. They had a 2nd place finish. They had a 3rd place finish. They had 2 4th place finishes. It was only the last game they didn't place into top 5.
Yeah, it goes to show how consistent they have been throughout today, and the reason why Tixie is now the #1 in MVP ranking. 46 knocks. You also have 52 kills, and then on top of that, the damage received being 6,464. That's such a great day here for Canadian Power. If they're able to even mimic half of what they were able to do today, and if some of the other teams continue to perform the way they are, they could run away with this in some kind of way.
Well, the question is, yeah, exactly. Can they maintain it going into the final day? Let's see where all the teams do stand, though, in our overall rankings. Remember, we have 1 day left, 6 games left to go, and right now, Footballists actually have taken that first place away for them. I mean, let's be fair, though. Kanina, they shot up the leaderboards today. They shot up in points, but Footballists, they had the points from the previous days.
They definitely do, and I think it was something that you were also asking there, Jason. You were saying, wait, who was the 2nd place finish after the first day? Well, look at this. The consistency. As we've always been talking about here at Glitter, consistency pays off.
Oh, it's so important, and if Konina Power has a showing that's even half as good as this tomorrow, people need to be afraid of them, because this was incredible. As we just saw in the daily report as well, they're only 6 points behind Footballists right now. So I mean, that's incredibly manageable for them to be able to pull down. And if Cloud9 and if Loops have yet another slow day in our final day tomorrow, then that's going to open up the door for Nova and Wildcard to continue jumping up the ranks if they're able to have strong performances, because you can see right there that Nova and Loops are actually tied at 192 points. And I don't think that that's something we would have ever guessed, considering how many points Loops typically gets from just kills alone, 7.
Yeah, and I think you're right on the money there in regards to Loops being able to get kills, because that's usually what helps them out. and them not being able to do that is gonna stop them from pushing up. And then we see some of these teams now. In regards to these teams, you kind of, as we mentioned it, if they're able to perform a little bit better, if they're able to get to that 9th place, that's when their money is gonna start changing. So you're gonna hopefully see them kind of make a push for that. But I think the big story is just how close it is in a way for that 1st place. Anything can happen tomorrow. If you don't have an alarm ready, you better send an alarm ready, because tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. Especially, it's just so close for East and for West. Make sure you watch both. It's so close.
I just wanted to say, by the way, if I read that really quickly and correctly, Loops are in 6th place in kills. This is the team who was #1 in kills. This is one of the few teams who ever had more kills than placement points, and they were like 2nd overall. But either way, they still have one more day, and we need to take a look before we end the show at our talent prediction game and see who currently will be sitting in 1st place for us. It's Footballists right now in the teams, and we're going to see who it's going to be here between the talent, as we will jump straight into it. And it'll still be me at the moment, though. I will say this, Cameron Davis, he was leading in that last game.
Yep.
And that's honestly fantastic to see, considering he was, I think, generally on the lower end from the league play. So big shout out to him to really step up.
Damn, why you gotta call him out like that? But yeah, that boy was first at one point, and then now you brought it back, man. You brought it back. Overall, though, today, we had some sketchy picks here and there. Hopefully tomorrow will be a much better day. I do see my boy Viram there with 201 points. Mustache Save, 167. Hot Jukes currently in last place. I know he's gonna go ahead and redeem himself tomorrow, so I'm not worried about that with 142 points, but I'm gonna catch up to you, Jason. You better watch out tomorrow.
Right? Knowing us, we're probably gonna tie again tomorrow, considering we did with 807 points last time. So we'll both get a trophy in the mail, maybe. But yeah, obviously, this is all just for fun. Nothing on the line here. Just kind of having a good time here on the show and trying to have a little bit of competition between us. But honestly, the real competition is coming into these lobbies. Kanina Power were nowhere to be seen when it came to league play, and now every team is sitting there doing one of these 7, like you do with me when you're standing next to me, looking up to them at the top of the leaderboard. And I saw you look at the screen to see what I was doing, but that's all what the teams are going to be doing here, right? And I think it comes down to now, Kanina Power, can they maintain this kind of performance? Footballists, can they redeem themselves a little bit more and continue to have a strong performance with kills? Cloud9, will they show up tomorrow? Loops, will they even enter the lobbies here? We haven't seen them really have any standout games except their one chicken dinner they had. Honestly, so many stories to focus on, but I'm going to ask you each, which one in your eyes is the one you really want to be looking at here? What's the one that you're really going to be sitting there thinking about tonight while you're in bed? 7?
Leader, you want to go first?
I'll go. Yeah, sure, I can go first. I think I'm actually going to really be looking at Footballist. Not only have they continued to be strong on the kill side of things, but they have managed over today and the last couple of days to just be so consistent to the point where they have started taking advantage of those other teams' screw-ups essentially, and they haven't slowed down. They didn't, have too rocky a start. It was just solid gameplay pretty much across the board that's just gotten better with time. So they're going to be one of my teams to watch for our final day.
Fair enough. And just going based on that and what's going on towards the top, I'm going to be actually looking out at the teams that are 10th and higher. UDR Killers today, they ended up getting kills, stopping some of the other teams at the top from getting some of those points. Alpha Legends, we've been talking about it all day. What are they going to do here? You saw them kind of try to hot drop Cloud9 at one point during Sanhok. Nothing really happened based on that, but they could happen again. And what happens if for some reason Alpha Legend actually wins an engagement in regards to that aspect? What happens if they knock off Cloud9 early? These are the things that we need to pay attention. And I hope, listen, if you're watching this, Alpha Legends, Yala Esports, B4, Team Umber, Team Unique, all of you guys that are currently 10 and higher, go crazy tomorrow. Shake it out for us. Make it entertaining. Make me stand off my seat and start screaming, oh! Because we did that a couple times today. So I cannot wait to see what those teams are going to be able to do. And obviously at the top, it's just so close, man. I'm going to have no nails. I'm going to need to go do a manicure.
Can you do a manicure if you have no nails? Guess we'll find out.
Make it look nicely.
Get a pedicure.
You can't put on them fake nails, right? You just make them look nice.
I would love to see that.
Nicki Minaj.
Oh, please no. Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion, thank you very much for everything today. And obviously, go get some rest because we still have 6 more matches to come tomorrow, which are going to be just as exciting, if not even more exciting than that. So get your rest. We'll check in with you guys. Is your heart beating? It's a little creepy. Oh my God, I got scared there. I want to say a big shout out to Environment Cameron Davis as well, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, and of course the crew here in Poland put on a phenomenal show. But that's going to wrap up our third day. One left to go. It all kicks off tomorrow at 11 a.m. PDT until we can crown our champion and $100,000 in their pockets. Be there.